The main character admitted that he used to be addicted to social games. The blonde was surprised by the sudden gathering of all the participants and asked the reason. One of the girls reminded that there was supposed to be a hunt today, but the other explained that her goal was to collect more stones. The guy said he had reached the limit of his patience. One of his companions asked whether he would carry out his plan, and the other confirmed it. The young man stood in front of the girls, showing determination to take action. He enthusiastically announced the start of the action, showing a screen with the game's logo. The hero noted that his life changed after his first attempt to play a certain gacha game. The focus was on the game Girls Core, in which you need to train beautiful girls. The project, which featured a majority of female characters, racked up over 10 million downloads in its first 6 months. New gacha events were constantly appearing in the game, which attracted even large donors. The guy admitted that he himself was one of those players who actively spent money. He sat in front of 2 monitors and noted that he found the new heroine quite cute. Despite his passion, he had already almost spent his money for the current month. In the chat, other players shared the amounts they spent on the game and complained about the low probability of getting the desired character. The young man stated with determination that he was not afraid of spending money, since he had already invested hundreds of thousands into the game. He turned to Luna-chan, confident in the increased likelihood of her appearance. After making another purchase for 5,000 yen, he announced that he was heading out to get it. He shouted out Luna-chan's name, hoping that his feelings would be heard. A chest with a guaranteed rare reward appeared on the screen, and the hero waited anxiously for the result. A scroll with an invitation to another world appeared on the screen, and the guy reacted first with surprise, then with joy. He chuckled and noted that such things were not uncommon in gacha, and he only had 1 unopened item left. The boy discovered that he had forgotten to open the last item and hoped that it would not be a magic card. He returned to his seat and began to open the remaining item. A description of the item appeared on the screen, an invitation to another world, which, when used, should transport the owner. An attempt to find information about the item on the wiki yielded no results. He wondered if this could be accessed to the global server and noted that it would be nice. The guy hesitated, wondering what kind of item it was, but still pressed the use button. After activation, he closed his eyes from the bright flash, not understanding what was happening. He found himself in an open field, pinched himself, and felt pain. Realizing that this was not a dream, the guy admitted with alarm that he couldn't be completely sure whether everything that was happening was real. He sat down on the grass, closed his eyes, and tried to calm down. Then he decided that the first thing he needed to do was find shelter. He looked around the open area, thinking that in such a wild environment, it would be easy to become a victim. After imagining possible threats, he came to the conclusion that an attack by snakes or predators could be fatal. His gaze became serious, and he sped up, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Suddenly, a terrible goblin with a club appeared in front of him. The boy got scared and ran away from the danger with all his might. He didn't understand what exactly was happening, but he definitely felt that he needed to save himself. The only thing left to do was to run without looking back towards the forest. The boy panicked and climbed a tree, clutching the trunk and looking back with concern. At that moment, the creature with a mace was watching him from the foot of the tree. He looked down in fear, not understanding what exactly was following him. The hero sat down on a tree branch with relief, thinking he had managed to escape. Behind him, the creature cried out in bewilderment. The thought flashed through the guy's mind that the surrounding reality resembled a completely different world. He tried to comprehend what was happening and remembered the scroll with the invitation he had received earlier. The hero began frantically searching for his phone in his pockets and soon found it. Sitting on the tree, he noticed with surprise that he could not exit to the main menu. One of the game tabs opened on the screen. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that only one character with his name was displayed. He was amazed that the level was 1. Visanehi TP care of. He went to the items section and found that the inventory was completely empty. He threw his head back in despair and exclaimed that almost all the data had been deleted. The character clutched the phone in his hand and tried to maintain his composure. He sat down on the ground, crossed his legs, and began to breathe deeply, trying to calm down. A young man sits under a tree and notes that the conditions in the gacha are too favorable. He smiles, holding a smartphone, and cards and a box with an image of a girl in armor float around him. The young man looks at the screen in surprise, where an item in the form of a book with a cross is displayed. He notices that such an item was not in the game before and realizes that he did not receive the necessary character named Luna. The book suddenly appeared on his lap. He was surprised, looking at an object designed to understand the language of another world. After reading the description, he thought about the possibility of a headache. Almost immediately after, his face contorted from a sharp pain in his head. He leaned back, clutching his head. He noted that he had indeed developed a headache, but decided not to pay attention to it. He looked at his phone again and wondered if objects could materialize. Could units also appear? A message appeared on the screen asking if he wanted to summon Noral Fanyu. He confidently pressed the confirmation button. A bright light flashed in front of him. The silhouette of a female knight burst out of it, and she slowly materialized in front of him, asking about his identity. A girl in armor hovers in the air. A black-haired young man stands next to her, holding a smartphone in his hand and looking in her direction. The warrior opens her eyes and wonders if he is her master. The armored girl, with a loud scream, fell rapidly from the tree, spread out in the air upside down. The boy, with a frightened expression on his face, realized that he had forgotten about the height. The warrior landed on the ground with a dull thud. The girl in armor sat on the grass and sadly reproached her new master for what had happened. Behind her, leaning against a tree, stood a confused guy. The young man who had landed on his knees apologized to his companion. The warrior silently accepted the apology and answered briefly. The guy introduced himself as Heihachi Okura. He expressed a desire to start a conversation, and the girl calmly watched him. The armored companion warned that she needed to be told some important information. She also added that it might seem difficult to understand. She explained that the young man needed to undergo training. He reacted to what he heard with bewilderment. A group of aggressive goblins with weapons rushed to attack, loudly shouting their intentions to kill and eat the man. The young man was surprised to notice one of the attackers, whom he had already met earlier. He noticed that their number had increased. During his escape, he panicked and followed the instructions of the girl, who remained calm and asked him to open the tab with objects on his phone. The armored girl fell from the tree with a scream, while the young man watched from above. After the fall, he realized that he had forgotten where he was, and she sat on the ground, commenting on the situation. The armed girl explained that they would begin training and engaged in battle with a group of monsters. The girl in armor easily repelled the attack of her opponents, scattering them in different directions. The young man in armor watched what was happening with surprise, not hiding his admiration for her strength. One of the goblins rushed at the boy with a club, shouting threats. The boy reacted to the attack, preparing for a counteraction. The boy jerked his hand forward, trying to stop the approaching threat. He looked confused and scared. Next to him, the summoned companion encouraged him, but he himself screamed in fear and called for her help. The creature with the weapon was already swinging at him from above. The goblin lunged at him, snarling, but the boy closed his eyes, expecting the blow. His voice broke into a cry of alarm. Corbia! He opened his eyes and was surprised to see that the attack had not caused any pain. The attacker also looked puzzled. The girl in armor explained that he was safe even with multiple blows. She remained calm. The boy grabbed a metal crowbar and rushed forward. He struck the goblin and then acknowledged his victory with relief. After a short pause, the companion announced that the training part was over. He responded with a short yes. The heroes returned to introducing themselves to each other. The girl with the sword in her hand politely continued the conversation. She introduced herself as Noral Fanyu and suggested that we just call her Noral. She made a hand gesture. Noral looked at her companion with concern and asked again if he was okay. He did not answer right away. Noral grabbed his helmet in anger when the other man tried to lift it, unable to contain his emotions. Her reaction was unexpected. The warrior tried to justify himself by saying that he needed some time before he was ready. The situation turned into a tense dialogue. They semclientori. Meanwhile, the scene changed, and it became clear that the training had come to an end. A new stage in the hero's life in the world with elements of Gacha was just beginning. The words, Fanyu Rush, were heard above the hero's head, but he still couldn't understand where they came from. The warrior with the sword wearily complained of being tired, while the knight in the helmet stood nearby and did not understand what he was talking about. The hero lay down on the ground next to the stick, explaining that he was not used to heavy armor and felt exhausted. The girl in armor confirmed that he looked sloppy and tired. After a short dialogue, they decided to stop for the night as they had reached the main road and offered to use the item for the camp. A tent with camping equipment suddenly appeared nearby. The hero was surprised, and his companion confirmed that it was an ordinary item. The knight in the helmet sighed with relief, enjoying the comfort, and her companion looked at her in surprise. The boy watched as the female knight enthusiastically inspected the tent that had just been set up. She clapped her hands happily, while another similar figure stood nearby, clearly pleased with the result. A drop of liquid slowly trickled from the tip of the pipette, illuminated by a bright light against a white background. The scene looked concentrated and foreshadowed something important. A warrior in heavy armor and a guy with a bandage on his arm were sitting by a fire in the forest. They were quietly preparing food near a tent, enjoying a break from the events. She coldly commented on his behavior, noting that he was behaving too casually. It was clear that she was not thrilled with her new partner's physical form. The boy looked at the girl knight with interest and asked about the current state of affairs. She thought for a moment, looking towards the fire, before beginning to answer. At night, a voice was heard near the tent in the forest, reminding that this world was different from the one the protagonist came from. He continued his explanation, as if revealing an important truth about the new reality. The girl knight, lowering her head, calmly admitted that she was summoned to this world specifically to support the hero. Her words sounded like a serious and predetermined decision. The boy wondered at what was happening, noting how it reminded him of mechanics from the game. He looked puzzled, as if he hadn't expected it to be so familiar. Against the background of darkness, the moment of lighting the fire is shown. They are preparing for a night's rest. This creates an atmosphere of coziness and a transition to a calm conversation. The long-tailed warrior joyfully threw his hands up in the air and began chanting loudly, calling for the meal to begin. He did not hide his energy and enthusiasm as he waited for the food. Masaru noticed how excited Noral was about the upcoming dinner and commented on her mood with surprise. The girl in the helmet happily declared that food was something she always looked forward to. The heroes watched in delight as a dinner setting appeared before them with the simple push of a button. While eating, the heroine was shocked by the taste, and said with delight that the food was incredibly delicious. The hero thought about how amazing it was that such delicious dishes could be made from gacha. Late in the evening, he thought about the future and hoped that the cart could take them to the city. Suddenly, Masaru entered the battle, protecting the people from the goblins, and boldly attacked the enemy. Witnesses to the battle were amazed at the power of the weapon, noting how effective it was in combat. After the victory, the hero noted that the fight was too easy and headed towards the heroine. The heroine approached him and asked if he had finished the battle, calling him Lord. The heroine stood up with her sword, explaining that the enemies were weaker than she expected. The heroine playfully pulled her cheek, which caused her displeasure and complaint. In the morning, the traveler thanked them for their help during the night attack. Along the way, they learned that monsters rarely appeared in the area. The hero, exhausted, asked the heroine to carry him, but was refused. He had hoped to travel by cart, but he realized that he would have to walk. The heroine grabbed his hand and ran to keep up with the departing carriage. The city of Brun opened up to the travelers with wide streets, a lively crowd, and a cozy atmosphere. Their arrival marked the beginning of the next stage of their journey. The squad safely reached the city and found themselves in the center of the human stream. He began to count his companions to make sure that everyone was in place. The hero, visibly surprised, counted the coins in his hands, not believing the amount he had received. He said loudly that their reward was a whole 10,000 gil. The hero hesitantly asked if it was possible to do this, and received an affirmative answer from one of the men, who thanked him for his help. Remembering the merchant's words, the hero thought about the fact that the found items could be sold in grocery stores. He enthusiastically informed the heroine that today they would stop at a good tavern, preferably with tasty food. They decided to cash in the items first and then plan the evening. They began exchanging the items they found with traders, meeting different townspeople. She was delightedly holding several meat kebabs at once, and the hero commented doubtfully that a little is acceptable. While they were walking around the city, he thought that what was more important than the money itself was the magic stones needed for the gacha. He opened the app and noticed with alarm that he had no magic stones at all. In desperation, he began to knock on the machine, begging to be allowed to use the gacha, but he still couldn't find the exchanger. Finally, they arrived at a cozy building where they were greeted and asked if they were really just the two of them at the entrance to the hotel. He looked at the price of a night's stay in the hotel in shock, realizing that their funds were quickly dwindling. The clerk offered a cheaper option to stay in one room, which confused him. He abruptly rejected the idea, deciding to sacrifice food rather than spend the night together. The girl calmly stated that it did not bother her and exclaimed that he should wait. The hero asked in surprise if she was really against it, to which the girl responded with a question. She admitted that she wants to be with him always, from morning to evening. After some thought, he gave in and asked for one room for two. Later at dinner, she enjoyed the food, considering it the best moment of the day. He realized that her speech about together forever was just to save on housing. He checked their parameters on the device, and she watched with interest, clarifying what was happening. The hero was surprised to notice that despite the difference of only one level, their characteristics with Noral differed significantly. It turned out that her equipment significantly enhances her combat qualities, giving huge bonuses to defense and magic. He commented with bewilderment that such effects looked too unrealistic. Comparing his weapon and shield with her equipment, he felt clearly weaker. He picked up his gear and sadly noted that it only glowed in battle. Later, lying in the room, he began to ask questions about the structure of this world. He was worried about how to charge a smartphone here without a charger. She explained that the phone was powered by magical energy in the air. She added that it works similar to MP used in games. Hearing this, the hero nodded thoughtfully, accepting yet another unusual rule of the new world. The hero stared at the girl in bewilderment when she suggested asking any questions. He immediately asked how to get home, but in response he received only, "I don't know." Frustrated, he lay down on the bed and decided to just go to sleep. Before going to bed, he called out to clarify something. At this time, the girl was already taking a bath without removing her helmet from her head. The girl comes out of the bath and, putting on her nightgown, says that she had a wonderful rest. The guy watches her, remembering that she is still a girl. He is surprised that she hides her face even in a relaxed atmosphere. The girl calmly replies that it is quite natural. She explains that a shy girl should not show her face easily. While he looks a little embarrassed, the guy starts to object but quickly feels like he's being teased and can't help but feel a little irritated. The next day, the heroes complete their registration with the guild and get ready for a hunting mission. The girl receives an adventurer card and is surprised by its appearance and ranking system. The guy warns her not to lose the card, as restoring it will cost a lot. Later, they go to a forest near the city where monsters live. In the forest, they notice the first goblin and the boy points at him. Suddenly, they find themselves surrounded by a large group of goblins who have appeared from an ambush. She easily defeats the rare black orc, and Masaru is surprised at how easy it was. They rejoice at the rare monster meat they have obtained. The hero notices a change on his smartphone and becomes wary. He is checking something important. He suddenly discovers that the number of magic stones has increased and cannot contain his surprise. The heroes conclude that killing rare monsters brings more magic stones. Masaru finds a way to get them. Inspired by the discovery, Masaru and Noral enthusiastically continue hunting until the evening. A few days have passed since Masaru became an adventurer. In order to accumulate magic stones for Gacha, he hunted black orcs every day, and his rank increased from G to F. When the number of stones reached 50, Masaru excitedly announced that it was time for the Gachi. He was filled with enthusiasm and anticipation for the upcoming summoning. The heroine explained the rules of the local system. You can only get a unit through UR Gacha, and even then there is no guarantee. Masaru hoped for luck and was full of excitement. He activated the gacha, but instead of the desired UR, he received a regular white chest with an SSR item. The disappointment made him immediately decide to try again. He kept spinning the gacha, hoping for luck, but the system was too rigid. He laments the lack of a direct purchase function and complains about the unfairness of the world. He ends up with a sword called Excalibur, which he finds mediocre. However, when the system offers to strengthen it, the hero agrees. The enhanced sword adds strength and speed, but he still dreams of a rare unit. Meanwhile, the heroine decides to give him a plush toy. He learns that the toy is useless and is only valued for its appearance. However, she accepts it with a serious expression, finding it cute. He is surprised by her reaction but is glad that the gift was successful. After that, he decides to start all over again and save up stones again. The next day, the heroes take on an urgent task, escorting a cart through a forest with rare monsters. He agrees, seeing this as a chance to get the magic stones again. The group travels with an escorted wagon and discusses how they can now be relied upon in times of danger. One of them decides to use a new item, a stat checker app. The protagonist scans the man's information and notices that his stats are lower than expected. He also learns about the bonus when viewing women. When scanning a girl, the app shows her body parameters, which makes everyone feel awkward and surprised. When the caravan stops in the forest, the ground begins to shake and everyone notices something large approaching. A huge cyclops appears, frightening everyone with its size and terrifying appearance. One of the attendants suggests running away, but the protagonist, seeing the characteristics of the cyclops, decides that the battle is possible thanks to her presence. The protagonist offers her to fight and she agrees. After putting on special boots, she feels an increase in speed and defense. The heroine quickly approaches the monster, confidently moving towards the threat, despite its size. She activates a special skill that doubles her stats for a short time, enhancing her combat potential. She deals a powerful blow to the Cyclops, and the protagonist is surprised by her strength, expecting that this will be enough for victory. The Cyclops, despite the blow, turned out to be alive and begins to rise. The hero decides to attack himself while the monster has little strength left. The hero rushes to attack, but finds himself right in the face of the revived Cyclops, who stands up again, looming menacingly. A massive, muscular creature fell face down into the ground, sprawling across the surface and leaving a crater around itself. The girl in armor comes to Hisas and is surprised to be saved. The young man asks if she is okay and thanks her, but she does not immediately understand what he means. Sure. The girl's helmet accidentally falls off, and the hero sees her face for the first time. He is amazed at how beautiful she is. The girl takes off her helmet, and the boy is surprised to see her face. He is amazed by her appearance, after which she suddenly begins to cry loudly. The girl panics when she realizes she is without a helmet and begins to cover her face with her hands. She blushes and begs him not to look at her, while the young man watches what is happening with surprise. The young man gives the girl her helmet back and apologizes for what happened. She puts it back on, remembers that her face was visible, becomes embarrassed, and says that she is going home. The guy suggested that it might be a side effect of her skill. The boy realized that Noral's inability to move was a serious problem and tried to help her up as they hurried to join the others. He later told her to remain calm and rest in the tent, to which she weakly replied that she understood. The girl apologized and said that everything that happened was her fault, but then added that Okura was not to blame for anything. The guy carefully asked why she was trying so hard to hide her face, explaining that he wanted to know the reason in case it was important for the future. The girl admitted that she cannot move normally if someone sees her face, because it makes her feel ashamed and makes it difficult to speak confidently. She added that it was good that Okura saw her, because it is connected with the dignity of a knight. The girl sheepishly said that someone like her looked weird without a helmet and thought her face would make people laugh. The guy admitted that he was surprised to see her face, but thought it was cute. The guy was embarrassed and exclaimed that he had accidentally voiced his thoughts, after which he tried to hush up the conversation. However, the girl rushed towards him with delight and loudly declared that she would follow him for the rest of her life, which caused him to panic and feel pain from the unexpected jump. The next day, Noral had fully recovered, and their journey continued smoothly. The team successfully reached the village of Ruberg, after which the protagonist received a notification that the task had been completed. The boy suddenly exclaimed that they were returning to Brun immediately, which surprised the others. When asked what had happened, he did not explain, but mentally noted that he would prefer this than to continue to stay here. The guy solemnly announced that it was time for a strategy meeting and showed the girl a notification about a campaign with a double chance of getting UR units. The girl, confused, tried to clarify what strategy he was talking about, but he said with a serious look that this was their chance, and she responded by noting that it was just a game promotion. The guy enthusiastically explained that during the campaign he would be able to get 2 UR units if he tried 100 times, since the drop rate was 2%. He said that they needed to collect 50 magic stones a day, which shocked the girl. The boy announced that he had come up with a plan that would allow them to collect 50 magic stones a day, and demanded that the girl listen to him without objection. He promised to reveal the strategy and led her deep into the forest, beyond the usual hunting grounds, to begin collecting. The guy found the monster's spawn point and explained that they usually hunted far from it, wasting time between battles. He noted that if you fight closer to the spawn point, you can encounter enemies more often and thus increase the efficiency of gathering. The guy explained that due to their ability to quickly defeat monsters, they can increase their efficiency if they fight more often. He added that he does not intend to limit himself to one spawn point, because it is better to hunt at several spawns at once so as not to waste time. Although the hunt was going well and they found 5 spawn points, the girl began to get tired already on the first day, and asked with displeasure if there would be more orcs. The guy realized that he could not implement the plan without her, and agreed to continue after she begged him, promising to fulfill any of his wishes after completing the task. The 10-day hunt for black orcs began, and on the second day the heroes were actively fighting at various spawn points. On the third day they continued the hunt, but the girl was already starting to get tired. On the fourth day she entered the battle again, despite her growing fatigue. On the fifth day, the girl looked exhausted, but still continued to participate in training and battles. On the sixth day, despite her fatigue, she again entered into battle with the orcs, demonstrating fortitude. On the seventh day, the girl, who had clearly gotten used to what was happening, cheerfully called the next orc and entered the battle with excitement. She easily attacked the next enemy, demonstrating confidence and fighting spirit. She notes with concern that the others are late, and declares that she will not waste another second, as long as there is an orc in the world. She is fully prepared for battle, while Masaru is slightly confused. Already in the city, she, not distinguishing the target, enthusiastically rushes into the attack, confusing a man with an orc. The hero tries with all his might to stop her, because they are still in a populated area. The heroine is completely exhausted, and can no longer hold back her fatigue. The hero takes her to the inn, where she continues to mutter almost unconsciously about the need to kill orcs. He notices that the rhythm of collecting magic stones is slowing down and realizes that he has overloaded the heroine. She is exhausted and on the verge of a breakdown, which makes him wonder where their limit is. With only a few days left in the campaign, he is determined to fight. He is going to go out and continue hunting for stones, despite his fatigue. On the penultimate day of the hunt, he decides to head to another monster spawn zone to lighten the load. He intends to work alone, despite the possible dangers. She agrees with trepidation, and the hero goes into the forest alone. He admits to himself that he is actually afraid to go alone, but continues to move forward. In the forest, the hero encounters a large and ferocious monster. Despite his fear, he decides to attack, realizing that it is too late to retreat. On the last day of the campaign, the hero finds shelter under a tree, exhausted beyond measure. The heroine notices his condition and seems to almost collapse from fatigue as well. Finally, the heroes reach the 500 magic stones mark. Exhausted but happy, they scream with joy, celebrating the completion of a difficult marathon. He excitedly announced that the long-awaited moment had arrived. The Hihachi Carnival had opened. He happily showed off the amount of magic stones he had accumulated, intending to try his luck at Gacha summoning. After the first unsuccessful summoning, her mood worsened, but he continued with optimism. When 2 SSR items dropped in a row, she noticeably perked up, hoping that the next one would be UR. On the 4th try, he caught SR and tried to stay calm. He still believed that with so many tries, he would definitely get lucky. Attempts 5 through 7 again yielded only senior. Despite the mounting tension, he tried to keep his cool and convinced himself that everything was going within the statistical norm. With only 2 attempts left, he began to lose hope. Anxiety appeared on his face, but he refused to give up and focused on his last chances. After the 9th attempt, he was in despair. SR again. She tried to support him, saying that everything would be fine and wished him luck on the last throw. Remembering how they tried and fought, the hero promised himself to give it his all, for her and all their efforts. He pressed the last call button. However, the final summoning was a failure. Instead of the expected rarity, he got a useless item. He screamed in despair. Having lost his strength, he fell. Inwardly, he wondered what all this was for. He wanted to return the stones and roll back time. She tried to console him and suggested that he try again. She wanted to try herself, believing that everything would work out if she kept trying. Hiroi remembered how he himself had lost his mind from greed for UR units, and admitted to himself that he should have thought about his behavior. He watched as the girl excitedly prepared to make her throw, not guessing the result. The girl suddenly screamed that she had gotten UR, which shocked and delighted the hero at the same time. He couldn't believe that this had happened until a powerful sorceress with red eyes appeared on the screen. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he couldn't hold back his tears and hugged the girl who had drawn the winning ticket. His relief and joy literally burst out. The heroes went to an open place to perform the summoning ritual, and the hero noted that the new UR unit had powerful magic. Although she looked cute, he was worried about her personality and had some doubts. As the hero placed the tablet on the ground to summon, he apologized for his past mistakes. The girls watched the events, waiting for a new ally to appear. A sorceress with a staff appeared from the bright light, her cloak and hair fluttering, creating a spectacular first impression. The boy watched the summoning with delight and excitement. The sorceress came closer and looked at them with interest. After a short introduction, she learned the names of her summoners and confirmed that they were the ones who had summoned her. The guy asked the girl to introduce herself, but she was surprised to notice that he already knew everything. In the end, she agreed, and a casual contact was established between them. She thoughtfully asked what benefit she would receive if she joined them. The hero tried to convince her with words about hunting monsters together, and expressed his readiness to go all the way. After thinking for a while, the girl smiled and admitted that she was just joking. She was interested in the hero's character and agreed to join the group, becoming their second companion. Heihachi watched the heroine excitedly prepare for the Gacha prize. He remembered how he himself had once been happy when UR characters dropped and wondered when it all turned into an obsession. She excitedly announced that a UR character had dropped, which left them shocked. Together, they waited anxiously to see who they had gotten until they saw the appearance of a mage girl. One of the girls suddenly said that she was happy to share a room with him, which greatly embarrassed the guy. The second supported her, but was indignant that in this case he would get a room only for himself, calling it unfair, despite the guy's objections. Both girls insisted on sharing a room for the three of them, and even hugged the guy, saying that they didn't mind sharing the space with him. The guy was initially embarrassed by the idea of living with two girls, but then wondered if he should give up such an opportunity, while one of the girls asked him innocently if it was a burden to him. The guy, embarrassed by the girl's look, admitted that he would not mind sharing a room with them, considering her behavior too sweet. In response, she warned with a sly smile that he might regret calling her, but out loud she only said that she was looking forward to living together. One of the girls started to comb Noral's hair, admiring her hair and saying that her new hairstyle made her cuter, and then suggested that she take off her eye mask. Noral panicked and refused, insisting that she didn't want to, and the guy, watching their noisy conversation, noted with a smile how well they got along. The guy admitted that he was initially worried about summoning Estelle, but now he realized that his fears were in vain. While the girls were playing, he decided to take advantage of the moment and checked Estelle's characteristics through the app, including her level, abilities, and cost. The guy continued to analyze Estelle's status and noted that as a mage, she had a high mana reserve but low defense. He also noticed her UR equipment with very strong characteristics, and then, looking at the data from the app, he learned her body parameters, which confused him a little. The guy screamed in panic when he noticed Estelle's breast size was displayed on the screen and was afraid that she would see it. While she asked him with a smile what he was looking at, he tried to pretend that nothing had happened. When the girl almost saw her stats on the screen, the guy panicked and started making excuses. He quickly stated that he was just looking at the items he got through Gacha rolls, trying to hide the real screen. The girl looked at the guy suspiciously, doubting his explanation, and he, visibly nervous, tried to remain calm. After a pause and a close look, she suddenly leaned towards him, but instead of continuing the interrogation, she simply changed the subject, saying, "Okay." Suddenly, the girl hugged the guy tightly with a joyful cry, pressing herself against him. He was stunned by such an unexpected action and did not understand what was happening until she pressed herself even tighter with a satisfied expression on her face. The girl continued to hug the guy and with a playful smile noticed that he was unexpectedly well built. He was confused and thought that perhaps she was hinting to him not to object, since she had previously forgiven his actions. Then she asked with a sly grin if he had any complaints. Noral, noticing another girl hugging a guy, came over and decided to join in with a vengeful smile, remembering how he hadn't helped her before. The guy was caught between them and screamed in panic, realizing that he was in an unpleasant situation. From inside the building, the boy could be heard screaming, begging for it to stop, saying it wasn't funny at all. He was apologizing and calling for help, clearly in an awkward or difficult situation. The next morning, the girls tried to ask the guy where they were going, but he was so tired that he barely responded. He thought that after everything that happened the night before, he had not been able to get enough sleep, which irritated one of the girls. The boy suggested that they first go to the Adventurers Guild to register Estelle. When they entered, the hall was buzzing with excitement, but the girl's appearance caused surprise and whispers among those present, as if someone recognized her. When they entered the guild, everyone started looking at them in surprise, and the guy was confused about what it was all about. He explained that he wanted to register Estelle as an adventurer since she had just joined their group, and people around them were starting to guess that she might be a mage. The receptionist was embarrassed at the sight of Estelle, apologized, and handed the registration forms to the guy. And he realized that mages were rare here. He was told that most mages were either in A-rank units or served in the Royal Army's magic division. While everyone in the guild was looking at them with interest, Estelle noticed that the gazes were lingering on her more often. After completing the registration, she was given a nameplate, and she noticed that its color was different from Okura's, which made her suspicious and thoughtful. The boy and girl informed Estelle that they were already E-ranked, while she had only been given the entry-level G rank. Estelle sadly tried to ask for the same rank for herself, but the receptionist apologized, explaining that the rules did not allow it, which made Estelle feel excluded. When Estelle started crying, everyone in the guild stared at the boy with disapproval, blaming him for making her cry. He tried to justify himself in confusion, and the other adventurers offered to take the quest immediately, promising to help him so that Estelle could quickly increase her rank. With a sweet smile, Estelle declared that she was going to blow up all the enemies in order to quickly rise to rank E. The boy cautiously agreed, and the girl in armor noted that it was scary how seriously Estelle said it. The girl approached the boy, noticing that he was having fun without her, and with a sly smile decided to join in. She thought that Okura was now in trouble, and with a vengeful expression, she said that this was payback for him not helping her earlier. The girls were surprised by the guy's appearance, to which he explained that thanks to the items from the Gacha, he was able to significantly improve his equipment. Despite the fact that the armor looks too noticeable, he said that the main thing is the characteristics, and he put on glasses to seem smarter, although he was not sure about it. The guy put on special glasses that allowed him to secretly view the smartphone screen, and with their help, he began to check Noral and Estelle's levels. When he accidentally saw their figure parameters, especially those marked as E and AAA, he was very embarrassed, and Estelle suspiciously asked what was going on. When several orcs and goblins jumped out of the forest at once, Estelle calmly stepped forward. The guy wondered if her ability was too cheating, because she could use powerful magic in an area, and Estelle herself confidently offered to put on a demonstration. After Estelle destroyed the enemies with a powerful attack, the boy acknowledged her strength, but noted that the result looked quite scary. When asked to use something weaker, she calmly replied that this was already one of the weakest wind spells, and suggested another option. Estelle cast another spell, releasing a multitude of sharp projectiles that instantly pierced the orcs and goblins. The boy watching this was shocked by the destructive power of even her weak attacks. The boy asked in surprise what kind of spell it was, and Estelle calmly replied that she simply condensed the water and released it. After that, she enthusiastically asked if she could now use her full power, but the others panicked and tried to stop her, afraid of being hit. The boy marveled at the power of magic as he watched Estelle destroy groups of enemies from a distance with her impressive firepower. He noted that with Noral and Estelle on their team, they had a powerful and reliable fighting force. The heroes had to ride in a carriage with other people, despite the cramped conditions. While they were getting inside, the guy was squeezed between two girls, and soon the carriage left Brun, starting their new journey. Specialization. And this makes everyone uneasy. Their journey to the capital of Sting was supposed to take 10 days, passing through several villages. After a few days of travel, the girls began to get bored, and to pass the time, the boy suggested playing rock, paper, scissors, but everyone quickly agreed that it would become boring too quickly. Noral, suffering from motion sickness in the carriage, complained of a headache and nausea, saying she couldn't take it anymore and wanted to go home. The others sympathized with her excitement before the trip and advised her to just talk it out and feel better. Noral felt sick again, refusing to do anything in her current state and sheepishly rejecting help. The boy turned to Estelle in a panic, hoping she had a suitable spell, but she calmly replied that restorative magic was not her specialty. Even though restorative magic wasn't her specialty, Estelle still decided to help, and calmly said that she would handle it herself. She began casting a spell, creating a magic circle on her finger. During the battle with the Minotaur, Estelle asked with a smile if she should fight with all her strength. She easily wounded the monster, which amazed the onlookers, who did not expect her to be able to inflict such damage on such a powerful opponent. Estelle began using powerful magic, causing a blinding flash of light, causing those around her to panic and realize that this was no ordinary girl. The boy desperately exclaimed if she had any weaker spells, and the enemies were frightened and suggested an immediate retreat, amazed by her power. With a smile and a flick of her hand, Estelle cast another spell, accompanying it with a playful, "Hiya heart." At that moment, the enemies began to retreat in panic, but it was too late. A powerful wave of magic quickly covered everything in front of her, crashing down on the Minotaur and his minions. The powerful explosion from Estelle's spell sent debris and dust flying into the air, leaving destruction in its wake. The boy and his companion watched in amazement, cowering behind cover, shocked by the force of her attack. Estelle's spell came down with devastating force, causing a massive explosion and leaving chaos in its wake. She watched the result with a satisfied smile, confirming her confidence in the power of magic, while the surviving enemies fled in panic. Estelle, enjoying the results of destructive magic, admitted with a blissful smile that this magic brings her the greatest pleasure. The guy, watching her, noted that her style was much more daring than Noral's, and thought about the uncertain future of their squad. A few days after the Minotaur's attack, the heroes continued their journey in the carriage. While the others were enjoying the journey, Noral was feeling ill again and lay slumped in the seat, suffering from motion sickness. The carriage with the heroes finally reached the royal capital named Sting, a large city with dense buildings and an impressive castle in the center. The heroes finally arrived in the royal capital. The city greeted them with majestic buildings and bustling streets, and from this moment the story moves to a new stage. The group arrived in the capital, and the boy suggested heading straight to the Adventurers Guild. Seeing that Noral was still feeling ill from the journey, he suggested that she stay and rest, but she overcame herself and firmly stated that she could not allow him to go alone. The boy handed Noral a potion, explaining that it was supposed to help her recover and feel better. She asked doubtfully if it was really safe, and he confidently confirmed. Estelle smiled and praised the taste of the potion, and the other girl remarked that she deserved a rest, because she had tried so hard in the last few days. Estelle sincerely thanked her for her concern. The heroes arrived at the Adventurers Guild of the capital Sting, where they were told that they had to re-register, as they had arrived from another city. The guy handed over his tablet to confirm the documents, and noticed that each guild had different types of quests. The registrar was surprised to learn that Estelle was a mage, but she immediately registered her and allowed her to take on assignments from today. The guy noted that the people around him also made a fuss about the rarity of the mage. The guy said that the attention to Estelle was caused not only by the fact that she was a mage, but also by her beauty. At that moment, a stranger approached her and asked for a minute. The stranger introduced himself as Deepening, the leader of a B-rank adventurer group. He clarified that Estelle was a mage and wanted to discuss something with her permission. Deus smiled and asked Estelle to join his group. Okuro and Noral were shocked by this sudden invitation. Okuro interrupted the conversation and stated that Estelle was already in their group. Deus asked in surprise if that was true. Deus expressed his disbelief, doubting that a mage could really join an E-rank group. He added that Estelle looked too young and asked if she had been tricked into joining. Deus advised Estelle to stop working with the guy, saying that he didn't even look like a real adventurer. He also made fun of his flashy equipment. Deus promised Estelle an immediate promotion to B rank if she joined his team, assuring her that it would be the best choice for her future. Estelle admitted that the offer sounded tempting. The guy confirmed with a smile that his offer sounded tempting and began to persuade Estelle. The protagonist called out to her in a panic, surprised by her possible consent. As the boy extended his hand to seal the deal, Estelle suddenly stopped him. He froze with his hand outstretched, and the protagonist watched from behind. Estelle calmly refused, saying that she was not interested in him. The guy was shocked by her direct answer. Estelle confessed that she became an adventurer because she wanted to be close to Oni-san. The boy was touched, realizing her sincere feelings. The boy felt guilty for doubting Estelle. She responded sharply to Dias, stating that her current team was stronger than his, and questioned why she should even move to a weaker group. Estelle said that it was unpleasant for her to hear someone criticize Okura-san. Then she openly admitted that she hated that person. Dale proposed a duel. If he won, Estelle would join his squad. If he lost, he would agree to any condition his opponent would give. The guy was about to agree to the terms of the duel, but Estelle abruptly covered his mouth. He asked her to be quiet and stepped forward, looking his opponent in the face. The black-haired boy fell to his knees before his opponent, sincerely asking him not to take his companion. He could hardly contain his emotions, asking only to save their team. The young man willingly lowers himself for the sake of his companion, demonstrating his determination to protect her at any cost. He admits out loud that he is ready to endure even humiliation for the sake of his dear comrade. Delos remarked that he could have dismissed this as childish folly if it had been only a matter of words. However, humiliated in front of so many people, he declared that he understood. Delos proposed a wager of 1 million gil instead of a duel, confident that his opponent would not be able to raise such a sum. However, the latter immediately demonstrated the ringing of coins, showing that he had the money. The boy threw a bag of coins on the table and loudly asked if it was enough. One of the men confirmed that there was indeed 1 million gil in there. Delos responded with a restrained chuckle. The boy agreed to the duel and declared that he accepted the challenge for his honor. Delos added with a grin that by tomorrow, rumors of their duel would spread throughout the city. Estelle explained that duels between adventurers were considered a completely normal and appropriate event in this city. Estelle apologized to Okura, saying that it was all because of her. He replied that there was no need to worry about it, as he understood what it was like to want to respond to such a person. Okura patted Estelle on the head and told her not to make that face. He added that it was ruining her cute expression. Estelle snorted, calling Okura's words banal. Her friend remarked that it was surprising that he was not angry at all. Okura replied that he was angry, and asked her not to say such things, since he himself was well aware of it. Okura had already checked the opponent's status. He admitted that he was inferior to him in basic parameters, but if you take into account the equipment, he was superior. He also noted that in a team with Noral and Estelle, he had no chance of losing. The guy with his fist raised confidently declared that they would definitely win the upcoming fight. His companions walked next to him, and one of them with a slight grin noted that he was spoiling the fighting mood with his excessive enthusiasm. The armored boy looked at the arena in horror, not believing that he would have to fight in front of such a huge audience. The night girl and their companions stood calmly nearby, while an announcement was heard from the balcony that the duel was about to begin. The crowd of spectators eagerly awaited the start of the duel in the arena. The host solemnly announced that the fight between two adventurers would now begin. One of them was the hero himself. The guy noted with relief that his opponent had not run away after all and had arrived at the arena. The rival acknowledged the hero's courage with a grin, praising him at least for not running away. The hero thanked him politely, trying to remain calm. The opponent mockingly promised to show the difference between their ranks and advised the hero not to disgrace himself. The guy clenched his fist in anger, and his companions on the side called the opponent an egoist and a fool. Suddenly, a girl with ponytails appeared and reproachfully attacked the hero's rival, accusing him of causing trouble again. The others watched the scene with surprise and tension. A girl from another squad apologized for her leader's behavior, saying that he had let everyone down again. While the hero was perplexed, the rival shouted in irritation that it was all her fault. He tried to justify himself by saying that he simply wanted to save the hero's companion, believing that she was being deceived, and invite her to his team. The girl intervened decisively in the dispute, declaring that she would not tolerate objections and promised to return the money for the bet, even if their team won. The hero was surprised to realize that the opponents no longer seemed to believe in their victory and were ready to give up the bet. The girl with pigtails showed off the ring with an innocent smile, saying that she got it from her big brother. In front of everyone, she announced that it was their engagement ring, which shocked everyone around her. The embarrassed hero tried to justify himself by saying that he had not meant anything serious when he gave him the ring. The opponent, stunned by what he heard, grabbed him by the chest, accusing him of a hidden relationship. Despite the misunderstanding, he declared that he would fight seriously, since he could not afford to lose. The sorceress calmly admitted that she did not mind the rumors about their relationship, because it could even play into their hands. The girl with ponytails explained that now the opponent would definitely not invite her to his team. At this time, the duel was about to begin. The opposing squad entered the arena with a flourish to the cheers of the crowd, showing coherence and confidence, as their team included a warrior, a tank, an archer, and a healer. The perfect combination for battle. The hero, observing their popularity, noted with irony that such a reaction was not surprising, as their leader clearly knew how to make an impression. In the duel, the teams had to fight not against each other but against a huge monster, an ogre with a powerful attack and an impressive physique, which immediately set a tense atmosphere for the test. The conditions of the battle stipulated that the winner would be the squad that would deal with the monster faster, and the time was limited by an hourglass. As soon as the start signal sounded, the huge monster rushed forward with fury, swinging its massive weapon, and the fight officially began in front of the entire arena. The teams took up battle positions, preparing to prove who would be the fastest to defeat the formidable opponent. A warrior from the enemy team stepped in the ogre's path, skillfully deflecting the blow of the huge club with his shield. At this time, their healer activated a spell, preparing support in case of injuries. The opposing team worked together. The tank kept the ogre's attention, the warrior and archer dealt blows, and the healer provided magical support from the rear. Their coordinated tactics demonstrated a well-thought-out fighting style based on teamwork. The hero's opponent launched a swift strike with the special technique Sound Blade, sending a powerful wave straight into the ogre's chest. The attack was accompanied by a bright burst of energy, emphasizing the power of the technique. The hero watched his opponent's technique with an indifferent expression, admitting that he was already bored of watching the fight. The night girl noted the weakness in the opponent's attack power, and the sorceress asked with slight boredom when it would finally end. The enemy team proudly finished the battle and left the arena to applause, finishing in about 10 minutes. The hero calmly noted that this was to be expected for a B-rank squad, and the sorceress expressed confidence that their team would cope much faster. The opponent, with a smug smile, reminded them that their result was the strength of a B-rank squad, and challenged them to complete the task just as quickly. The hero and his companions listened to him calmly, not giving in to the provocation. The rival mockingly expressed doubts about whether they would be able to cope with the task at all, which caused indignation in the girl with ponytails. The hero quickly apologized, although he himself did not understand why exactly, trying to smooth over the situation. When the second team entered the arena, announcing their appearance, the meeting was almost without applause, in stark contrast to the previous one. The sorceress noted with a slight grin that they were clearly not popular, and the hero reminded them that they had only recently arrived in this city. The hero looked around the arena with concern, realizing that the audience did not believe in their victory and expected a quick failure. From all sides came mockery, and offers for the sorceress to join another team, while the spectators did not hide their doubts in their strength. The hero, overcome with anxiety, complained of a sudden pain in his stomach, unsure of the upcoming battle. However, the night girl and the sorceress confidently supported him, assuring that with them he would definitely not lose, and offered to surprise all the spectators. The hero began sorting through the items he had received through Gacha to prepare for the fight with his opponent, and the sorceress drew attention to the new ring, assuming it looked like a wedding ring. The night girl immediately thought it was just new equipment, while the hero panicked and tried to explain himself. The hero clenched his fist with determination, giving the signal to begin the fight, and immediately began to distribute roles in the team. He ordered the night girl to take the ogre's blow, and the sorceress to attack immediately after the support was completed. The hero entered the battle with precise calculation and managed to throw the ogre into the air, surprising everyone by the fact that the attacking monster ended up on the defensive. While the spectators were amazed at what was happening, he confidently declared that it was now his turn to act. The sorceress calmly released a powerful spell that caused an explosion and ended the attack with stunning effect. The hero watched the events unfold in confusion, and the spectators in the stands froze in surprise at such an outcome. The fight ended abruptly, and the arena host announced the victory of the hero's team, which shocked even the opponent. While the crowd exploded with applause, the hero noted with relief that his allies were so reliable that he himself almost did not have to interfere. The opponent admitted defeat with dignity, apologizing for his behavior and offering the hero a handshake. The hero accepted the apology with gratitude, and the fight ended on a friendly note to the applause of the spectators. The hero and his former rival shook hands and decided to live in peace from that moment on, despite their inner hostility. Watching them, the girls noted that, despite their external differences, they were surprisingly similar in spirit. The day after the duel, the squad went on another mission, and the girl knight fought a new enemy, a feathered monster. While she fought on the front lines, the rest of the squad prepared to support her at a safe distance. The combat mage had been promoted to E rank and was now relaxing next to the energetic girl who easily hugged her. Together, they looked like sisters having fun without stress. The boy lay on the bed, sighing heavily, while the mage and the blonde sitting next to him watched his reaction in surprise. The blonde reminded him that the mage had recently been promoted to E rank, wondering why he still looked so depressed. The boy admitted in a low voice that he felt weak, as he had difficulty dealing with monsters and had not yet made a real contribution to the battles. The night girl calmly noted that he simply lacked experience, and the sorceress added that he was an ordinary person, and this was natural. The guy suddenly jumped up and shouted that it was about the Gacha, clearly upset by its absence. He explained that due to a break in hunting, he only had 2 magic stones left, and he had not made new attempts for a long time. The boy stood up with a determined expression on his face, and announced that if the action suddenly began, he would be in trouble without the magic stones. He pointed his hand forward, solemnly declaring that it was time to go and collect them. The girl with glasses and a serious expression on her face jumped up and ran forward. Her miniature companion rushed after her in surprise, not having time to react. The girl in glasses shouted to her companion that it was time to run, and without waiting for an answer, she dragged her along. Both quickly ran out of the room, leaving behind the confused spectators. The guy suddenly appeared in front of the girl in glasses, causing her to scream in fear. She jumped back in panic, not expecting such an appearance. The guy suddenly appeared next to the girls, explaining that he had installed a teleport beacon in advance in case of escape. He declared that it was time to collect the magic stones again, but the girl in glasses desperately resisted, begging him not to make her go through this again. The guy tried to convince the girl of the need to collect magic stones, explaining that without them, he would not be able to participate in future campaigns. He promised that during the hunt they would increase their level, get new equipment, and solve the problem of his weakness. The guy confidently declared that they would start collecting magic stones from tomorrow, and then asked the sorceress to put the resisting girl to sleep. The sorceress calmly agreed to fulfill the request, but her actions caused an unexpected reaction. The boy admitted that the previous experience had been too hard for the girl, so he was going to be gentler now. He then enthusiastically calculated that to get the required amount of magic stones, they only needed to defeat about 600 monsters a day, which caused the girl to smile tensely. The boy was surprised to find himself pinned to the ground by a girl with 2 ponytails, who offered to talk with a serious expression on her face. He clearly panicked, not understanding where the situation was leading, and soon screamed in excitement. The boy apologized to the night girl, asking her to stop being angry, but she did not immediately soften. The sorceress calmly accepted the apology, and the knight pointed out with annoyance that she was forgiven too easily. Despite their dissatisfaction, they agreed to go collect magic stones, admitting that they could not abandon this idea. The sorceress apologized for what happened and assured that there was nothing to worry about now. The night girl said that she had talked to the guy after his crazy idea to hunt hundreds of monsters a day, and now they decided to go to the hunting place using the magic carpet to move. As the trio stood by the magic carpet, they were surprised that it could actually fly, and began to discuss who would fly it. The guy confidently declared that he had a license, and soon the whole group soared into the sky, setting off with a fighting spirit. The travelers arrived at a snowy mountainous area where the entrance to a cave was located among the rocks. A sign indicated its name, the Northern Cave, and inside there was already a dark, dimly lit passage. The girl in heavy armor held back the onslaught of a horde of insectoid monsters at the entrance to the cave. Soon the guy ordered a retreat, and the sorceress prepared for the next move. The sorceress activated a powerful area spell, unleashing a glowing strike on the crowd of monsters in the cave. The party watched the effect of the attack, discussing how effective area spells were in hunting. As the hero explained the hunting strategy, he noted that magical attacks were particularly effective against the local monsters, despite their high defense. However, he was concerned that the poisonous scorpions could be a problem, especially if the female knight had to act as bait. The boy admitted that he couldn't let the night girl carry the entire load alone, despite her resistance to poison. He suggested changing the hunting grounds to avoid danger, and the whole group went to a new location to collect magic stones. In the west, the group encountered vile monsters and immediately abandoned the hunt in this area. In the east, the opponents had high magical defense, which also made this area unsuitable for resource gathering. During the carpet ride, the group discussed how none of the new locations would be as effective as the northern cave. The female knight suggested returning there if no better option could be found, and expressed her willingness to go it alone despite her recent doubts. The night girl reflected on her behavior, not wanting to cause trouble due to her own selfishness. At the same time, she realized that the boy truly cared about her and was considerate of her feelings. During the journey, the girl knight asked how her friend managed to convince the guy. She answered evasively, hinting at a secret, while the guy himself recalled his experiences with an awkward smile. During the battle with the monsters, the armored scorpions fell one after another under the blows, leaving behind hundreds of magic stones. The amount of resources obtained increased rapidly, confirming the effectiveness of their new approach. During the protracted hunt for magic stones, the mage girl could hardly stand on her feet from fatigue, complaining about her efforts being ignored. While the others discussed the amount of resources obtained and the state of the tank, she asked to finally notice how hard it was for her to constantly use magic. As the group continued hunting in the cave, the young man watched the efficiency of the hunt with enthusiasm, unable to stop. Suddenly, he excitedly informed the others about the start of the Gacha festival, noticing the increased chance of rare equipment on the screen. The young man, sitting on the bed in front of two girls, solemnly announced the beginning of another carnival connected with his attempts at Gacha. The girl in glasses warned him that such a name brings misfortune, and the second one noted with a smile his constant failure in such matters. The boy, with a serious expression on his face, declared that he was going to limit himself to only 5 attempts in a row. He also said that he would allow the night girl and the sorceress to make 2 summons each, causing surprise and admiration from both. The guy smugly adjusted his glasses and with a confident smile declared that 1 try was enough for him, because the chosen one, like him, easily gets the rarest prize. In the background, the girls watched this with surprise. The girl with the long hair waved her hand enthusiastically, declaring that she was ready to pull, and loudly exclaimed about her luck. The guy watched from the side, pretending to give her the initiative, while the second girl stood modestly nearby. The boy looked at the screen in surprise, having learned that the girl with long hair had pulled out 2 rare items at once. She confirmed her luck with a satisfied smile, after which it was the turn of the second girl to make her move, and she excitedly prepared to try. The girl with 2 ponytails happily showed off the cards she had managed to pull out, including rare SSR items. The guy admitted that it seemed to be easier to get such items now, but noted with disappointment that UR had not dropped even once. The guy sat down in front of the phone, determined to show off his luck despite his doubts. He mentally encouraged himself, hoping that he would get something valuable, like his 2 companions. The boy let out a joyful cry as a sparkling rainbow box appeared in front of him, surprising everyone with his result. Both girls watched in amazement as he received a guaranteed top-tier reward. The guy was preparing to see the result of the summoning with a smug smile, not hiding his self-confidence. The girls looked at each other, noticing that he was barely holding back his delight, despite his feigned calm. The guy was excitedly waiting for the result of the summoning, but the item he received turned out to be a copy of the night girl's sword that already existed. She, seeing this, was dumbfounded by surprise, and the sorceress who was watching everything looked puzzled. The guy quickly made excuses, claiming that he had done nothing, and the girl with glasses, holding the sorceress in her arms, asked her not to be angry with her. The night girl looked at his expression with concern, finding it frightening, although he claimed that he had not said anything. The guy hugged both girls, causing them to bewilder. The sorceress asked suspiciously why his hand was reaching for the device, despite his promise to limit himself to only 5 attempts. The guy insists that he wasn't going to use Gacha again, but won't let the girl go. She says she believes him, but still suspects that he won't be able to resist if she's allowed to leave. The boy begged for another Gacha pull, confident that the next one would definitely yield a UR item. The girls were stunned by his desperate determination, but eventually let go of his hands, giving in to the onslaught of emotion. With difficulty uttering permission, the girls allowed him to pull the gacha again, seeing how far he was willing to go for his goal. The guy solemnly accepted their concession, internally rejoicing despite feeling guilty for his behavior. He could no longer resist the temptation, mentally saying goodbye to his moral principles. The guy prepared for the pull, as if for a sacred rite, in the hope of getting the best trophy. To his surprise, he pulled out a UR cape with effects that increased defense, magic resistance, and self-healing ability. He couldn't help but shout with joy as if he had won a real lottery. The girls reluctantly acknowledged his persistence, noting that it was what brought him success. All three were pleased with the outcome, although with different feelings about it. Night fell, and the whole group, tired after the events, were peacefully resting in the hotel room. One of the girls woke up and, looking around, suddenly moved to the guy's bed with a joyful smile. The boy woke up from the movement and was shocked to find the girl lying next to him, pressed too close. She calmly explained that she just wanted to sleep with him because she felt lonely. The girl, a little embarrassed, admitted that she had long dreamed of spending the night next to him, to feel warmth and protection. The guy was amazed by her frankness and did not know how to react to the sudden closeness. The girl, snuggled up to the guy in the same bed, sadly admitted that she had long dreamed of sleeping with him because she easily feels lonely. From the other corner of the room, the second one exclaimed, demanding that the guy show determination, which made him completely embarrassed. The guy carefully crawled towards the girl, hoping for closeness, but she continued to push him away even at that moment. The second girl, who was watching this, calmly reproached him for trying to wake up her friend and then told him to go back to his bed. The girl hesitantly lowered her gaze and weakly asked if they could just spend the night together. The guy looked at her in surprise, not expecting such a proposal. The guy reluctantly agreed, realizing that it was difficult to refuse in such a situation, and lay down next to the girl. Suddenly, a third one approached them, asking in surprise what was going on, after which she resolutely hugged her friend and lay down next to her. The guy looked worriedly at the girl who had left, and quietly asked her not to disappear so suddenly. At that moment, one of the girls sat up in bed and hugged her friend, pouting her lips in annoyance that she had been interrupted at the most interesting moment. After long battles with monsters, the guy suggested taking a break, and the girls responded to his idea with approval. One of them happily agreed, but admitted that she had no idea what to do on her day off. The guy offered two girls to go shopping and gave them 5 gold coins. He said that he had things to do, and if the money was not enough, he would give them more, but asked them not to waste it. The guy said he had an appointment with another adventurer because the materials he had collected from the bug hunt were in demand. He asked the two girls to just hang out today and showed them that he was going to sell the resources he had found. The guy handed over responsibility for his girlfriend to the girl with ponytails and stayed where he was. Both girls, encouraged, happily ran down the street together. A girl with glasses suggested to her friend where they could go, and she thought for a moment. They walked around the city until one of them pointed to a store and suggested they look in there. The girls went into a clothing store and one of them was surprised by the selection. Her friend started convincing her that wearing regular clothes wasn't enough if she wanted to be treated like a real girl. The girls started trying on different outfits in the store. One looked like a sorceress, the other like a warrior. The friend watched this with interest and an appraising look. The girls entered the clothing store, and one of the saleswomen immediately became wary. The second began to discuss the strange appearance of her friend in a mask, suggesting that they spend the day choosing a new outfit, especially for her. The girl with pigtails waited impatiently for her friend near the fitting room, and then abruptly opened the door, causing her to scream in surprise. After examining the new outfit, she sheepishly noted that she felt uncomfortable, and her friend praised her appearance. A girl with long hair asked her friend to take off her mask, wanting to see her face at least once. At first, she was scared and wanted to change back, but after some hesitation, she finally agreed to lift the mask. The girl stood in front of the mirror in her new dress, shyly clutching her collar and wondering if she looked good. Her face expressed slight embarrassment and hope for approval. The girl with the mask waited uncertainly for a reaction, fiddling with the hem of her dress and asking her friend to say something. In response, she admitted with admiration that the outfit really suited her very well and was surprised at how nice her companion could be. The girl in the mask sheepishly admitted that she had once shown herself without it, but it had happened in a moment of weakness when she was crying. She did not see his reaction, but her friend assumed that he was surprised, The girl in the dress admitted that even after he saw her face and heard her speech change, he continued to talk to her the same way. This made her very happy. The girl in the dress admitted that she did not feel awkward talking to her friend, but categorically refused to go out in this form. The friend was surprised by her reaction, and she quickly covered herself, turning away in embarrassment. The girl put the blindfold on again, explaining that it was easier and calmer for her. Her friend suggested practicing showing up without it, but she immediately reacted sternly, forcing her friend to look away. The girl in the blindfold suddenly grabbed her friend and rushed at high speed towards the store she liked. Having stopped, the second girl was breathing heavily, noticing that there was a smell of something delicious in the air. The girl stopped at the display case with delicious desserts, looking at the pastries. One of them, breathing heavily after running, pressed herself against the glass, not taking her eyes off the bright fruitcake. While two girls were enjoying desserts in a cozy cafe, one of them was quietly thinking about her friend, whose appearance was hidden under a mask. At this time, the guy who stayed at the hotel was surprised to find forgotten things in his bag. Rumors about the group led by the boy began to spread quickly through the association. Their daily monster hunts and defeat of a high-ranking opponent attracted considerable interest from observers. The guy was told that his team was worthy of a promotion. He asked in surprise if there were any problems with this, but the guild worker assured him that everything was fine. Their recent achievements impressed even the management. They decided to accept the rank-up quest, as long as it wasn't related to the Northern Cave. After receiving the quest, they learned that they needed to clear a dungeon to advance to rank C. The protagonist enthusiastically declared that they would begin doing it immediately. The group arrived in the swampy area to carry out a mission to be promoted to D rank. According to the announcement, their goal is to exterminate creatures designated as frog people. The heroes approach a swampy area where they say it's easy to get dirty. The girl in armor looks around and notices a creature with shiny eyes emerge from the water. Probably one of the frog people. The armored girl was unexpectedly delighted by the monster's appearance, calling it cute. The rest of the group watched the creatures crawling through the swamp and did not share her enthusiasm, finding them rather frightening. The heroes noticed that the tadpoles in the swamp were too weak and did not pose a threat. The guy suggested abandoning the idea of entering the swamp and luring the enemies out to avoid unnecessary dirt, to which the sorceress responded with approval. The sorceress cast a powerful spell, causing a series of explosions across the swamp. After the attack, she noted with a satisfied expression how good the new book was, enhancing her fire spells. The characters looked at the devastated landscape, stunned by the effects of their attack. One of them wondered anxiously if they would be reprimanded for this, looking at how the swamp had become like a post-apocalyptic zone. The characters watched in disgust as the frog-like monster emerged. One of them confirmed his fears, admitting that the creature was as vile as he had expected. On command, the boy suggested launching an attack, but ordered to act with restraint. The frog-like creature suddenly jumped out of the water, landed with a crash, and disappeared into the swamp again, causing confusion in the watching girl. The frog-like monsters began jumping chaotically in different directions, creating chaos and making it difficult to aim. The girl, with a serious expression on her face, concentrated, trying to cope with the situation. The heroes watched as the monster continued to dodge attacks despite its clumsiness. One of the companions suddenly announced that he had a plan, but the girl in the helmet suggested a radical solution: destroy the entire swamp, which caused an immediate reaction from the others. The girl concentrated on activating her magic to throw the frog-like monster high into the air. She sighed tiredly, and then, turning to her companion, asked him to accurately hit the target while the enemy was in midair. The magical attack created a powerful vortex in the air, into which the target was directed. The girl knight and her partner rushed forward, taking up the baton and declaring that everything now depended on them. The female knight launched a swift strike at the target, but one of the frog-like monsters suddenly leapt towards her, followed by an explosion of smoke that completely obscured the fighters from view. The monster released a thick and foul-smelling smoke, causing everyone to cough and rub their eyes. While the others were trying to come to their senses, the boy noticed the enemy slipping away and furiously rushed after him, not intending to let him go. The boy threw the metal hook towards the fleeing monster with all his might, screaming at the top of his voice. The frog-like creature turned around sharply, almost getting hit in the back. The boy loudly ordered to finish off the monster, after which the girl in armor confidently stepped forward with her sword raised. The frog-like creature looked at the glittering weapon in panic. After a tense fight with a frog-like monster, the heroes were relieved to confirm the mission had been completed. All three were delighted with their success and gave each other high fives, and the next day they set off for the ancient ruins. The heroes continued to complete a new quest to increase their rank. After defeating another Minotaur, the night girl reported that this was already the 5th of 10 required to complete the quest. The guy suggested looking for other places, but realized that the northern cave was still the most effective. The girl knight agreed to return there if there was no better option, despite the fact that she was against it before. The boy stood frozen in horror as he looked at the monster that had appeared before him. He couldn't believe that such a powerful enemy was in the area reserved for C-rank hunters. The boy looked at the enemy data in horror, not believing that a monster of such a level had appeared here. Realizing how dangerous it was, he decisively ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The monster rushed forward with incredible speed, and the boy realized with horror that there was no time to retreat. The girl in armor instantly stood between him and the enemy, preparing to take the blow. The girl in armor held back the enemy's onslaught, holding her sword forward and ordering the others to retreat. The boy struggled to hold his shield, realizing that the monster's blow was too powerful. The boy screamed in alarm as he saw the monster swing at the armored girl. He rushed forward, clenching his fist, determined to intervene in the fight. The moment he tried to strike, the warrior's body was shaken by an electric discharge. He froze in a tense pose, shouting incoherent sounds from shock. After the guy fell from the discharge, the girl in armor stood between him and the enemy. She repelled the attack with a powerful blow of her shield, throwing the huge enemy back. The boy stood up with difficulty after the blow and thanked the female knight for saving him. They discussed how the sparks on the enemy's body disappeared at the moment of attack, which could be the key to his weakness. The heroes decided to act in a coordinated manner. One should distract the enemy while the others would look for an opportunity to strike. All three rushed into battle, attacking the enemy from different sides. The boy shouted at the female knight to retreat and activated the explosive coupon attached to the enemy's body. A powerful explosion erupted, causing a strong detonation. This was the effect of the item previously obtained from the Gacha. Okura confidently activates a series of powerful explosions, defeating enemies with the command, "Explode!" In the end, he sighs in relief, realizing that the attack was successful. Okura watches with a smirk as one of the enemies is engulfed in flames and sent flying into the ground. His strategy has clearly worked, causing devastating effects. Okura receives a powerful blow from an enemy's axe and is sent flying, shocking Estelle and Noral. The scene emphasizes the suddenness and force of the attack, which caught the heroes off guard. Noral is concerned about Okura's condition after the powerful blow, but knows she cannot leave Estelle alone against the enemy. Despite her anxiety, she steps forward, preparing for decisive action. Estelle firmly asks Noral to step aside, as she will not be able to attack the enemy while she is in the way. Her gaze shows determination to see the fight through to the end. Okura, covered in rubble, replies that he is fine, which greatly relieves Noral. Despite his battered appearance, he remains conscious and tries to reassure her. Okura thanks him for the potion and quickly drinks it, noticing that it has changed. He is surprised at what condition it is in, as its appearance is clearly different from before. Estelle is enveloped in a purple aura, and her face becomes cold and emotionless. Okura watches in confusion, not understanding what exactly is happening. Okura realizes in shock. Could it be? She used her skill while looking at the serious and focused Noral. Estelle activates the skill Magic Boost, increasing the attack power and decreasing the magical defense of the enemy, even one as durable as Asterios. Estelle casts a spell, and a powerful explosion instantly destroys the enemy, leaving only a cloud of smoke behind. The heroes come to their senses after the battle, and Estelle, approaching Okura-san, wants to say something. He reacts cautiously, waiting for her words. Estelle whispers to Okura not to make her worry anymore. This moment touches him deeply, and he realizes how much she cares for him. Okura, realizing how much he upset Estelle, apologizes to her, promising to never make her angry again. He sincerely regrets his actions. Estelle, exhausted after casting a powerful spell, hugs Noral and admits that she shouldn't use her skills just out of anger. Noral gently agrees, accepting her emotions. Okura notices that Estelle, like Noral, has side effects after using their skills. He entrusts Noral to take care of her while he goes to report. Okura returns late at night after selling items to find the girl lying on her bed, happily playing with a stuffed animal. She calls it cute and seems completely relaxed. On this page, the characters find themselves in an awkward situation. A boy walks into a room smiling and makes eye contact with a girl who is clearly embarrassed. Both parties say, "Ah," expressing surprise and slight confusion. The girl screamed in panic when she saw the hero at the wrong moment. He himself was surprised why she didn't use an eye mask and found himself in an awkward situation. The girl is embarrassed, but admits that sometimes she wants to take off her mask. Thanks to training with Estelle, she becomes more confident. The girl proudly declares that she tried very hard, enjoying the moment of triumph. The guy acknowledges her efforts with a smile, slightly embarrassed by her self-confidence. In this image, the characters are discussing one of the girls, Estelle, taking a bath, while the other, Noral, is happily talking about looking at the cute dolls they bought. The scene is presented in a light, casual tone. Noral is overjoyed and hugs Okura tightly, exclaiming that she loves him after receiving the Gacha reward. This unexpected gesture leaves Okura stunned, while Estelle reacts with slight jealousy and annoyance. In the image, Okura is looking at a doll he received through Gacha, thinking it was just trash. However, to his surprise, the dolls are flying around a joyful and smiling Noral, creating a magical atmosphere. The girl tenderly hugs one of the dolls she had previously obtained from the Gacha, with a warm smile on her face. The protagonist, looking at this scene, realizes that these objects were not useless trash at all. On the contrary, they bring joy and have meaning. Noral happily hugs a bunch of cute dolls, beaming with joy. The protagonist is slightly embarrassed, holding one of the dolls in his hands, and admits that this is all due to Noral's sense of taste, although he himself does not fully understand her passion. The girl suddenly feels a strong physical discomfort, which causes surprise among those around her. Her facial expression and posture emphasize the moment of surprise and anxiety. The girl looks tired but happy, with a mask on her face, expressing joy at her recent fun experience. The guy next to her comments on her unusual state in confusion. The Hagino dungeon, owned by Sting, is known for its powerful monsters and many rare items. This place is considered unusual and poses a serious threat. Team Heihachi, who has reached rank C, prepares to explore it. The party goes into a dungeon for the first time to conquer it. A female knight in heavy armor leads the way, followed by a boy and another warrior. Everyone looks determined and ready for battle. Their first real test begins. The group descends to the first floor of the dungeon. Everyone is surprised that it is brighter than expected. The knight notices that the light seems to be coming from the walls themselves. One of the girls suggests that the walls and floor are glowing due to mana. At this time, the knight notices that they immediately encountered a monster. The young man notices the slug and decides that he can handle it himself. He is confident of his victory. However, upon impact, the slime explodes. The boy is doused with splashes and is shocked. The knight sternly warns not to let down his guard because of the enemy's harmless appearance. The girl explains that it was acid slime. She adds that the slime splashes out melting acid, so you need to keep your distance from it. The guy is scared and apologizes. The guy is shocked to learn that the slime melts things. The girl's armor is partially dissolved, and he becomes very nervous. One of them notices his behavior and looks at him suspiciously. He quickly denies that anything is wrong. The girl reproaches the guy for possibly not checking the guild information. He justifies himself by saying that he was counting on the status app. In response, she irritably remarks that he is hopeless. The group decides to go up to the 10th floor of the dungeon, since, according to the documents, only slimes live there. Along the way, they encounter different types: poisonous slime on the 2nd floor, hot slime on the 4th. On the 9th floor, another unknown type appears in front of them. One of the girls, confused, asks what kind of slimes these are. One of the heroes identifies the new enemies as exploding slugs. He explains that they explode when stimulated. The girl suggests destroying them from a safe distance. The team starts to act as the slugs begin to explode. The guy screams in panic that a chain reaction of explosions has started. The slugs around him detonate one after another, and he desperately runs away from the danger. The group climbs to the 10th floor of the dungeon. According to information, there should be a strong monster here. However, the heroes stop in confusion. Something is not as expected. The team discovers a device with an arrow on a pedestal. One of the participants is surprised, because this place is a dead end. The girl remembers that on the 10th floor, you need to turn the arrow to continue the journey. The group decides that the mechanism they found is a switch. The girl enthusiastically starts to turn it, while the knight presses the button. The guy is surprised by their haste, but the mechanism clicks. The team watches as the arrow on the device stops. The guy is surprised, trying to figure out how it all works. At this time, mechanical sounds are heard somewhere nearby, and everyone comes to the conclusion. Everything is as it should be in a dungeon. The team activates the rotating mechanism again, and the arrow stops at a new position. One of the participants exclaims in irritation, "Again!" The girl notices that something has appeared in front of her. Even in a room full of monsters, Heihachi's team continues to spin the roulette. Sometimes it leads them to a room with objects. Everyone is focused on the mechanism, deciding where to go next. The group enters an empty room and notices that there is no roulette. One of the participants asks if this is a dead end. Suddenly a loud noise is heard, which scares the guy. The entrance to the room suddenly closes, and the knight reports it in a panic. The mage notices that the mana is becoming denser. The team tenses, and one of the members calls for everyone to be on guard. A bright flash of light blinds the team, and all three freeze in a tense stance. Then the scene fades to darkness, leaving only the image of a device with an arrow and ellipsis, a hint of something unexpected. The young man notices a familiar staircase and exclaims in surprise that this is really the entrance to the same floor. He confirms with a shout that they have returned to the beginning of the floor. The team realizes that they have been sent back to the beginning of the floor, probably due to a wrong choice. The knight strongly suggests trying again. Everyone agrees, and the roulette starts spinning again. The group finds themselves back in a room full of slugs and immediately gets into a fighting stance. After the battle, the girls activate the roulette again. Everyone is focused, hoping for a good choice. The exhausted heroines breathe heavily, slumped over in fatigue. One of them is indignant at how difficult this floor is. The other is perplexed by how many times they have already failed. The guy says that they have been back here at least 40 times. He asks the girls to look ahead. Seeing the decorations and the size of the door, one of them realizes that there is something important in front of them. The heroes are overjoyed to realize that they have finally reached the boss room. All three of them jump up and down in happiness and excitement before the important battle. The party prepares to fight the floor boss. The warrior girl clutches her sword, the mage casts spells, and the boy recalls what they had to go through. Everyone is determined and full of fighting spirit. The heroes discuss the strength of the monster on this floor. The slime here is stronger than the others, and it is recommended that the party consist of B-rank fighters. This is a little scary, but also adds seriousness to the upcoming battle. The heroes approach a massive door leading to the boss. One of them suggests assessing the enemy's status before deciding to fight. The tension rises. The heroes encounter a huge slime, the boss of the floor. Its characteristics exceed even the most dangerous previous enemies. Tired from the journey, they realize how serious this enemy is. The situation becomes tense. Seeing the size and strength of the boss, one of the characters immediately decides to retreat. He calmly says, "Let's go back." The others react with surprise and confusion. The decision clearly caught them off guard. The heroes agree that retreat is a wise decision. Their main goal was to explore the dungeon, not defeat the boss. Everyone understands that safety is more important. They decide not to take unnecessary risks. The heroes admit that the Hagino dungeon was harder than they expected. One of them admits that he underestimated him. The other concludes that they have only one thing left to do: pull the gacha. The girl asks with disbelief if he really is talking about gacha again. The characters discuss their current situation. The guy admits that he can't think of any other way out than to pull the gacha again. While he's still interested in the gacha, he realizes that their group is missing a new member. Their gear is already in order, but they need a team boost. The hero realizes that their group needs a healer, especially one who can heal from a distance, a priest. However, the main problem is the randomness of the gacha. The hardest part is to pull out the character that is really needed. The main character is clearly aware of the horrors of the gacha system. He is drowning in a sea of common R and rare SR characters. desperately trying to reach an ultra-rare UR. Getting the character he wants seems impossible. He calls it literal hell, emphasizing the torturous nature of the process. Estelle quickly grasped the essence of the strategy. You need to spend all your resources during the event with an increased chance of UR characters. The main character admires her intelligence. The team is preparing to repeat the proven tactic, pull to the max at the right moment. The heroes are desperate. To implement the plan, they will have to go through a test that is more terrible than the magic stone collecting marathon. They are shocked and do not know how to proceed. The main characters are terrified. They have to endure a terrible test, to abstain from Gacha until the event begins. The realization of this sacrifice causes panic, because for them, it is akin to a tragedy. The team decides to retreat in silence. Estelle and the knight turn around without a word, and the protagonist shouts after them in confusion. Despite everything, they are ready to move on to the next stage. The characters are exhausted and out of breath, wondering why they can't connect. The girl with red hair complains that she doesn't understand such things. The protagonist explains that the name is case-sensitive. He's entered it 40 times. The girl with the shy expression is about to say something important. Her cheeks are flushed and her heart is beating faster. The atmosphere seems tense and exciting to the protagonist. He assumes that this may be the moment of confession. The girl begins the sentence with, "I have a favor to ask," and, hinting at something personal and significant. The main character, with a very serious and even desperate expression on his face, suddenly asks the girl to fight him. The girl looks stunned in response and clearly did not expect such a proposal. Her facial expression conveys surprise and confusion. This creates a comical contrast and emphasizes the unusual nature of the situation. The hero is annoyed because the girls are talking about him, thinking he can't hear them. One of them is surprised by his request to spar and doesn't understand what he means. Another notes that he is acting strange again. He confirms that he hears everything they say. The protagonist explains that he wants to learn how to fight because he hopes to become at least a little stronger. He believes that Noral, as a close combatant, can teach him well. The girl is surprised by his request because it is clearly unusual for him. The protagonist admits that he has always relied on Noral and Estelle, even in collecting magic stones. He wants to become stronger so that he can at least ease their burden a little. The main character is glad that he showed motivation but admits that she has never taught anyone. He agrees with this and apologizes for his sudden request. The heroine makes a decision and enthusiastically declares that they will begin training today. She is determined to help Ukura Dono become stronger. The heroes arrive at an overgrown forest. Noral chooses this place as the best for training. Ukura looks worried, remembering it. The heroes arrive at the warrior forest of Vashi, where one of them had a hard time fighting before. The girl with the sword and shield takes on the role of observer and mentor, and also forbids the main character to use anything other than a sword and shield. She intends to identify his weaknesses and help improve his fighting skills. The hero feels awkward and confused when he is asked to remove all his equipment, including the holy cloak. He feels vulnerable and alone. The other characters, especially the warrior girl, calmly continue giving instructions. The hero is shocked to learn that he will have to fight one-on-one with the warrior leader Vasya, who turns out to be a rare and formidable opponent. His reaction is full of panic and disbelief. The protagonist is shocked to realize that instead of his usual training, he is immediately sent to fight a powerful monster. He did not expect such a harsh approach and doubts whether Noral can be trusted at all. The warrior chieftain Vashi appears, and it's clear that he's a serious opponent. Level 30, high damage, fast speed, and a unique ability called leadership. While the hero is stunned by his fearsome appearance and stats, Noral and Estelle calmly wish him luck, as if it were just a training session. The battle begins. The leader of Vashi rushes forward at great speed, and the protagonist barely has time to react. He blocks the first blow, then counterattacks, shouting a battle cry. The tension mounts. This is a real test of his determination and training. The hero takes his first hit. The enemy is not only strong, but also agile. The leader of Vashi grins, taking a quick step and attacking from an unexpected angle. The blow passes through the defense, and the hero screams in pain. Now the fight becomes even more intense. The hero receives several wounds at once. His leg is cut, and he loses his sight from a sudden attack. The shock and pain take him by surprise. The enemy acts with frightening precision, showing his superiority. The situation becomes critical. The hero, waving his swords in panic, can barely stand on his feet. His opponent looks on with obvious bewilderment, and Nori doesn't know how to comment on what's happening. Despite the chaos, the attempt to resist still evokes sympathy. Nori is confused, and her partner admits with a grin. There are too many mistakes to sort through all at once. It is obvious that the fight is not going according to plan. The guy was having trouble breathing and fell to the ground, exhausted, saying he couldn't do it anymore. Meanwhile, the girl cheerfully suggested moving on to the second round of training, and he reluctantly agreed to continue. The helmeted warrior began listing the mistakes she had noticed during the fight and demanded that he correct them in the next training session. The boy rushed forward with a scream and a sword, but his blow was too predictable. The warrior scolded him for his narrow vision and pointed out that he was only focusing on the enemy's weapon. She demanded that he watch the enemy's entire body, not just the sword. The boy received several warnings during the fight while unsuccessfully trying to attack the enemy. The girl in armor reproached him for his weak defense and random strikes. She also pointed out that he was letting down his guard, relying only on visible information. According to her, he was simply swinging his weapon without thinking. The boy was barely able to stand on his feet, breathing heavily after a grueling workout. He said doubtfully that perhaps he had asked the wrong person for help. The girl in armor admitted that the boy had become better at blocking enemy attacks. His companion noted that if he continued such training, he would definitely succeed. The boy realized with despair that the training was not over, and fell to the ground from fatigue. One of the girls calmly confirmed that the training should continue every day. The other just quietly chuckled, watching his reaction. The girl sat down next to the guy and, encouraging him, asked him to try his best. The guy was amazed by her words and support. Having come to his senses a little, he promised to try to do his best. The boy suddenly received a notification that made him uneasy. He quickly noticed signs of an attack and hurried to get away. The plump little animal ran forward in panic, and 3 men with guns were pursuing it menacingly behind it. The little animal couldn't hold on and rolled on the ground, but quickly got up on its paws and stopped. The pursuers were already nearby and looked at it with grins. One of the pursuers was suddenly hit hard in the back, throwing his body forward. The armored girl dealt a swift blow to another before the third could react. The boy ran up to the armored girl who was standing next to the rabbit. She watched the proceedings with restraint, while his companion called out to him, reproaching him for acting on his own. The armored girl apologized in embarrassment, explaining that she couldn't help herself when she saw the wounded animal. She admitted that her body itself rushed to help as soon as she saw the baby. The girl with pigtails noted with alarm that the animal was badly injured. The guy examined it and confirmed that the wound was deep, and the warrior asked in a panic if there was anything she could do to help until the guy started typing something on his device. The warrior was surprised to learn that the boy was going to use a rare, high-level potion. He calmly confirmed that the wound was serious enough that it was justified. A small vial of bright yellow liquid glowed in her hands, an improved version of the healing potion. The warrior thanked her companion with a wide smile, taking charge of the injured animal. She carefully brought the spoon with the potion to its mouth, assuring that everything would pass as soon as it drank the medicine. The creature looked at her in silence, not moving. The warrior gently stroked the frightened animal, trying to calm it down. With a kind smile, she assured it that she would not harm it and asked it not to be afraid. The creature looked at her in surprise, not expecting such affection. While the warrior continued to take care of the wounded animal, other similar creatures approached them. One of them began to sniff carefully, and the others began to lick the girl's armor. She watched this with surprise, and the animal with the heart on its side loudly made something, as if giving a signal to its relatives. The warrior happily hugged the little animal, noticing that the wound had completely disappeared. The companions confirmed that the potion worked instantly and effectively. One of them noted that this was expected, because the potion fell out of the gacha. The warrior said goodbye to the rabbit, wishing him to be careful on the way back. However, the little animal did not leave, continuing to stand nearby. The others noticed that he had clearly become attached to the young man, and this caused everyone a slight surprise. The girl in armor looked at the rabbit in surprise, who made a quiet sound with a satisfied expression and continued to look at her with trust. The guy immediately refused, noticing how the girl in armor was hugging the rabbit tightly to herself. He explained that they were living in a hotel and wouldn't be able to get a pet, although she hadn't even had time to offer anything yet. The girl brought the rabbit closer to the guy's face, asking him to take a good look at it. He was struck by its cute appearance and was confused, not knowing how to resist such an expression. The boy froze, looking at the rabbit with an expression of horror and internal struggle. The animal's huge eyes shone so touchingly that it became increasingly difficult for him to resist. The boy eventually gave in to the pressure of the rabbit's pleading and appearance, sighing heavily and admitting defeat. The girl with the sword happily embraced the animal, and her companion expressed satisfaction as they welcomed a new companion into their team. Heihachi and his team are in for a new twist as the 33 Gacha Guaranteed Attempt event begins. Looks like they'll be trying their luck again. Moffat joined the group. The girl asks the pet to come to her and takes him in her arms. She became attached to Noral. The rabbit was named Moffat. It was a good luck rabbit. Just once you see this, you will be blessed with good fortune. The carnival can now begin, and the campaign he has been waiting for has finally begun, and the main prize is a priest. The sisters are worried that their brother didn't like the banner, but no, he's happy that the priest has appeared. If he had known that everything would be like this, he would have collected more magic stones, and now the reason for his depression is clear. You can start, and this time they have 33 attempts to draw Gacha, 902 magic stones. That is, everyone will be able to draw Gacha twice. This time, one click will cost 3 times more than 11 attempts. You need to understand this. The guy's words make you worry. It's impossible to believe Norla is so excited. The girl will take on the honor of being the first, and this time, let Estelle be in the vanguard. The guys were very surprised. The weight of 33 attempts is incomparable to 11. Watching the screen when they have not pulled out a single ultra-rare item is a continuous punishment, and if they are lucky enough to pull out the priest, the guy will be in 7th heaven. Sister is very sorry. Estelle, 33 attempts X2. And the maximum rarity is SSR, but brother respects her determination, and there is no need to worry. If you think about it, it was just 11 attempts X6, and just thinking about it makes him shake. The sisters think something is wrong with Okura. It's too early to give up, and you need to calm down, but on the contrary, it's Okura who needs to calm down. There are 3 attempts left, and in such a short time, only half is left. There's still a whole half left. He'll definitely get an ultra-rare item, so why not try again? As he expected, with his skill, the item would come to him on its own. The guy was acting too arrogantly, and Okura pulled it out. Something happened, and they were worried about their brother. Another copy. Estelle was told about Okura's poor health. He caught his breath from the gacha. There are 2 attempts left, and they are given to Noral. She is worried about such looks, but they have no choice. The guy just TSKED and apologized for it, no big deal. There was still one more try left. Even with Noral's incredible luck, nothing worked. If he only had a magic card with credit access, maybe Moffat would give it a try. But is it normal to let the rabbit try? The guy doesn't care and let them do whatever they want. Moffat is told where to press. This is a lucky rabbit, and they believe in it. But the guy doesn't think everything will go so smoothly. The priest, Shizua Alvi, was caught. The rabbit really does bring good luck, so that's the power of the servant of luck. The boy lost his luck to the rabbit. He is a man who worries about the matter, not about the outcome. And the sisters do not understand why their brother is not breathing. A guaranteed SSR and a series of 33 attempts, everyone worked together and finally won. Not without the help of the rabbit, of course, and the long-awaited event the next day. The day of joining the priest's group arrived, unexpectedly early, and it was all thanks to Moffat. A little annoying. Well, in fact, no one would have managed without the help of the rabbit, and they are grateful to him. Now the guy intends to call her immediately. He can't wait to see it. The hero was summoned in approximately the same way. Shizua Alvi is a priestess. He never got her in his world, and thanks to her appearance, she was quite popular. The mere thought of meeting her torments the guy. Then a girl appeared. She said, "It was nice to meet you, master." Her name is Shizua Alvi. She addressed the guy. He is also very pleased. His name is Okura Heihachi. He did not react to girls like that. Called better than expectations. She apologized to the guy, but his intense gaze was a little embarrassing. He also apologized. The girl asked her brother what he was staring at, and he said he was staring at the incomparable pendant. His strong embarrassment was very strange. The girl's name is Estelle. The second one is Noral Fanya. And the rabbit Moffat, the newcomer, is pleased to meet you, and she noticed the charming rabbit. Shizua helped him out. Alvi was asked for permission to look into her profile. She turned to the master. The guy can simply call you Shizua, and you can simply call him Okura. No need to address him formally. The girl is level 40. she is ready to participate in battles, you can leave it to her. They have a holy prayer that expands the recovery range and can recover multiple characters at once, and this power will balance their team. Estelle is approaching the guy, but she went to Shizuka. Something is wrong? Is the girl hiding something? The girl has nothing to hide from them, because she was just summoned. Suspicions without reason are not good, and they ask Shizuka for forgiveness. When Shizuka stared at her brother, the girl looked so worried that they inadvertently began to doubt her. This is not like Estelle. There is nothing suspicious about Shizuha, and she has a heart of gold. Communication with her goes smoothly compared to the girls. The guy is counting on her, and he needs to give it his all. Okura can't take his eyes off her. The girl asks him to take care of her. The girl asks her brother to sleep with her, but he refuses and wants to sleep on the floor. The girl cannot allow this. There were problems with housing after Shizuka appeared. The guy offered to rent another room. Everyone agreed to live in one room, and there was no choice. It will be bad if a man and a woman sleep in the same bed. You need to be sensible. Okura started talking about prudence, and it surprised her. He is going to pinch her cheek for this. The girl is still giving up the idea of sleeping together. The guy was asked which of the three he would choose if he had to. All the girls would like to know this. She probably doesn't have a chance, because she was only called up today, and Okura wants to refuse to answer this question. What should he do? He needs to choose a more suitable answer. Okura chose Noral. Because she is the least feminine of the three, this made the girl angry and she chased after him. They're wandering around the capital because of the girl, but there's no need to worry about that. There's unlikely to be another Gacha event anytime soon. Wouldn't it be great to spend a day strengthening their friendship and have fun together? The guy couldn't choose a casual outfit for the girl. They could lend her some clothes, but they wouldn't suit her. First of all, they should buy clothes for Shizuka. She can buy whatever she likes. The boys were all walking together, the four of them. Moffat gets so much attention, the rumor that just looking at him makes you feel so much better turns out to be true. In other words, the lucky rabbit is an amazing creature. The child cried in pain, and Shizuka went to help him. It doesn't hurt anymore, and his little sister is amazing. He needs to be more careful next time. The boy thanked him for his help. What else could you expect from a priestess? Shizuka's a good person, and it's high time to have lunch. Today they will eat until they are full. The girl feels needed. She is so happy. It was Estelle who came up with this idea. Estelle says she looked very suspicious, but it was just her imagination, and the guy is sure of it. Shizuka is a good person, and he doesn't think that the girl is hiding anything. They staged a show nearby. Who will be the next challenger? 5,000 gil for one attempt, and you can get 100,000 gil for winning. Arm wrestling is a test of strength. Sister wants brother to try, and he refuses. Okura won't be able to defeat that guy, but the girl wants to try. She's a priestess and is confident in her strength. She shouldn't go too far. Like Noral and the man thinks he's lucky today, he'll be able to shake hands with such a beautiful lady. Get ready. Here we go. What is he doing? Something happened, and the man can't move his hand. What's wrong with this girl? She won? They won. The girl did it, won so easily and got 100,000 gil. Or is she much stronger than Okura? Are all priestesses like that? The goal of the quest is to kill 10 kobolds. They are looking forward to their first quest. You need to finish it quickly and increase your rank. They are asked to wait. They need to get used to walking in this. Maybe it would be better to take off the helmet. Isn't it cool? He got it from the latest Gacha and decided to try it on. But he really stands out from the crowd. The helmet reduces the field of view, but increases protection. You can leave the tank roll to the guy. A strange beast called Kobold appeared. He attacked the guy in armor, but his sword broke on it. He allowed the kobold to attack. It is still far from being used in practice. He needs to learn to dodge attacks. Well, the guys killed 10 kobolds, and they can go back. They ask him to look back. You can get magic stones by killing these guys. You need to knock out as many as you can, and they will kill every single one. Okura tells Shizuha to step back. His helmet was hit by an enemy. What's the matter? I can't see anything. Don't tell him that Shizuka is in danger. The guy was asked if he was wounded. They finished on this side. They also defeated these guys. Okura did well. After that, Shizuha raised her rank. He continued on the path to becoming a tank. Today there will be a hunt for eagle leaders, and again, special training. Shizuka likes to fight. She is looking forward to a new opponent. The girl is happy to have the opportunity to fight. What was she going to say? Then you need to destroy the eagle warriors for the eagle leaders to appear. The girl asked to wait. She would also like to fight with the ordinary eagle warriors together with Okura. If Okura wants to become a tank, it would be better to practice fighting while surrounded by a large number of enemies. There is sense in the girl's words, and she is right. All for the sake of becoming a tank. Fighting to protect Shizuha is very awkward, but you can't screw up like that again. If you fail, the outcome of events with her is unknown. He can't put such a fragile girl in danger. Okuro must do this for her protection, asking her to use himself as a shield in battle. Shizua wants to express her opinion about the battles, then she will not hold back. Asks the guy to follow the opponent's movements. He is able to react to the opponent's movements, but does not try to understand his further actions. When the monster tries to dodge to the right, it shifts to the left before taking off. You need to be able to predict the next move. Okuro can't do it right away. You need to remember this and keep training. His movements are already pretty good, so they need to do everything they can. Okuro was warned that they were coming. Eagle leaders. Divine Speed is activated. This skill covers the user in a red aura that triples their agility. His basic movements are the same as the Eagle Warrior. Nothing will happen from following his movements. The guy swung for a blow and knocked his opponent down. The girl can't believe he managed to hit an opponent moving so fast. He improved his skills so quickly. The guy must have talent. Shizua just gave him one piece of advice. She really is a priestess and teaches better than Noral. We need to find the next Eagle Chieftain, and the girl will teach him. This is from Estelle's unnecessary words. The battle is in full swing. What is this rush of excitement? Now there is a new set of equipment. It is boring to continue hunting in the Eagle Forest. This is a good place for training, and nothing can be done. You can hunt Asterios for variety. It's not exactly a monster you can hunt for variety. But he was already used to fighting with eagles. It was worth fighting at least once with a strong monster. It doesn't have to be Asterios, and there's no need to worry if anything happens. She'll instantly heal the guy. Even if he loses his limbs, Shizua will help. It's time for Okuro to overcome his fear. They will really fight the monster. First, you need to prepare the equipment, and Shizua should be ready for an emergency, and the guy needs revenge. Using the lion's heart does not help much. In case of danger, the girls will help, but didn't they plan to do everything together? Shizua wants to try together with Okuro. The battle is going very hard. The guy attacked the enemy. Now he is very angry, but thanks to special training, Okuro can dodge the monster's attacks. Enemies are attacking, and you need to defend yourself from them. It worked out, and it's great. But damn, the huge monster injured Okuro and now he is lying on the ground. Noral rushed to the boy's aid. She fought back against the monster. Everyone was surprised by how powerful the blow was. More attacks followed and the battle continued. Shizua is a wonderful and good person, a gentle priestess who heals everyone, and the guy turned a blind eye to one fact, that Shizua is not an ordinary priestess. Still, it was great to warm up a little. The guy is fine. She shouldn't interfere with the special training and held back all the time. Now the girl couldn't resist, and the body moved on its own. The guy was told that she was hiding something. It was his fault. The girl wants to ask if it is possible to kill these monsters too. She no longer hides her desire. Noral wants to be fed to the fullest. The girl is one of those who eats and doesn't get fat at all. People envy her, and the guy just asks her to come over. Quite a while had passed since the fight with Asterios. Since then he continued his special training, collecting magic stones, and Shizua rose to rank C. Shizua is so caring and kind. Why does she become like this when it comes to battle? Any plans for today? After successfully adding a priest to the team, he decided to continue spinning Gacha. She thought the guy forgot about it. How can you forget about Gacha? Okuro says it with such confidence. He just received this notification. The premium ticket is different from the regular ones. If they spin 11 times in a row, they will receive a free ticket containing a character of SSR rank or higher. You can think about it after scrolling the Gacha, but if you think about it after, it will be too late. So this is Okuro's true face, and this is a common thing. What a passionate person he is, and this is the whole reaction. After seeing it, the guy is waiting for his greatness. He naturally knocked out one piece of trash, and you can tell by just looking at him, it's Gacha. A lot of things fell out. Shizua sees Gacha for the first time. It's so interesting to spin it, but she shouldn't be interested in this. They still have a premium ticket. Not everything is finished. What did they come across? Another Noral. It's a shame. Did you get a double? There will be 2 Norals. And what will she do with it? What a cute toy. Those big round eyes are really cute. As expected from Noral, the guy sees the girl's good attitude towards each other. It would be strange if it were the other way around. The girl invited Moffat to her, but it is not fair, and the second one also wants to take him. Now there is a dispute over the rabbit. Okuro asks to calm down, but the girls decided to start a fight, but they shouldn't do it here. What Okuro thought up, they will get a boost in strength with another Noral. The guy asks the girl's opinion. Noral is waiting for a decision from Okuro. She was the first to be summoned and has been nearby the whole time. It is impossible to treat the old Noral and the new one equally, but it will strengthen their fighting power. This Noral is the only one for him, and the guy doesn't want to do this. These words look like a confession. They both are obviously in good relations. He just thought that the guy wouldn't like a double. There is some truth in that. It is impossible to summon two identical characters. They should have said so from the very beginning. It can be strengthened. She has a bad feeling about this, but if she adds strength, she will agree. Then it needs to be done. Her improvement began. What is this? Something is happening. She feels a tingling sensation all over her body, and it's hard to hold on. He asks her to let go and calm down. Her body is eager to fight, and she wants to go hunting right now. The girl is so inspired. She liked this enhancement. Adventurers Guild. It's surprisingly crowded today. Did they come too? Estelle and Noral hadn't seen them for a long time. Estelle is still sweet. The girls don't like him. Is this lady from their team? She introduced herself, and the guy was also pleased to meet her. What was that lustful look? But he was just enjoying the girl's beauty. Sumika and Gauss also introduced themselves, and he wasn't with them today. Okura was mistaken for a new comrade, and yes, it is him. What is this outfit? Okura decided to become a tank. And it's a good idea. Isn't it dangerous to walk around the city like that? The guy didn't understand why. If you walk around like that, the guards might put you in jail. The girls were also against it, and you'll have to take off your helmet. As the girl thought, Estelle is incredibly sweet. She asks to stop hugging. The man wonders if the guy knows about the tank's duties, which is to endure pain, and he considers this answer insufficient. A man will tell you what it means to be a tank. Let's start with the definition of a tank. He behaves like this every time it comes to tanks. Shizuka is interested in talking to a man when he gets a chance, and the girl is considered funny. Everyone has already arrived, and they are apparently busy. The guy asks if she needs anything. An urgent task has appeared. In some places, signs of the appearance of great destructions have begun to appear. To prevent it, it is necessary to pacify the monsters. The guy doesn't know what the great destruction is. The blonde guy was surprised by this fact. There are two types of great destruction. The first is when an overly strong monster appears, and the second is when a huge number of monsters raid, causing great damage. The goal was to defeat the pack of monsters in the kobold spawn area. It is recommended to send B-rank groups there. Daeju's and Okura will accept this task. Reports began to come in about monsters that shouldn't appear in these areas. Something similar has happened before. The guild leader said this, and you need to be careful. The guys will also take part. They are in business. The whole team set out on the mission. There will be a chance to complete a task with Estelle in one team, and luck is on her side. Meguru is asked not to overdo it. She will definitely protect the girl. The guy didn't think that walking could be so tiring, but it was fun, and it was true. She had heard of Gauss's experiences and would like to talk to him about the more powerful attacks he had seen. The man needed to think. The guy turned to Meguru. It seems they were found. How luck and the girl can show her strength. The battle against the monsters began. This battle is surprising. Meguru simply attacked as usual, but the monsters exploded. I wonder what happened. Have they ever exploded like that before? The guy forgot about it and tried to change the title not long ago. He uses General Secretary because it gives better buffs. It works for Dias's group too. This could work. The guy came up with something again. If Dias and the guys kill rare monsters, it means they can get even more magic stones. The more people on the team, the more stones. He figures out when necessary. We were just talking about strong allies. We can't wait to work with them. The guy is also happy to cooperate, and they arrived in a few days. Here's the sign. The team needs to deal with everyone. The quest of great destruction has begun. There are more of them here than usual. With such a number, a leader should have appeared. When a group of monsters grows to the level of great destruction, there is a high chance that a main monster will appear in the group, and it is called the leader. You just need to defeat it. They can't just be ignored. Given the damage to the area, they need to be destroyed in one hit. Oh my god, something's wrong. You can't waste your magic in a place like this. In the crowd of kobolds, you can see the giant and the red one. They are definitely rare. Deju and the others probably also drop magic stones. I feel a surge of strength. This is the magic of Estelle's support. Beyond all praise. Noral and them are in the vanguard, and Meguru and the others will provide them with support from behind. He's counting on the team. You can't overdo it. Go ahead. This support magic is just something you can't sleep on the battlefield. If this continues, it will be easy as pie. The guy didn't know about such an insane strength of the team. Their strength was already clear from the previous duel, but he didn't know about such amazing abilities. It still hadn't opened up to the guy. Okuro knew that the number of magic stones had not increased at all. There may be a special condition. Okura is asked to look. In front of the guys is the Lord of the Kobolds, of the Kobold race. There are twice as many enemies, and it looks like there is a leader there too. Fighting two groups at once is useless, and that means he will have to escape. Okura must decide to leave or stay. After all, if we continue to fight, then most of the work will have to be left to them. He hasn't received a single magic stone yet. The villages might be attacked if he leaves. The group has never encountered such depression. If that's all, the girl is confident in their victory. It's been a long time since she used magic at full power. You need to start with Estelle's explosive magic, and when there are fewer enemies, switch to the leader. Let Estelle give it her all today. We need to follow them, and the girl will stand in the rear and heal. Then comes the fight. Deus even got tired of being surprised. He was being attacked from behind. The guy should retreat and cover the rear, he thanked. The team went too far ahead. The guy enjoys the anxiety, but everything is fine and he still needs to be more careful. Mr. Okuro was thrown up by the explosion so much that the landing will definitely not be soft. Mr. Okuro is flying. He can help him. We definitely need to help this light too. Noral saved Okuro. Yes, that's why she was worried. Well, now we need to hold on tighter. They will continue to fight in flight. She used a special skill, and that means the end is near. Silver Aura, triple all statuses for 10 minutes. Valkyrie Noral Fanya received the skill after double improvement in Gacha. Call of the Offspring. The guys continue to fight. Something went wrong. Even after all this, the skill's effect will soon end, and now it's Okuro's turn to carry her. How is the situation there? What happened? That's how it is. That girl is hopeless, isn't she? This is a reward for great submission, and there are 40 million gil in total. There is proof of submission of the Kobold Lord. This is a reasonable amount. They will still get 20 million. Even after dividing it with Deus's party, that's a lot of money. Okura's team should take all of this, but it needs to be divided in half. Deus's team felt like a burden, and only thanks to them this great subjugation was successful. The guys are not considered a burden, because Okuro himself was knocked down by a spear. Without his protection, Estelle would not have been able to use her magic for her own pleasure, and they successfully completed the subjugation. Deus is asked to take half. He will take it, but in exchange, he will get Okuro, let him stay with them for a while. They need to celebrate the success of the great subjugation. Noral is asked not to eat too much, just because she is feeling better. She is dying of hunger. The boys were allowed to eat more and more. Today, everything depends on them. She owes Noral a great debt for saving her. She can eat as much as she wants. He doesn't care anymore. Shizua suggests drinking fruit wine together, which surprises Okuro, who is not much of a drinker. Okuro is so cute. He asks not to cling to him, and the girl wants to have a drink together. She started hugging Okuro. This is not funny. Seriously. Shizuka does not understand the guy's surprise and asks what's the matter. The girl wonders if it would be better if she were a priest. Okura is already embarrassed. The girl asks to play a little more, but she gets very carried away. Noral saved Okuro. She sees that he hasn't eaten anything at all and wants to feed him. This is very tasty. They serve a lot of fatty meat. The girl is coming to the table right now. The bill was 1.15 million gil. The girl had a good appetite, and her stomach was full. The guy wants to pay for half, but Deus made a very rude gesture at the first meeting. This time he pays. It's time to say goodbye here. I want to hug Estelle some more and have a heart-to-heart talk. The girl wants to be like Shizuka. The guys thank us for today, and without them, there would have been a serious incident. Okuro asks to let you know about the next problem, and do not hesitate to rely on them. They will do their best to help. The teams will meet later. The guy didn't expect to like Deus's party, and the girl can go, she's fine. Well, it's not so bad to get drunk, and the magic of restoration is a convenient spell for life. They did something funny with their brother, but the girl doesn't remember and denies it. Is it all because of alcohol and what kind of hopeless company, great submission, and reward for achievements? Heihachi completed the Great Enslavement and received 2 notifications. The guy is very happy about the lottery. The lottery has been resurrected. The reward for achieving Great Enslavement? The cost will be reduced. It only reduces the cost per unit and does not have much meaning. For whomever Okuro lost the girl for, contrary to all expectations, he will not lie now. The guy didn't expect to get other goods. Is there anything else from other events? Maybe there is even a labyrinth there. Judging by the rare monsters and magic stones, just what principle does this thing use? Isn't it going to play a lottery? This time they will do the drawing once for each person. This time they can't have a lottery carnival either. They will only draw once. And it's impossible to believe. This time the lottery is based on items. It does not mean the value of SSR items increases above. It is a special event and it is normal to act in moderation. Can I do the same to her? This is Shizuka's first time. And we'll start with the girl. Shizuka pressed and knocked out the object. Then I wanted to give it another try. What is she trying to do again? Shizua asks. To let go, and this is a cruel ending of the first time she wants to touch only with the tip of her finger, and the girl looks like an oni. You can let him play at least once. It's too cruel, and the guy didn't expect such a reaction. It's impossible to let your guard down even for a second. Okura is not in a position to say that. The girl feels sorry for Shizua and needs to continue. Each girl made another attempt. Even with Mafudo's help, they only have one SSR. One is no longer enough. They always have at least one, and this time the guy will pull it off. Okuro should stop raising flags like that. With his power of fate, it's nothing. The girl foresaw what would happen. He can't play around anymore. The girl was stopped earlier, and Okuro definitely won't do it. It was decided to play each one once, but so far we have only received SSR. It would be strange if it were any other way, and we just need to play it again. What did the guy do to deserve this? He needs to use his head to think, and Okuro begs him to play it again. Wasn't the punishment enough yet? Why did she too? Okuro really felt very sorry. Isn't it time to let her go? The guy thinks about himself and asks to untie them. Everything is fine and they can be untied. But in return, the girl wants to check the lottery items. The girl chose sweets. The items are on another level. Okura is asked for a second. They only get one snack a day. They only have one SSR. You can't use it if you don't have one at home, but you can go buy one. The guy's got an extra amount of money for the Great Submission, and this is a good opportunity. The guy never thought about it. Okuro lived in an apartment in his past world, so he never really thought about having his own home. Even he can have the house of his dreams. It is a good idea to buy a house. You can contact him with any questions. This is the first time for two with them. Noral and Shizuka were always with them wherever they went. This was the first time alone. Now they go to the realtor. The guy chose her because she seemed the most normal of them, and it was better to keep it a secret. Okuro wants to buy a house. In response, they asked what kind of property he wants to buy. Okuro wanted the closest one to the Adventure Association and wants a separate house. I wonder if there is a good one available. How big do the guys want? For 4 people or more. A separate house in this area. Lowest bid was a 90 million gil. They only had 40. The guys couldn't win the money. He didn't think it would be that expensive, but this is the royal capital, and with the current finances, it would be difficult to buy something very expensive, and she thought about it. But what if they choose a place outside the royal capital? So this is what they decided. Okuro was thinking of looking for a house in Brun. Isn't this the place they lived in before they summoned Shizuka, and she had never been to Brun? They'll be riding that thing again. The girl is injured after riding in the carriage. But no need to worry, they've got this. The boys flew on the carpet. How long will it take for the magic carpet to get to Brun? It will take more than 2 days, and to make it easier to get back, the guy will leave a mark along the way. In the end, the journey took 3 days. It is a nice and quiet place. Okuro will feel at home in such a place. The guys are going to look at the house. Everyone is already tired, and they are done for today. They need to rest first, and then they will look at the house tomorrow. It's so simple that he's a little uncomfortable. 7 million is much cheaper than a house in the royal capital, and they're both close to the association. Then you can look inside. There is nothing here at all, a bed and furniture with a bathroom. It's already cleaned up, but there are still a few dirty spots and weeds growing outside. Why not start with cleaning the house? You can leave it to the girl. She will remove all the dust with her wind magic. When using magic, the house will explode, but the girl can control herself. And at least the team will restore order here. They wash floors and windows. Oh my god, I have to spend all day clearing weeds. Estelle screamed, no. Okuro asked what happened, and everyone realized whose voice it was. The girl pounced on them. Something black and quickly appeared out of nowhere. And she flies, now she flies to Shizuka. The girl tried to kill the insect and broke through the wall. But this is a new house. She asked them to help, and the guy asked what was going on. There was an insect inside, and something needed to be done. Ani must act faster. He calms Estelle. Noral also hugged and calmed. It's just a cockroach, and these two are exaggerating too much. If they found one, then there are many more hiding. The guys don't want to do this. No way. They ask Noral to sort this out. Cleaning up is not easy. The girl feels more tired than after a hard battle. If it was just cleaning, but cockroaches are disgusting, they really were very disgusting. When the team has done the cleaning, you need to try it faster, and you can use it. You will need more space, and otherwise you will have to stay in a hotel. Well, let's go. Nothing has changed. The scan is complete, and it looks like it worked. Apparently, you can convert gacha items into points and then use them. One room costs 1,000 points, and in this case, one room is either 10 SR or 100 R gacha items. Why not try it for now? Just convert it and press the button. A door appears and a room is built. It looks like a house from Okuro's former world. The girl is about to look outside. There are no external changes to the house, and then how can this room exist? Maybe they are in another dimension. It is convenient that only the interior part has expanded. And this is a little scary, but unnoticed by others. The building has grown inside. They will use this house as a base for now, like this. Construction of the base with the expansion of the house began. The guys have placed all the furniture and the expansion is finished. Is there anything else that is needed? The girls want a bathroom, but this house only has a shower. The guy would like to try it too. A bathroom appeared, and the female part of the team immediately headed there. Expanding the house is their best idea. The girl thought about it here, but she didn't expect Noral to wear an eye shield even in the bathroom. Here it's a different matter. He's being filmed alone. The girl is embarrassed even by them. Why not take off the bandage? And, let me see, everything is fine, Noral asks to stop these two. Okuro didn't know that the expansion required a lot of items. He needed to check his inventory. What a nice bathtub this is. He can fit in, and it's so comfortable here I'd like to expand the space even more and need to make more turns. The guy grabbed Noral's hand. He was very surprised. Okuro never thought that Noral would say that he wanted to do more spins. Finally, his feelings were understood. The girl didn't say that, but she shouldn't be so shy. We'll have to live up to expectations and find a more efficient hunting spot. That's a good idea. It's not all bad to be naughty every now and then, but you have to watch the consequences. I received a notification about a Gacha event. It's a special quest. If you look at it, this is a map of this area. In this area, something will definitely go wrong. Moreover, this is an event that will end in 2 days. It is unknown what hope there is for Okuro's prudence. The upcoming dangers are unknown, but the event cannot be ignored. Today, unknown people need to kill 10 goblins, the guy asks to just finish it. The forest seems too strange today, but they have nothing to worry about. The monsters have finally come out. Things ended very badly for these two. Run Adventurers Guild, Mr. Gurin should be careful. Okuro approached him. The guy now lives here and has a priestess in his team the man is interested in, where Okuro found such a beautiful woman, but they just met each other. Okuro wanted to ask a couple of questions. Did the man notice anything unusual? Whatever it is, it would be good to tell if it can be connected with the strange goblin. These goblins use swords and bows with other weapons and have been attacking adventurers lately. The guy better stay away from the goblin forest. It's all exactly the same as on the phone. It's definitely a mutation quest. And why fly into the goblin forest? They're going to find out what is going on. Okuro has been surprisingly helpful lately and is trying to solve these problems, and a B-rank party has already been sent there to investigate. If another participant finishes earlier, the guy will not receive a reward. The girl also wants to get the reward, but Okuro is so greedy, he is simply not ready to act out of justice. At the entrance to the forest, he remembered the past, and the guy regrets that time. It looks like an adventure and is so exciting. The girl hates the omnipresent presence of bugs. While there are no signs of goblins, they do exist. Maybe this is the wrong forest. The guy never looked in that direction, and there was nothing there. Maybe Okuro didn't finish his sentence. They were attacked. The guy protected Estelle. Okuro asked if everything was okay. She thanked the Oni. There was also a goblin who used a sword, and they do exist. Now we need to find the source. They run to their lair. This is unknown. You can find out if you follow them and follow them. The guy gets a lot of signals here. And maybe monsters ran in here. The deep hole is very scary. You need to climb inside. I wonder about the origin of this hole. And it could collapse at any moment. Goblins have appeared again. This is a magical attack. There is even a magic user. Maybe it's a black goblin. The guy feels the approach of a magic stone, and the guys will track them all down. Killing them was so easy. The level defense is too high, and it's amazing. It's a stunning effect. The magic stone runs away, and you need to run after it. Where are they now? These walls look like a dungeon. The guys are at a dead end. Now they have disappeared somewhere, and the goblins are happy about this. He didn't think this was possible. A guy who has the power of Gacha like him, the chosen one of God. The guy fell and gasped. Now I found myself under the girl, what Okuro does, but she fell on the guy. Okuro thought he would die. The girl was sincerely sorry, and it was better to forget about it. Where are they? Where are Noral and Estelle? They missed each other. so what to do now? If you put a beacon and call them, but the guy has nothing left, the number you dialed is out of network coverage or is currently out of service, they will be fine and there is no need to worry so much. We need to think about this, because they are talking about Noral and Estelle. The guy apologized for getting carried away, but they still needed to start searching, and the girl would protect Okura. The girl is looking for the guys and calling them. They suddenly split up. The transceiver also does not connect. They need to be found as soon as possible. Mr. Oni often gets into trouble, and there is anxiety. What does that sound? A huge ball is rolling towards the girls. She finally got back into shape. Without the buffs, Gorla and Estelle are completely different. The guy seems unsure of himself, he fights well, but Okura doesn't think so. This kind of thinking prevents one from being more confident. A girl wants a guy to say he will protect her or something like that. She is also a girl and wants to hear these words, and precisely because Okura is like that, the guy interrupted her mid-sentence and told her to stop. He asks to stop talking nonsense and continue on his way. He is right, and something has happened. Something is approaching from there. Is this a person? This person seems a bit suspicious and doesn't look like a demon. Could it be a B-rank adventurer who accepted the investigation mission? The guy asked the stranger who he was. They were also exploring this dungeon, and the man replied that he was offering this mask to the Logos. It was permeated with the abyss. Resting in the abyss of Pandora's treasures, with the help of the power of the demonic eye, he will get it to create the Legion of God and bring destructive darkness to the souls of sinners. Lesser beings will become victims and disappear. What is this guy talking about? Okura is worried about Noral's group. The girl agrees, and they need to continue. The guy has apologized, and they need to do something. What's wrong with this guy? He's fine, but the stranger says, "How dare Okura?" The guy needs to rest here. Shizua rushed into battle. The stranger is definitely not an adventurer. The battle is ongoing. Suddenly, another stranger appeared. The master is worried when he acts alone. This girl has gone astray. Shizua needs to be careful. This woman is not an ordinary person. She is from the girls' corps. Gacha character, like Shizua. Obstacles ahead. A huge stone ball is rolling towards them. There are goblins everywhere. We must keep up the good work. He's catching up. The guy knows her, this look of Sylvie Rauch, a rare character in the female corps. The guy spent a lot and tried to pull Sylvie out, but since he is a stranger to her, he is like Okuro. The GC player who used this item to enter this world has a purpose. The stranger has clearly set his sights on the magic stones and is going to grab them for himself. Ansgil Genesis opens all of Arcadia to him. That is, it is not only in this labyrinth. All the treasures of the world belong to its owner, and Sylvie will get rid of the guys. The guy is going to be killed on this very spot, as if Okuro would allow the shot. The girl will be Sylvie's opponent. This time it's Okuro's turn. And the stranger helped him a lot. What power? Isn't he a magician? A battle between the girls takes place. The priest is not so easy to defeat. They will simply cut her up until her magical power runs out. This guy is definitely using gacha items. Okuro's attack didn't hit him. Now the time has come. The guy has already finished arranging his territory. Explosion! It was the magical power of two people. The girls were saved. It's amazing that there was such a trap here. It was terrible. The girls got in quite deep, and the state of the group of them is interesting. The battle continues. Okuro, although strong, cannot protect Shizua. What should he do? Shizua healed herself, and she is fine. The guy doesn't know where to look. In that case, it's better to forget about it. The potion is best kept for yourself. What a muscular head with unlimited stamina. Sylvie ordered her name to remove her limiter. They are up to something. We must be vigilant. This is her ability. It's unlike anything else. There was an explosion, and everything flew apart. A huge, strange creature appeared. What is it? It's a goblin maze. Something like that over there. This is the main body, which means goblin. Hippopotamus is too overwhelming. Now is not the time for arguments. We need to overcome this together. Is that guy listening? It's time to let loose. The punishment is phenomenal. There's no one there. These guys ran away. This guy has an attack of 4,500. It's so high. The guys are running away too. It shouldn't be able to chase them. They're exhausted from fighting. Now is not the time for battle, and the monster is so huge. How long will he follow the team? It is obvious that they must defeat the monster. The defense of the behemoth is 9,000. And it will not be possible to fight without magic. If you aim at the goblin itself, one wind bracelet does not have enough firepower. None of them hit. You need to aim more accurately. This loud noise is coming from there. What could it be? Maybe it's Okura. How long does the monster plan to follow them? Isn't the guy protected all the time and he can't protect the girls? We need to find a way out of this situation. Okuro will distract the monster, so he wants Shizua to destroy the goblin during this time. If you throw everything at the monster, you can defeat it. The guy will be fine after the monster's attack and will not die immediately after one hit. This time, Okuro will protect Shizua. The girl asked what he was suddenly saying. The guy just said the words the girl wanted to hear and she didn't expect it. Okuro will leave the dynamite to Shizua. The guy is rushing her. Wow, is he an idiot? Here's a gift for having the monster on their heels. It's over. Why does the girl do such dangerous things? The girl asks him to do her a favor and explain himself. But there was no other way. Even so, it was a dangerous plan. For something like this to happen, it seems like the guy had a similar experience, but thank God everything is fine. Despite everything, even Shizuka had a hard time. Who these two were, no one knows, and they talked about treasures. This is impossible. The anomaly in the Goblin Labyrinth has ended because another player cleared the event. They took another step towards reviving the Legion. What's the matter? It seems like the anomaly quest ends when someone completes the task. Does this mean that those people completed the quest? Next time the guy will not let them get away with it. Okuro will do more tasks and power up more items. This will be the best team that will destroy everyone. Don't forget about it, so say the bad guys. The quest Anomaly Goblin Labyrinth is complete. The anomalous quest ended in failure and the guy got nothing. Where did these guys come from? They met a guy with a smartphone in a labyrinth. All the treasures of the world belong to the master. No idea what their goals are, but maybe they will get in their way again. The guy got hurt in the fight with the hippopotamus, and the strangers still took all the treasures. What annoys me the most is that he knocked out Sylvie. The thought of it annoys me, and in this mood I want to play Gacha. Could this be an event? How timely then? Okura is acting weird again. He looks more annoyed than usual, but isn't that an event? Why does the guy have such a serious face? Because of the Gacha. Because it's total Gacha. Just got all the special items on the list, you can get a rare prize, that's what full Gacha is? An event happened in his world that forced the government to intervene. That's how terrifying the Gacha is. The guy also tried it. No matter how many times he tried, only the same items came up. Even using a magic card only led to big problems. And the guy even spent his budget on food. The girl didn't fully understand and still thinks the Gacha is amazing. If things are that bad, you might just not take part. This is just an incredible time for the moon to appear. Luna was the character he was trying to get before Okuro was brought to this world, and she would be the reward. The guy won't miss such an event, and this time they have 9,000 magic stones. You can make 15 rolls x11. The first Shizua, much is expected of her and she can be relied upon. This time Okuro will definitely meet Luna. On Shizuha's first attempt, she got 4 rolls x11 and ended up with no items. Isn't this a level of failure similar to Okuro's? Similar views lead to similar results. Estelle's second attempt, 3 summons x11. The result is 1 required item. Noral's result was for 3 rolls x11 2 required items. The girl has incredible luck and she is asked to share it. They already got the 3 necessary items and it will be easier than he thought. Brother worries about trifles. Their results are higher than expected, and there hasn't been a single take yet. Could it be that this world is one big divine lucky item? And Mafuto also rolled the necessary item on the 4th try. Caresses of this kind are forbidden, and all that remains is the SSR room outside of dimensions, and now it is Okuro's turn. You need to do 4 x11 spins to get 1 item, and this is a victory. Since it was that easy, he had to finish Heihachi's Carnival. The Blazing Glove is definitely a must-have item. Didn't the guys just drop the exact same one? The same item can drop multiple times. To get a repeat after all this, isn't it Divine Spins without duplicates? There are 3 more attempts, and you can roll this item. Heihachi's second and third attempts ended the same way. The girls were just lucky in the absence of duplicates, so that's why the brother was so scared. Everything is bad, and someone has changed the odds. Is it possible for Okuro to roll this item, avoiding repetitions for 1 more attempt, and he will not meet Luna even in this world? What happened, even so the guy won't give in, you can allow it at least once. Guaranteed SSR. He wants to meet Luna. Let the rest of the room go out. Why is it wrong? Why is this not the right item? Okuro is out of magic stones, he asks to let go, and the guy has outbursts of anger. They started the strategy meeting, isn't it all over, and they're out of magic stones. The event will last for another 5 days. The girls can still spin, and they will spend the remaining days earning even more stones. Maybe it is better to give up, but after all this, you can't give up. Isn't he satisfied after so many spins? Okuro doesn't want to do marathons anymore? No need to worry, because everyone has learned this lesson, and the guy has a plan. This time, the guys will ask for help. They were informed that from that day on they would be under care, and were told that they would also be looked after. Illumino and Camille introduced themselves. The man recalled that his interlocutor had spoken of the need for help. He pointed to a group of rookie adventurers he was looking after. The young man thanked him, calling him a real savior. He noted that even though the request was unusual, the black orcs would not be a problem for someone like him. His interlocutor answered hesitantly, and then, smiling, said that they had their own circumstances. He thought about asking Green-san. One of the participants in the meeting said that the only way to increase their efficiency is to increase the number of people. The young man clarified whether he understood correctly that this was what was being discussed. The girl explained that they wouldn't be able to get the magic stones if someone hunted with them. Then the guy added that they had already tested it with the other guys. The hero said that in that case, they would not be able to conduct thorough research for some time. He asked again in surprise if the number of magic stones had really not increased. The character with glasses said that if everyone was against it, then it was worth doing as usual. He suggested doing everything according to the usual plan. The girl next to him reacted to this proposal with surprise. She suggested asking Green-san for help, calling the idea excellent. Everyone was standing in front of tall trees in a dense forest with light falling from above. The man asked in surprise if the group was really going to hunt in this place. The guy with glasses calmly asked if this was a problem. His interlocutor exclaimed that this was a nest of monsters, and expressed concern that if they started fighting in this place, it was unknown how many monsters could appear. The guy with glasses said that everything was fine, no matter how many there were, the knight would deal with them quickly. Then he added that the countdown would start from the moment the black orcs appeared. The other character weakly responded, agreeing. A large black orc monster emerged from the forest. It slowly approached the group, which was already prepared for battle. Several people stood with weapons at the ready, waiting for its approach. The man said he would distract the monster first. Then he ordered the others to deal with it later. The boy with the sword confirmed that he understood, and the girl next to him also prepared for battle. The man with the sword rushed at the black orc and struck him in the side. He screamed loudly, drawing attention. The other members of the group watched in surprise. One of the men looked on in shock, and then all three of them found themselves standing next to the orc's fallen body, lying in front of them. He was surprised by what was happening and asked what had happened. The young man explained that everything had happened thanks to Estelle, who had used support magic. Estelle winked and asked, "Is she incredible?" Appeared about the presence of 14 magic stones. The protagonist realized that the number of magic stones had not increased, and noted that, as expected, this would not work if he did not hunt alone. Someone gently touched the guy with glasses on the shoulder, after which he turned around in surprise. Then he said that something had happened. The girl in the helmet asked him to pay attention to Camilla's ring. She was holding a spear, and a sparkling ring was visible on her hand. This is the Guardian's ring, which gives plus 300 defense. The guy in glasses exclaimed in surprise that it was the Guardian's ring. The girl in the helmet asked if she was really right. Meanwhile, the hero ran up to Camilla. Camilla, looking at the ring, said that she had just received it. Someone from the group asked in surprise if it was really something important. The guy with glasses wondered where she got the Gacha equipment from, and repeated it to himself in shock. Then, concerned about the situation, he exclaimed, asking for some time. Man holding the ring in his hand, he asked if they needed to fight while wearing it. The boy confirmed enthusiastically, and the others looked at the situation with surprise. The guy explained that the objects in question were enchanted. He added that they wanted to conduct field tests with them. The man with the ring asked in surprise if these things were magical tools. The hero wondered if these objects were truly magical tools, and wondered if they had anything similar. Then someone enthusiastically suggested continuing the hunt, and they responded with a loud affirmation. The boy and the man struck the monster at the same time. The protagonist, watching this, frowned and tensed up. He was breathing heavily and looked worried. The hero was surprised to notice that the number of magic stones had increased. First, it became 15, then 16, and 17. The heroes reported that they had found a new way to get magic stones. One of the characters asked with surprise whether they really would have to work with a large group of people. It was indicated that there were 4 days left until the end of the full gacha. The main character and his allies went forward. An active farming of magic stones began. Heihachi's group continued to spin gacha, while the other members were busily farming magic stones. The man worriedly noticed that Okura looked unwell and asked if he was okay. The protagonist, a little embarrassed, hesitantly confirmed. The protagonists thought about the fact that there were 2 days left until the end of the gathering. Although the farming of magic stones was going well, they still had not managed to obtain the last item. He admitted that even if they continued in the same spirit, they would not actually be able to achieve the goal. Okura with concern. Then he shouted that Estelle was in danger. The armored girl jumped forward, and another character with a frightened face shouted that she absolutely had to be saved. Suddenly, a powerful flash of flame erupted, and one of the characters cried out in fear, trying to understand what was happening. The protagonist screamed Estelle's name in alarm. The girl was knocked unconscious in a fiery whirlwind, and those around her watched with shocked expressions. The girl said anxiously that she would burn the forest and destroy many monsters to make her brother happy. Then, lowering her head, she admitted that they would not be able to cope anyway unless they destroyed even more. The protagonist, shocked by her words, tried to stop her and, running up, exclaimed that he understood everything and asked her to calm down. One of the characters shouted at Okura. The protagonist was carrying the unconscious Estelle and ordered Noral to carry her back. He then stated with a serious expression that they would take care of the rest themselves. With Estelle no longer participating, the final day of the hunt was over. Estelle said she wanted to help and apologized. The guy told her not to worry and added that he should apologize for not noticing. Then he offered to start. The guy said that they had earned 150 magic stones today. He said that this was enough for 3 multi-spins and suggested starting with those with the highest luck. He told the girl to give the stones to Norm and Moth. The guy was sitting at the table with the girls and was depressed. He thought that if even Norm and Mafuto couldn't do it, then no one on Earth could do it. The hero remembered Norm saying that they needed to stop spending the spins, and regretted that they didn't stop then. The girl turned to the others and asked them why they were acting as if everything was already over. She reminded them that they still had 1 chance. The guy asked again with surprise about another chance. He thought that it was only 1 chance, but a chance for him and for her. Another girl got ready for the last multi-spin. The guy stood up abruptly and confidently turned to the girl named Shizuka, asking her to try it herself. The girl asked in surprise if he was really talking about her, not believing what was happening right away. The young man confidently turned to a girl named Shizuka, asking her to try it herself. The girl asked in surprise if he was really talking about her, not immediately believing what was happening. Okura said his intuition told him so. He asked what had happened to her positivity and reminded her that she was not so weak-willed. He asked her to show her real self. Okura asked if they were against it. The girl said it was a good idea and added that if it was Shizua, she could handle it. The other said she would trust her brother's intuition. Shizua hesitated at first, but then said with determination that she understood and would definitely do it. He thought that Shizua was the only one who remained calm. In this hopeless situation, she could handle it. He clasped his hands in supplication. He thought that if she couldn't handle it, it would be their defeat. Everyone was waiting for Shizuka's answer. At that moment, one of them activated the gacha and received the item, Room Beyond Dimensions. A message appeared on the screen that all 5 out of 5 items were received. The guy with glasses, judging by the expression on his face, was shocked by the result. The next morning, the guy was cleaning with a new vacuum cleaner. At that moment, a girl came up to him and asked him in surprise what he was doing. The guy calmly replied that he was just cleaning. One of the girls said that he started cleaning in the morning for the sake of Luna. Another added that the house was now unrecognizable. The girl with long hair sternly demanded that he stop cleaning. Then she suggested that he do one more thing first. The boy screamed in fear that he understood. Okura suggested calling the moon right in her room. The others agreed, noting that if the ritual was performed inside the house, no one would notice. When everything was ready, the guy said that the time had come for the long-awaited call. The guy said that there was no point in putting it off any longer and that he needed to act. He pressed the button on his smartphone, but the device displayed an error message. The young man looked at the screen and said in surprise that they had reached the limit. It said that the call was impossible due to exceeding the limit, 77 out of 76. Shizua was surprised and asked again if they couldn't summon her. He answered that they couldn't, but added that he had an ability that could reduce the cost and somehow fit within the limit. The guy was thinking about who he could use the ability on. After some hesitation, he decided to use it on Estelle. He asked the girls if it was okay to use it on Estelle. The limit dropped from 22 to 21. The girl thanked her brother and beamed with joy, and he asked in surprise why she was so happy. He said that now they can try again. The girl watched in surprise as the guy activated the summoning. Everyone stood tense, and one of the girls exclaimed that it was really happening. The summoning had begun. When the call began, everyone looked ahead with bated breath. The next moment, a girl with long blonde hair and a spectacular outfit appeared in front of them. Everyone was shocked by her appearance. The girl entered the room silently, without showing any emotion, and looked at those present carefully. Then the guy stepped forward, spreading his arms wide, and introduced himself as Okura Heiha, happily said that he was glad to meet her. Okura again. Heihachi. To which the girl with the ears asked why he was doing it again, and added that it was scary. Then the two girls introduced themselves, one calling herself Estelle, the other Noral. Okura internally cringed, thinking that despite his efforts, he was still considered scary. The girl with long blonde hair introduced herself. Her name is Luna Vardes. She added that she hoped for a good understanding. Then she turned to the guy. Shizua was breathing heavily and staring at Luna with a strange look. When Okura asked what she was doing, she shuddered and said nothing. Shizua quietly said that she just wanted to get closer to Luna-san, and while looking into her eyes, she gently touched her face. Luna's eyes widened in surprise. Luna screamed to be left alone and pushed Shizua away sharply. Shizua recoiled in fear, not understanding what had happened. Luna told her not to come closer, and Okura asked in surprise what was wrong. Moon declared that Shizua was her enemy. She asked in confusion why, since she had done nothing wrong. Luna screamed that she wasn't going to listen to her. Okura was also surprised, not understanding the reason. Heihachi remarked that it was normal to gradually improve relations. He then turned to Shizua and, trying to cheer her up, exclaimed that it was true. Shizua. Suddenly, he had an idea. Okura suggested taking a walk around Brun. Shizua enthusiastically supported the idea and invited Luna to come with them. However, Luna immediately turned away and coldly refused. Luna coldly stated that she would never go anywhere with Okura, adding that she did not like to walk during the day. When he suggested going to the caves where there was no sun, she again refused. When he asked her about hunting together, she also refused. Luna said that she didn't like to fight, so she would leave the hunting to the others. While they were gone, she would take over guarding the house. After that, she said that she was going to bed, and told the others to leave the room. Okura and the girls silently looked at the door, behind which Luna had disappeared. He hesitantly repeated her words about her guarding the house. Then, looking at the sleeping Luna, he wondered if she had planned to simply stay in the house all this time. After completing the gacha and waiting for a long time, Luna Wards was finally obtained. With her appearance, new adventures began. 2 days after Luna was summoned, the girl reminded him that he had to wake Luna up. The guy replied that he wanted to do it, but he couldn't, because he's afraid she'll hate him if he disturbs her sleep. The girls called him a loser, and agreed with each other. The guy said he wanted to register Luna as an adventurer, and suggested that they still needed to wake her up. Estelle noted that Luna looked younger than her. Another suggested that it would be okay if they said Luna was a vampire. Okura said he wasn't sure if she was a vampire. The girl replied that, come to think of it, they hadn't really seen one yet. The young man remembered that there were many half-human characters in the GC game, and wondered if there were any in this world. Later, in Brion's guild, a female employee asked if they meant half-humans. To this, he hesitantly confirmed. The guy said he meant creatures with long ears or blood drinkers. The girl replied that she knew of such creatures, and perhaps he was not talking about half-humans. She added that instead of half-humans, they are called something else. These creatures are called demons. She explained that demons are not only physically strong, but they can also use magic, which makes their abilities frightening. The guy wondered if the demons in this world could be the same as those in the GC game. He recalled that most of these demons were raid bosses, and noted that he would never want to encounter them. The background shows monsters and a group of players fighting. He then asked if demons really didn't exist anymore. The girl said that she heard all the demons were destroyed in a war 200 years ago. The guy asked in surprise if it was true, and then noted that the war with the demons explains a lot. Noral said that demons really exist, The boy added that he would be surprised if Luna was one of them, but admitted that he didn't know. He thought that maybe he should hide her after all. The other girl agreed, noting that it was a good thing Luna locked herself away. Okura said he wanted to know about the moon's abilities. The girl remarked that if she took a quick look at them, everything should be fine. The other agreed. Then one of them suggested going back, and the group went home. When the three heroes entered the house, they saw Shizua hugging Luna. Luna screamed to be let go. Shizua noticed that Okura and the others had returned and said with a smile that she hadn't noticed them coming in. Luna panicked and screamed for Heihachi to do something about the situation. Okura was happy to see that Luna had woken up. Luna, who found herself in Shizu's arms, quietly asked him to save her quickly. Okura, embarrassed, suggested that they let Luna go. Shizua replied that she couldn't let Luna go because she would avoid her. Luna screamed, "That of course will." Noral said that there was no reason to dislike Shizua so much. She added that Shizua was very kind. Luna responded by screaming that if she said she hated Shizua, then she really hated her. The girl looked sternly and said to let her go, otherwise she would bite. Shizua said with an indifferent look that she didn't care, and that she wouldn't let her go because of such a small thing. Luna suddenly bit Shizuhi, who screamed in pain. She barely held back, blushing and saying that it was not enough, although there was hesitation in her voice. Shizua screamed and lost her strength, falling to her knees. The guy ran up to her, calling out to Shizua in concern, and the girl herself weakly said that her body was not moving. Shizua, lying on the floor, was surprised by how quickly the effect took effect. She wondered if Luna was a monster. Noral, with a confused expression, asked what Luna had done to the victim. Luna said that if she bites someone, she can impose an abnormal status. She explained that this time she used paralysis, so the victim will not be able to move for some time. The girl with long hair said that everything turned out as expected from Luna. Then Luna was surprised that Shizua could move, because she should be paralyzed. Shizua admitted that she is a priestess. The boy noticed that if Shizua continued like this, Luna would really hate her. The girl, angrily grabbing his clothes, demanded that Heihachi do something to her. Shizua admitted that he was right and quietly added that she would make peace with Luna someday. At this time, Luna approached the boy and said that he saved her, thanking him for it. The girl with the pigtails asked sternly how long they were going to stand there. Then she reminded him that they needed to talk about something. The boy confusedly agreed with her. Luna asked again about the conversation with surprise. Moon asked if the task was really connected with collecting starflowers. The guy confirmed it. He reminded that the starflower is a flower that blooms only at night, and added that the forest where it grows is quite dangerous. Heihachi suggested asking the moon, which is especially powerful at night, to help them. The girl said in bewilderment that he, in her opinion, had gone crazy. Then she added that she was not really an adventurer, and she had no business being in such a dangerous place. The girl with long blonde hair said that it would be calmer if Luna went with them. The girl with ponytails added that she also asked her about it, because even a simple search in the forest is quite difficult. The girl with ears expressed dissatisfaction, and the guy, looking at her, mentally noted that it was still a good job and praised them both. Shizuka exclaimed that they should go themselves, adding that Okura-san must notice how worried Luna-san was. He wondered why he had taken Luna's side. She replied that she would always be her ally. Shizua smiled and suggested that Luna-san be left in her care, adding that the two of them would look after the house. Luna was stunned that she would be left alone with Shizuka. Luna said that she understood and agreed, but added that she would demand payment. The guy asked again about payment in surprise. Luna told the boy to follow her. He tried to stop her, but she insisted. Then she pushed him to the bed and sat next to him, saying that this would be his payment. She said that she wanted a big and good bed. The guy was surprised by her statement, and she added that this bed was too hard. Then he promised to buy her another one. The girl agreed, and they sealed it as a promise. The hero said that this time, they received a task to collect starflowers. The task should have been simple, but due to the unexpected appearance of werewolves, many adventurers failed it. Estelle was scared by the noise in the grass, but the guy tried to calm her down, saying it was just the wind. Another member of the group noted that it was easy to get scared in such places, One of them added that the surroundings can be checked using a map app, so there is no need to be scared. Shizua hugged Luna tightly and happily declared that walking with her was the best thing. Luna began to complain, demanding to be let go, and added that these hugs were already starting to irritate her. The guy thought that the girls hadn't changed at all. Luna asked irritably why he brought Shizue. The guy admitted with a forced smile that he simply couldn't refuse. Okura said that he wanted to check her characteristics before the fight. He took out his smartphone and asked for permission. The girl replied that he should do what he wanted. Then he activated the application and began scanning. He looked at the screen and was amazed that despite Luna's level being lower than his, all of her stats were incredibly high. He wondered if her stats had increased due to the nighttime. The young man looks at the girl, analyzing her parameters. He notices that her physical characteristics exceed expectations. At this time, the other members of the group continue on their way. One of them calls for them to keep up. The characters are walking through a dark forest. Okura notices that visibility is worse than he expected. Luna points out direction and says that it is better to turn left. They discuss the dense undergrowth ahead, which could be dangerous to go through. He says he can't see anything even with the light of a lantern. Luna assures him that she can see in the dark as well as in the day, and asks to trust her to lead the way. The others agree, noting that this is to be expected for a vampire. Okura notices that someone is approaching ahead and assumes the presence of an enemy. The girl in armor immediately rushes forward, declaring that she will sort it out herself, despite the attempt to stop her. The knight quickly dashed forward and dodged. The rest of the group watched in silence. Okura was surprised to see the signal on the map disappear. The other, still shocked by what had just happened, wondered what kind of attack that had just happened. Luna warned that there was difficult terrain ahead due to the roots, and advised not to run thoughtlessly. The knight thanked her for the warning. The girl noted that, despite her appearance, Luna did not seem problematic at all. On the contrary, she is very kind. Okura said that he saw the girl in a new light. She, a little embarrassed, replied that since she was asked, she should try her best. She added that if something happened to them while they were under her protection, it would be a problem. Estelle told Luna to be more honest with herself. Shizua stroked her head and added that this is why Luna was so cute. Luna looked embarrassed and held back her emotions. Luna bit the girl's finger, to which she calmly asked her not to bite. The guy urged them not to quarrel, reminding them that monsters could appear because of the noise. After that, the whole group continued on their way, deciding to return to searching for the flower. Luna called out to Hihachi and beckoned him to come over. He turned around and saw that she had found something in the bushes. She pointed to a plant and asked if it was the flower he was looking for. The heroes noticed a bright flower among the bushes and approached it. One of them asked in surprise if it was a starflower. They easily completed the task and ran on. Suddenly the girl stopped her companion, saying that they were surrounded. The boy let out a surprised cry when he heard the monsters seemed to be waiting for the group to start picking flowers. The armored girl clarified that there were about 10 monsters in the area. Okura ordered Shizua to guard the rear while Nora and Estelle dealt with the enemies in front. He tried to stop Luna, but she said she wanted to show him her strength and would handle it herself. He noted that she was alone and there were werewolves against them, but she remained determined. Luna walked forward, dropped a drop of blood into the water, and, turning around, confidently declared that these enemies did not pose a threat to her. She confidently activated her magic, raising her hand with her staff and getting into a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Luna threw a spear of magical energy, and the others watched in awe. The werewolves braced themselves for an attack, and Luna, without losing her focus, prepared for the next blow. She released a powerful energy strike in the form of a spear. The others watched what was happening. The boy noticed with surprise that it was the same spear as before, and the girl next to him admitted that even she herself could hardly withstand such a blow. Heihachi watched the battle and thought that since Luna was a vampire, he should have expected this. He was amazed by her strength and power, calling her an incredible woman. He wondered if she really was stronger than everyone else. Meanwhile, Luna continued the battle, attacking the werewolves with her fists. The character, and having completed collecting the necessary plant, noted that it glowed beautifully in the dark. One of them said that now it was possible to return. Luna asked him if he was happy with the result and offered to hunt more if necessary. He replied that this was enough and thanked her for saving them. They said that this time the task was very easy thanks to Luna. The girl added that without her they would not have been able to get the starflower, and the guy agreed with her. The boy thanked Luna, and she replied that she was glad that they understood that. Then he asked if she wanted to fight with them. Luna yawned tiredly and said that if she lay down. Luna said that if she was allowed to sleep as much as she wanted, she would even be able to confess her love. The guy was surprised that someone could want to spend so much time in bed. He thought that if Luna joined their team, the group's strength would increase significantly. However, how to convince her to participate in the adventure was a completely different matter. The girl calmly replied that she was waiting for the promised bed. The girl stood with her back to the bed, changing clothes and thinking about what would happen next. Estelle approached the boy and apologized for keeping him waiting. He suggested moving on. They set off to fulfill their promise to Luna. Okura said that he and Estelle went to buy a new bed. The girl with the ponytail watched them, holding a stuffed rabbit in her hands. He thanked the girl for agreeing to go with him, but noted that she could do whatever she wanted now. The girl listened to him as they walked side by side down the street. Estelle looked at her interlocutor and said that being with her brother was what she really wanted. She added that everything seemed to be fine, and she understood that. The characters entered a furniture store. The boy noticed that, as he expected, the selection here was not very large. The girl agreed with him, saying that this was indeed the case. The girl suggested going shopping in Sting. The guy thought for a second but refused, and suggested limiting themselves to the store they were already in. He added that later they would have to think of another way to thank Luna. Estelle chose a bed and sat on it, checking its comfort. The seller informed that the delivery would take a few days. They were walking down the street, and the boy said he was glad Estelle had come with him. They had finished quicker than he had expected. The girl, turning to him, said his name and became thoughtful, saying that there was something she couldn't get out of her head. The girl with a serious expression asked if something had happened between him and Shizua in the Goblin Labyrinth. The guy got nervous, started making excuses, but remembered the compromising moments, and in a panic assured that nothing had happened. She looked at him suspiciously and asked again if it was true. Okura suddenly cried out that he had remembered something important. Then, trying to change the subject, he suggested that they go somewhere and look around. He said it would be a shame to just go home and suggested going somewhere. Then he asked if everything would definitely be okay. The guy noted that compared to the capital, there were not many interesting places here and suggested going somewhere. The girl replied that Brun would be fine with her and gave up the idea of going somewhere else. The girl said that she didn't care where to go as long as she was with her brother. The boy, a little embarrassed, agreed. Then she suggested going, and they ran together, and he tried to add something, but didn't have time. Estelle, seeing a counter with unusual items, turned to the seller with interest, calling him uncle, and asked twice what it was. The salesman explained that it was a magical gemstone, which had become popular at the moment. The guy asked in surprise if he really said magic stone, and exclaimed in surprise. The salesman was surprised by the reaction and asked what that was. The guy apologized, saying that he must have misheard. He repeated that it was indeed a magical gemstone. The girl calmly told him to calm down. Okura asked her if she was interested in the stone. The girl replied that when she looked at it, she felt something mysterious. She turned to the seller and asked what a magic gem was. They were told that these stones were called mystical. They changed color and glow depending on the magic invested. It was also said that the most powerful magicians were able to make them shine and give them special effects. He admitted that he had never seen anything like this in real life before. The girl asked if the stone was for sale. The seller said 200,000 for a stone of that size, and asked if they would take it. The boy wanted to pay himself, but the girl stopped him. After that, the girl said that she would pay herself. The guy asked the girl if everything was really okay, to which she replied that everything was fine. He thought that if she liked it, then it was good. He suggested going somewhere else, and she agreed. A boy and a girl were walking along an alley. Then they sat together on a bench and drank drinks. The girl was looking at something with curiosity. Later they were in a store, smiling, holding clothes in their hands. On the street, they met happy people, and then the girl took her brother by the hand and led him forward with a happy expression on her face. Okura said that he hadn't had this much rest in a long time. He noticed that they had been quite busy lately. The girl suggested slowing down a bit and noted that they could rely on other people to get the magic stones. The young man thought that they still needed to increase their levels to conquer the labyrinths and wanted to add something. He suggested that they might have to fight the guy they met in the goblin labyrinth. The girl assured him with a smile that everything was fine. Estelle reminded him that neither she nor Nora were there then, and now Luna was with them. The guy replied that he hoped so. The boy suggested going back, noting that it was time. He added that Nora and the others were probably hungry by now. She asked to wait a second when they were about to leave. The guy stopped and asked in surprise if something had happened. Then he noticed that, according to her, everything was already ready. Estelle took out a magical gemstone, which shone in her palm. The boy was surprised to recognize it, and noted that he could see it glowing. The girl thanked him, and he, smiling, noted that she had nice magic. Okura said that he was glad that she bought this stone, it suits her. The girl silently approached him, called him brother, and hugged him tightly, rising on her tiptoes. The guy was surprised when the girl hung a stone around his neck. She smiled and offered to take a look, because in her opinion, it looked good on him. He sheepishly tried to object that it was her stone, but he didn't have time to finish. Estelle said she bought the stone to give to him and called it her little brother. The boy asked in surprise if it was really for him. She reminded him that she had never given him anything before. Then she said that was why she wanted to give him a gift. The boy asked again if he could really take the gift. The girl answered with a smile that, of course. Then he asked her to at least pay for it. Estelle said sternly that she didn't need anything, and told him to just accept the gift silently. Then, with a serious expression on her face, she asked if he understood. The guy sheepishly agreed. The guy said that the necklace was really cute. The girl told him to take care of it like she was herself and never take it off. She was glad that he liked the gift. The guy was a little embarrassed and agreed. The girl thought to herself that she would always be there for her brother. The boy asked again if she had really said anything. She replied that she had said nothing, and suggested that they go back. The boy agreed, and they went home together. Against the backdrop of a mansion in the forest, an unknown character reflected on the otherworldly energy growing stronger every day. He noted that things were going well, but emphasized that he was not doing this for the sake of others. The masked figure stated that everything he does is aimed at achieving his goal of taking over the nobility and ultimate Arcadia. One of them said that Ragnarok would not stop, no matter how many people were hurt. The others demanded to speak more simply, because no one understood anything. One participant smirked and noted that another did not really know anything himself. The masked man in the room assured everyone that he would continue collecting magic stones and added that he had a question for the participants. The masked man said that he had recently met another possessor of divine power and wondered if he was truly the only chosen one. One of the participants asked in surprise if there was anyone else besides him. The others noted that the number of chosen ones did not matter. As long as the collection of magic stones continued, it was not a problem. One of the council members stated that restoring the demon world was an acceptable goal. He said that something was coming and promised to contact later. Despite the others' attempts to say something, he disconnected. After that, he and the girl quickly left the room, announcing the start of the quest. Shizua clenched her fists and loudly told Luna-san not to take it to heart. She added that she and Okura-san often didn't get anything useful either. The guy thought he wanted to teach her how to enjoy gacha, but it seemed to have the opposite effect. The girls on the bed supported one of them, saying that it was nothing, and agreeing with each other. Luna called out his name, and he asked in surprise what had happened. Luna excitedly asked if he could get the item shown on the screen, and confidently stated that she wanted it. The guy replied that if it was a gacha item, he would be able to materialize it. She, hugging the item she received, she said that gacha was just a wonderful thing. The guy noted that if she liked it, then good. Another girl added that Luna was happy because she received an item that would help her sleep, even if it was not a top-ranking item. Noral suggested that Okura-san should follow another girl's example instead of focusing on rare items. The boy remarked that perhaps his constant failures were due to greed. The boy exclaimed that there was nothing wrong with being obsessed with UR, and demanded that they shut up. He then turned to a girl named Shizuka, hoping that she would agree with him. Shizua, looking at the sleeping elf, thought that she looked very cute. Then she became touched and silently added that it was simply, "Amasalito." Okura said that since they thought so, He would show them the power of greed by using his last chance. The guy proudly announced that he managed to pull out UR. One of the girls asked if this was a Gacha event. The guy tensely confirmed that it was. Another girl noted with relief that at least he wouldn't throw rocks. The young man announced that this was an anomalous quest and enthusiastically declared that this time they would be the first. He told everyone to get ready to go. While the others listened to him, one of the girls slept peacefully. It was reported that this time the anomaly appeared in the Angolia ruins, located in the desert. In these ruins, unusually strong monsters began to appear which were not there before. There were 2 days left before the event. The team of heroes was already heading there on a flying carpet. Shizua answered the call, confirming that it was her. Her interlocutor asked if they had reached the ruins yet. She was told that the ruins were already visible and would soon be in place. He asked if everything was okay with her. Shizukata said that everything is fine with her. The girl reported that Luna-sen was still sleeping and added that she was going to wake her up. The guy said he wanted to strengthen their team as much as possible and added that he would contact them as soon as they were ready. The girl asked if she would come with Luna, to which he replied that he was not sure, but hoped so. Right after that, he received a call and noticed that it was Shizua. The young man suddenly cried out and said that an event had started in the Gacha. He was upset because it happened at an inopportune time, since they had already spent all their magic stones. His friend asked in surprise what had happened, and the young man himself added that he was now broke. The girl asked what event was going on this time. The guy showed her a screen with a step-by-step gacha and explained that it was an event where a UR item was guaranteed on the 4th step. Okura explained that it was a gacha where after a few tries you get a free UR at the end. Noral clarified what he meant by free. Estelle said that if only 4 twists were needed, then only 20 stones would be needed. In response, Noral assured that they would collect that much in the blink of an eye. The young man explained that many more stones would be needed. The first attempt costs 10, and the subsequent ones 20, 30, and 40. He added that the number of stones needed increases with each step. This is called step-by-step gacha. The girl calculated that they would need 100 stones. She added that if they did not start hunting for them seriously, they might not have time. Okura thought that if they completed the abnormal quest, they would make it in time. He promised himself that this time he would definitely not miss the reward. The knight shouted at Okura to look ahead. At first he didn't understand, but then he turned in the direction indicated. Suddenly, a giant eagle swooped down on the flying carpet with the team. All the participants in the flight looked at the approaching threat with fear. The eagle knocked down the carpet, and the heroes began to fall from a great height. One after another, they fell screaming towards the pyramid, losing control of the situation. The woman reports that she has sensed people approaching again. She asks her master if she should deal with them. However, he stops her, saying that their arrival was expected. The woman sternly stated that she would not forgive anyone touching the people in question. She emphasized that they were her prey. The creature with fangs looking at her added that it considered these people pathetic pigs. The main character fell from a height, but managed to hold on by clinging to the edge. He was scared and thought he was going to die. His companions ran up and asked if he was okay. The girl turned to him worriedly, calling him her little brother. The hero said there were too many enemies and suggested they walk the rest of the way. The girl agreed. Meanwhile, another woman, watching from afar, admitted that although she had slowed them down, it was not enough. The woman gave the order to her subordinate birds to attack all at once. The heroes noticed the attack and were surprised. The girl turned to her brother with alarm. The boy was scared by the number of attacking birds and tried to react, but was confused. The girl with the sword asked if she should intervene. The birds began a massive attack from above. The heroes hid behind a wall from the birds' attack. The boy, breathing heavily, admitted that it was dangerous. He said that something had to be done about the birds, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get into the ruins. Estelle said that her magic couldn't reach the enemies, and noted that the flying monsters were causing a lot of trouble. The boy started looking for a useful item on his phone, hoping to find something that could help them. The guy found the right item in the phone, activated it, and a bright light shone from it. The girl with short ponytails was surprised and said that it could work. The knight also reacted with surprise to what was happening. Okura summoned a plush toy, holding it up with a satisfied expression. The girl asks him in surprise why he did that. He replies that he thought maybe it would work as bait. The girl was indignant that using such a cute toy as bait was unacceptable. Another said that bright colors can really attract attention. The guy calmly throws the toy away, saying that he has plenty of them, so everything is fine. When the protagonist threw the plush toy, the birds immediately noticed it and began to circle. He was surprised to confirm that his idea had actually worked. He exclaimed that the toy worked as bait. The protagonist shouted that now is their chance, and threw a flash grenade into the flock of birds. The grenade blinded the enemies with a bright flash, causing them to become disoriented and lose their target. The heroes noticed that all the birds were on the ground, and one of them suggested taking advantage of the moment and dealing with the enemies. The armadillo with the sword rushed to attack, while the others were ready to support him. They decided that the enemies were finished and headed towards the ruins. One of them was surprised to notice a female figure in front of him and did not immediately understand who it was. The girl looked at her opponent with disdain and asked what kind of worthless grunting creature he was. Then she said that he was so weak that her interest was fading. The woman smirked and told her companion that they would go look for guys as strong as him. At that moment, one of the girls noted that they should hurry. The boy, looking at his phone, suddenly changed his expression and told Shizua that plans were changing and ordered him to come as soon as possible. Luna said that she slept so well and her companion apologized for the delay. The guy ran up to Luna, apologized, and said that they needed to hurry. The girl in the helmet asked in surprise what was going on. Another member of the group added that she wanted to know if they should worry about anything. One of the characters asked if what happened was related to the monster tamer. They answered that yes, it was about Panilla, a character from GC like them. The girl noted that the suspicious guy might be here too. The guy suggested that they probably hadn't finished the quest yet. Estelle confidently stated that they would be able to complete the quest faster than their opponents. Another team member doubtfully noted that there was more to these ruins than meets the eye. One character noted that despite using a lamp, the ruins were still too dark. Another added that it was slowing them down. Luna noticed again how inconvenient it was not to have night vision and complained about it, as before. The boy tried to explain something, confused. They confirmed that they really were ordinary people, although the girl doubted it. Luna said that she would help them with this and told them to follow her. The guy noted that she would really help them out. The narrator reported that this is how they began their conquest of the ruins of Angola. In the ruins, but thanks to Shizua's holy blessing, they moved quite easily. They gradually descended into the deepest parts of the dungeon. The girl demanded that the creature obey her, ordering him to be a good boy. She expressed confidence that he liked it. She said that all the monsters were now her slaves. She added with a smile that they would soon be defeated anyway. Another woman noted that her sword would be more suitable for dealing with these people. The girl with the pigtails was surprised and began to be indignant, assuming that she was considered useless. Another noticed that the enemies had penetrated inside and reminded her of this. Hooded guy said that they are still in the middle of the quest. He told the others to stop being useless. The one with the ponytails screamed, clearly outraged by his words. The girl with the pigtails demanded that the hooded man do something to her partner, calling her too impudent. The hooded man calmly reminded her that he had already discussed this. The hooded man demanded to be called master. The girl with the ponytails, not taking it seriously. He noticed strangers approaching and cried out that it was them. A group of heroes walked along the corridor with a determined look. One of them said that they made it in time. The guy said he would pay for what happened last time. His face became sinister, and the team behind him gathered in battle readiness. Ukura said that they would not lose this time. The opposing side said that it was time for retribution, adding that fate guided chaotic souls and that their opponents were fools blindly following the spiral of fate. Luna asked what he was talking about. The guy grinned and replied that, who knows? The girl with pigtails assumed that Yamada had failed to reach the others. Yamada was surprised by this. He muttered that he had asked to be called master. One of the heroes wondered why she was called Yamada. Okura confidently stated that the other character was named Yamada. In response, the man in the cloak shouted that he was mistaken. He then agreed to reveal the truth, saying that he would tell everything. The man in the cloak solemnly announced that his name was Lord of the Bottomless. After that, he abruptly removed his hood, and the other man immediately objected that there was no need for that. Okura said that this time they have the advantage in numbers. He added that now everything will be different. Yamada repeated the words about numerical superiority and thought about it. The guy with glasses asked not to misunderstand them. Yamada raised his hands and declared that they had the advantage in numbers. The girl next to him reminded him that all the monsters in the labyrinth were Panilla's slaves, and that the enemy had no chance. The guy with glasses cursed mentally as he realized this. Okura shouted that he wanted to knock it out too, after which his helmeted companion sternly asked what they should do in this situation. He clasped his head in his hands and agreed that it was really important. The young man said that he and Noral would handle Yamada. I asked 3 girls if they could deal with monsters, and they agreed. The hooded man told Sylvie to greet the opponents. She agreed, calling him Master. Then the girl with the pigtails loudly commanded to begin. The girl with the pigtails gave the order to the undead to attack. The group of main characters rushed forward. At the bottom of the page, 3 girls are shown joining the battle and fighting off the attackers. The group of main characters moved to attack on the command of the girls, Feep and a man. At this time, the enemy took out a weapon. The enemies begin a sword fight with the heroes. The main character declared that the reward would be his because he was the chosen one and entered into battle with the enemy. During the fight, he shouted that he would not give up the magic stones, and the enemy called him a pathetic mob. The heroine was surprised to see that the mobs had fallen without her command and asked why the undead were suddenly not doing anything. She indignantly asked if she was really a monster tamer since the creatures were inactive. The girl said that according to her brother, the other girl was also a Gacha character, but she didn't look very strong. She asked what was wrong with her magic and suggested that a weak flame wouldn't do any harm. After that, she calmly prepared to attack, creating a magical vortex, which surprised her opponent. The girl commanded her beast named Sukun to attack. The wolf obeyed the command and released a powerful attack that impressed the watching girl, leaving her in silent amazement. The girl with the pigtails said arrogantly that Sukun feeds on magic power. She added that those who rely on magic alone have no chance. She then stated that even without him, she could easily deal with such weak magic. She said that it's not just the breasts that she lacks. Estelle, with a joyful smile, suggested an experiment. She sent the magic flow forward, causing a powerful whirlwind. The girl with pigtails, watching this, mockingly declared that such attempts were pointless and useless, no matter how hard she tried. Sukun suddenly sweated and flinched, noticing the approaching attack. A moment later, a powerful magical explosion occurred, causing even those watching to flinch. After that, Sukun was unconscious on the ground, and his mistress ran up to him in a panic and called his name in concern, watching him with fear. Estelle said with an apologetic smile that the monster had apparently been disabled. The pigtailed girl screamed in rage, demanding an explanation for what had happened, promising that she would never forgive it. Yamada, watching her reaction, commented in surprise that something was happening to her. Estelle found herself surrounded by a group of monsters. Someone among the enemies noticed her and exclaimed. Luna was surprised that the monsters had become so strong. The enemy standing among the monsters calmly informed Estelle that she had nowhere to run. Noral calls out to Estelle, noticing that she is in danger. Meanwhile, another warrior shouts that she will be her opponent and rushes into battle. Estelle fights the monsters, one of which is about to attack her, but at the last moment an ally appears and distracts the monster with a blow. Estelle screamed at her brother. The boy stood in front of her and fought off the enemies, ordering them to retreat. Then, catching his breath, he asked if Estelle was okay. The girl apologized for doing something unnecessary, and the guy admitted that he himself was too focused on Yamada. He added that, in any case, they needed to do something against the attackers. Shizua screamed to not be ignored as the mummy, like monsters were defeated. Luna reported that the monsters were targeting Estelle, who suggested that the enemies had become stronger, and suggested that they hurry. Luna said that Shizua should stay away as a healer. When asked what she was going to do, she said that she would just finish it all off with one hit. One of the girls ordered her subordinates to attack, and then chided the other for using the skill without permission. She stated that she does not tolerate disobedience. At this time, the boy's allies shouted at him to duck. The girl named Luna raised her spear, preparing to attack. One of the characters shouted her name in surprise, and the others began to ask anxiously what she was doing. Luna unleashed a powerful attack, ordering the enemies to explode. At this time, the boy covered the girl with his body to protect her from the shockwave. The explosive attack of the moon caused shock among the observers. A powerful explosion erupted in the epicenter, and the moon itself calmly left the place without turning around. The protagonist joyfully shouted that victory was on their side and thanked Luna for the attack that destroyed all the enemies. The heroes gathered at the destroyed wall, behind which a passage opened. The guy worriedly asked Luna if she had overdone it. One of the girls added that it was interesting what had happened to the opponents. A loud roar was heard, attracting everyone's attention. The steel ones turned around in fear. One of them shouted, pointing at the approaching threat. A girl with short blonde hair and a sword in her hand stood in a fighting stance to protect the master. A hooded man with a mask stood among the rubble of a destroyed wall, amazed by the power he saw. He realized that the destruction was caused by the ability of the moon. Two girls lay on the ground among the rubble. The characters noticed that one of them had survived the destruction. Shizua asked if the others were okay. The guy with glasses replied that since they were Gacha characters, they should be fine. Yamada noted that all the monsters had been destroyed. He assumed that Penilla was still recovering from using her skill. He looked at the device's screen and said that everything was fine. The masked character declared that he was giving away the power that was dormant in these lands. At the same time, a glowing object appeared from his device. The other character recognized this object with surprise. The hooded guy started to activate the scroll. The protagonist shouted for him to wait and wondered if he was trying to escape. Okura shouted that if the man's name was Yamada, then he was from the same world as himself. In response, the hooded man with a sharp expression on his face demanded that the name not be spoken. Yamada added that he would enlighten his interlocutor. He said that he was the true chosen one, a man called into this world by demons. He ordered them to remember that he would be the one who would create the ultimate group. They said they were gone. The boy said he wouldn't be surprised if he was hiding something, and assumed he was in league with the demons or something. At that moment, Luna tugged at his clothes, and he asked what was wrong. They noticed that something was wrong with Luna. She complained that her throat was sore and that she couldn't hold it in. Others noticed that her face was red, but they also noted that she didn't have a fever. Suddenly, Luna ran up to Heihachi and bit him. Everyone was stunned by her action, and Heihachi was confused. The girls yelled anxiously at Luna to let go of Okura, as she was clinging too tightly to him. He didn't understand what was happening, and one of the girls tried to pull Luna away, but with difficulty. The boy was breathing heavily and said he was just a little tired. The girl asked if he was okay. Luna was being held by two girls, and she asked with displeasure why she was being held like that. One of them explained that Luna had bitten Okura and was drinking his blood. The girl asked Luna why she suddenly bit Heihachi. Luna replied that she didn't know, she just suddenly felt thirsty. The girl assumed that it was a sudden desire to drink blood, and perhaps it was a consequence of her skill. Luna apologized to him for what she did to him. He calmly replied that she didn't need to do that. Okura said that Luna used her skill to save everyone and patted her head, noting that she was okay. After that, he suggested continuing to conquer the dungeon. Shizuka said with envy why she bit him and not her. Luna replied that she did not want to drink Shizu's blood. After defeating Yamada's group, Okura, with the rest, we continued to conquer the anomalous quest and met the immortal boss guarding the labyrinth. The heroes reached the deepest point of the dungeon. One of them asked what kind of pedestal it was, noticing a strange object in the center of the hall. One of the heroes noticed that the depression in the pedestal resembled a smartphone shape. He assumed that the labyrinth might be somehow connected to his phone and, swiping the screen, inserted the device into the recess. The pedestal began to glow. After the protagonist's smartphone confirmed the completion of the quest in the ruins of Angolm, a message about its successful completion appeared on the screen. The heroes were delighted. One of them joyfully shouted that they had finally taken revenge. A list of rewards for completing the quest appeared: 200 magic stones, a premium item ticket, a reduction in cost, and an increase in skill. Sylvie regains consciousness and asks in surprise where she is. A hooded man stands over her and notices that she is awake. She looks around and asks worriedly what has happened to the other people. The hooded man admitted that their defeat was due to his pride and lack of strength. He noted that the enemy was now enjoying the reward. He then thanked the girl for saving them. She responded with surprise that she did not do it for him. The girl said she was glad to be of service and bowed in respect. She added that she understood them. The man said that now they needed even more magic stones than before. He added that they would strengthen the detachment to extract them. Noral asked if he was going to spin the gacha. The guy said that it was the last day of the event, but he would wait until tomorrow because he wanted to do it with everyone. Shizua noticed that Luna was sleeping in the passage, got scared, and said that she would catch a cold. She offered to carry her to her room. The guy with glasses began to protest and told Noral to do it. The guy woke up and was surprised to find Luna sleeping next to him, snuggling up to him in her sleep. Okura woke up suddenly and panicked to see Luna next to him, still sleeping, cuddled up against him. He was afraid that someone might see this and wondered internally why Luna was there. Then someone knocked on the door. He heard Estelle's voice knocking and asking if he was awake. He internally complained that she was the one who had come and tried to pretend to be asleep. Estelle entered the room and, seeing Luna in bed next to the guy, sternly asked if he had dragged her there himself. The guy, in a panic, tried to justify himself, saying that Luna simply happened to be there. Estelle screamed that her brother had dragged Luna into his room. The boy tried to justify himself, but she had already called Shizua. She, hearing this, quickly rushed towards him with a determined expression on her face. Shizua screamed, asking if Okura-san had slept with Luna-san. Then, blushing, she added that she was jealous, but then said that it was terrible. Okura tried to explain that it wasn't him, but Luna herself who climbed into him. Estelle, thinking, clarified, so it was possible to just come to him at night. Okura was embarrassed and didn't know what to answer. Estelle, having concluded that it was possible to simply visit him at night, suggested sleeping together. Okura was amazed at her logic. At this time, another girl entered the room with a rabbit and asked why there was noise but no fight. Shizua asked him why he slept with Luna-san, to which he explained that it was nothing. Noral asked Luna why she had climbed into Okura, Dano's bed. She was silent at first, and then replied that she had just done it. Luna reminded him if he was going to spin his gacha. The guy yelled back that he was. Okura. He excitedly explained that this time the gacha was meant to be a power-up, adding that he had a premium ticket. The guy said that he could only participate in this gacha because of their hard work and thanked them. The girls were surprised by his tone and noted that he was acting weird again, as usual. He explained that the event and the ticket only gave them 5 spins, and there were 6 of them, including the animal, so one person would not be able to participate. Estelle added that she did not need anything this time. He asked again if he was sure about that. The girl said she would just watch how the others were spinning. The guy said he wanted at least 3 SSRs out of 5 spins, and suggested they determine the order. Then he announced that this time the order would be like this, and showed the diagram. Everyone said they were ready to start, and the guy enthusiastically announced that it was time for gacha. That's how the power-up gacha began, but something went wrong. The girl exclaimed that she knew it and cursed, hitting the table, because she only received an SR beacon. Okura. He said that he didn't expect anything from the first spin. Then looking at the girl, he noticed that there was nothing he could do about it. Looking at the phone, he said that he would show his luck, which ignores the theory of probability. The guy, having received an item in the game, screamed why he got this particular thing. He was outraged that in the second stage with an increased chance of SSR, he got an SR item called Excalibur, which turned out to be an ordinary crowbar. He stated that it had already become a curse. The girl remarked that Okura-san was clearly loved by Excalibur. Another girl asked if he was being overly dramatic. The girl said that Okura-dono's love for gacha was too abnormal. She added that the fact that he didn't throw a tantrum on the floor crying was already a big improvement. The other girl watched silently as the boy threw a tantrum anyway. Luna told Heihachi that he should believe in himself more and patted him on the shoulder. Noral announced that it was now Mofto's turn. In the 3rd stage of the gacha, where SSR and above items were guaranteed, Mofto was unable to obtain a UR item. Despite Heihachi's expectations, Luna also failed to obtain a UR item, despite using a premium ticket that guaranteed SSR or higher drops. Heihachi regretfully admitted that his dream of 3 UR items did not come true. Luna, upset, apologized. The girl tried to cheer Luna up by saying that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. She then asked Okura-san if he agreed with this, to which he answered affirmatively, a little sheepishly. Okura-san asked Luna not to be upset about the failure and try not to take it to heart. She agreed, although a little hesitantly. Then he himself thought that it seemed like only one UR was guaranteed in this gacha. Noral happily said that it was finally her turn. The guy suggested that, judging by everything, she would get a guaranteed UR. The girl was surprised when he laughed nervously, and said that he was saying interesting things. The guy with his head down asked the girl if she understood why he had left the last spin for her. The girl asked again in surprise. He added that their adventure in the ruins was a waste of time or not. It was up to her. He approached the girl, put his hand on her shoulder, and demanded not to screw up, asking if she understood. The girl nodded fearfully. Off to the side, one of the girls sighed, saying that her brother could no longer be helped, and the other complained that she had asked not to pressure her. Noral said it was time to begin and pressed a button on her phone screen. She looked tense. Light burst out of the chest, surprising one of the watching girls. The others watched with interest, and the guy covered his mouth with his hand, watching the result tensely. The girl pulled out a UR item named Saint Itebra and stood silent for a moment. The boy happily stated that he always knew she could do it, and praised her for her excellent work. The girl was relieved that she had narrowly avoided a repeat item. However, Noral was suspicious that he was probably lying. The guy asked to see the item closer, and the girl showed him a UR called Saint Itebra. He admitted that he had never seen one like that before. The girls assumed that it was some kind of equipment based on the name, and expressed confidence that the item would be amazing. Itebra was born, a device capable of creating a substance that could be shaped and controlled telepathically. The others looked at the object and were surprised. One of them noticed that it looked cheap, and the other that it was too small. Noral said a hymn to make the object move. He agreed. The guy thought that this device created a controlled substance. He tried to activate it, and at that moment, some mass began to flow out of it. The girl next to him reported in surprise that something was flowing out. The girl happily reported that the substance was alive and moving. The second girl was surprised to note that it looked like slime. The slime began to bounce on the table. Noral asked in surprise why he stopped. The slime shot sharply towards the girl, and she screamed in surprise. The girl exclaimed in fear that it was too dangerous and asked to stop her. The guy panicked and tried to figure out how to control her at all. The boy panicked and ordered the slime to stop. However, it did not obey and crashed into the girl's chest. He apologized to Shizuka while the other characters watched in surprise and awkwardness. Shizua asked the boy with a smile if he was thinking something dirty, pointing at the slime in his hand. In response, he exclaimed in confusion, and the other girl asked him in surprise if it was true, turning to him. Estelle angrily asked the guy if he really wanted to touch them that badly. He panicked and tried to justify himself by saying that the thing did everything itself. But in response, he was struck by lightning. Boy burned after an electric shock. He lay and said with difficulty that he should practice. Noral, watching him, asked if he was alive. A few days after the capture of the ruins of Angoli, an adventurers' guild was shown in one of the buildings of the city. Okura's squad, and asked if they had sorted out the anomaly in the ruins of Angoli. Okura answered in the affirmative and said that he had come to submit a report and materials. The girl asked if there were any problems. Okura replied that he had no idea. The employee said that they might not have heard, but C-rank units are not allowed into the Angoli ruins. The guy admitted that he was so caught up in the cleanup that he didn't think about the rules. The girl was surprised that such rules even existed. He added that it was annoying to have a low rank. They confirmed that it was this guy who dealt with the anomaly. The guild president named Christoph approached the boy and said he wanted to ask him a question. The boy was surprised to learn that it was the president. The president, sitting at the table opposite the boy and girl, clarified that a labyrinth had appeared in the ruins of Angola. He confirmed that it was their group that had eliminated the anomaly that had arisen. The guy admitted that conducting an unauthorized investigation was not the best idea. The president thought about the question and asked for a little time to think about it. The woman reports that, as Okura-san mentioned, the anomaly was indeed suppressed. She refers to a report from a local research group. However, according to her, they cannot provide confirmation of the existence of the labyrinth. This surprises the protagonist, who assumes that the labyrinth could have disappeared after the cleansing. The woman asked how they had managed to reach the ruins of Angoli in just 2 days, when the journey usually takes at least a week. Okura began to hesitate, embarrassed, and said that it was difficult to explain. The girl said that they were not trusted at all. The guy cursed quietly, adding that he knew it, and noted that he should have taken Estelle with him. The president asked doubtfully if he understood correctly. They had captured a non-existent labyrinth and immediately returned. The guy hesitantly confirmed. The president laughed and said that, as he thought, this was a truly unusual squad. The woman said that the material they brought with them speaks for itself. The man confirmed that everything they reported, including their movements, was absolutely true. The president suggested that they used a spell or magical item that allowed them to travel long distances. The man concluded that, based on their reaction, the answer was yes. The man said that despite their unauthorized investigation and infiltration, they were also responsible, as they were kept at C rank. He also noted that he had often heard about them from Deju's group. He said that Okura's group was significantly stronger than a standard C rank unit and could definitely be trusted. Another person echoed his opinion. The man said that as of today, their group has been promoted to B rank. The young man exclaimed, "Is this really possible?" And the man confirmed it and added that they would immediately make the necessary preparations. He said he never thought they would be promoted so quickly. The president replied that he would think of something about their penetration into the ruins. The young man thanked the president, adding that it was a huge thank you. He then asked why he had gone so far for them. The man said he had had his eye on them for a long time. He added that a group that included a magician was of interest. The president mentioned that he knew about the duel with Deju and their success during the Great Destruction. He added that he did not expect that they would also cope with the anomaly. The president laughed and said it was only to be expected from a group he had long had his eye on. The guy thought that now it would be even easier for him to spin Gacha, because rank B opens up new opportunities. The girl noted with relief that the guild president turned out to be a good person, and he agreed with her. Okura admitted that they hadn't yet addressed the topic that had brought him here. The woman apologized for shifting responsibility onto him and said that the conversation would take place immediately after their promotion to B rank. The man said there was something else they wanted to ask. He asked again, referring to the city of magic, Kales. The girl said that anomalies were appearing here and there in the area. The other added that, in her opinion, Kales was full of monsters. Estelle reported that they had received a request to investigate. She added that the request had come right after they had received B rank. The boy suggested that they might have been promoted specifically for this investigation. The guy enthusiastically stated that eliminating anomalies would bring them many rewards. He added that for him, it was a dream come true. Okura asked the girl if she could look after their house. He added that it looked like the trip would be long, and said that he had accepted the order to accompany her. Luna responded enthusiastically that everything would be done, and declared that she would take responsibility for the house. Shizua said she was afraid to leave her alone. She exclaimed that she wouldn't go either. The boy explained that she couldn't stay because she was a healer. Shizua assumed that Luna wanted her to stay as well and asked her for confirmation. Luna replied with a straight face that she didn't want that at all. Shizuka became upset, squatted down and began to sob quietly. Noral then walked up to Luna, handed her mofu, and asked her to look after him. On the day of departure, a man in a light suit approached the group and extended his hand, smiling. He confirmed that they were the adventurers assigned to guard them. He then introduced himself. His name was Adelbel, and he was their client. The guy greeted the man and said it was nice to meet him. Adelbel, shaking his hand, replied that he had heard about their victory over Deju's group and noted that he had high expectations. The guy promised that they would give it their all. The girl pointed to the group and asked her father if they would be accompanying them. The man turned to her and asked what was wrong. Anri thoughtfully said that it seemed that she and Estelle were the same age. Then the girl, looking at her uncertainly, asked if everything would be all right. The man reassured the girl, saying that she could relax, because these people were some of the best adventurers. The girl was silent for a while, and then, accepting this, said that if so, then okay. When the man apologized for the girl, saying that she had not meant to offend anyone, the girl with short hair calmly replied that it was okay. Then the whole group silently walked forward. The armored man introduced himself as Adelbel's personal bodyguard, Aegon. He then offered to discuss the details of the mission. The cloaked guy thanked him in advance. It was said that Okura's group would split into two and ride on two horses, one in front and one behind. They were tasked with detecting monsters and guarding the carriage. The boy was surprised to hear about the horse and asked again. The knight asked if everything was okay. He hesitated and asked for a little time. The others watched what was happening with curiosity. The girl was surprised to hear that Okura-san couldn't ride. She explained that no matter how much he tried, the horse threw him off every time. The boy himself confirmed that this was a real problem. He screamed and demanded to stop when he fell again. A knight standing nearby said that they tried, but to no avail. Shizuka said that if anything happens, she can take hold of the reins. Okura asked in surprise if the girl could ride a horse. Smiling, she explained that she was a priestess after all. The guy wondered in his mind what it had to do with her being a priestess. Then he agreed out loud and said that he was entrusting this to her. The hero apologized and explained that everything was fine now. The knight asked if there were any more questions. Then the boy said that he had a question, and the knight invited him to ask it. Estelle said she could ride if she used support magic. The man asked her if she could do it, to which she calmly confirmed. The knight said he thought it was possible. The girl explained that magic would ease the burden on the horses and expressed her willingness to do it. Okura asked if she could handle it. Estelle assured him that everything was fine and told him not to worry. Then the knight said that they would leave immediately after all the preparations were completed. Edelbel's party headed to the magic city of Kalis. Their B-rank escort included a journey of about 10 days and a reward of 800,000 gem. To balance the lineup, Noral and Estelle rode in the vanguard, while Shizuka and another hero brought up the rear. The boy was surprised that Shizuka could actually ride a horse and commented on it. She calmly asked if he thought she was lying. She then advised him to hold on tight so he wouldn't fall off. The hero, finding himself too close to the girl, noted with confusion to himself that her breasts were very large. Then he decided that it would be better if he simply took hold of her waist. Okura, who had sat down behind the girl, couldn't resist and accidentally touched her from the side. She reacted sharply, demanding that he not touch her in such a vulgar manner. He immediately began to justify himself, assuring her that he hadn't meant anything like that. Shizuka noticed how Estelle was staring at him. At first, he didn't understand what she was talking about, but his companion cautiously noticed that Estelle was literally boring into him with her gaze. He tried to brush it off, saying that she was making it up, but the girl insisted that Estelle was definitely staring. Estelle, with a serious expression on her face, said nothing, staring straight ahead. Her gaze startled the priestess, who screamed in fear that their gazes had met. She panicked, thinking that she was really being looked at. The boy assumed that she was most likely just testing her magic. The girl sighed and said sternly that if something happened, Okura-san would be responsible. He asked again in surprise and hesitantly agreed. Okura said anxiously that he had received a signal. He immediately understood what it meant and asked Shizua XY to approach the carriage. At this time, Estelle was already racing towards the carriage. Okura shouted to Aegon that there were monsters ahead and begged him to stop the carriage. One of the group members said in surprise that he did not see the enemy, wondering where these monsters were. Okura reported that he felt the monsters approaching, which surprised the escorts. In response to his words, Aegon became wary and immediately began to look around. Soon, a pack of wolves appeared from the forest, running from the east. Noral commanded to attack the enemy hand to hand, while calling on the others not to let the monsters get to the crew. She assured that she would protect everyone with all her might. Okura agreed and prepared himself. At this time, the mage uses the spell. The mage activated a spell that caused powerful blows to erupt from the ground, striking the approaching wolves. The animals were caught off guard and thrown back by the sudden onslaught. After successfully repelling the monster's attack, one of the knights noticed that such a young girl had incredible magical powers. He was delighted with her abilities and admitted that it was simply incredible. Estelle approached Okura and asked him to praise her more, with a hopeful voice. Okura was a little taken aback by the sudden request, but still praised her, saying that she tried hard. At this time, Shizua, watching from the side, curiously asked what she wanted. Inari stared at the girl, who stood a little further away, as if assessing or thinking about something important. The girl, noticing the look, was surprised, but did not show fear. Then, without saying a word, she quickly turned around and disappeared behind the tents. Shizua suggested that perhaps she needed something. The knight thoughtfully noted that the girl was clearly interested in something. They assumed that Estelle's magic had greatly interested the girl. She also noticed that the gentleman seemed a little worried about it. Okura suggested that Estelle should talk to that girl. She only remained thoughtfully silent in response, lost in thought. Estelle said firmly that she would not do that. She added that they were just mercenaries and should not make contact with others. Okura agreed that this also sounded reasonable. One of the characters said that he was going to sleep soon. The others agreed, and added that they would stand guard. Then Okura noted that they should get some sleep before it was their turn to stand guard. Okura noticed that something was wrong with Nora and asked if anything had happened. To this, Nora quickly replied that everything was fine. After that, she asked if it was time to get up for watch, to which she received the answer that it was not yet. The young man offered to replace Nora at her post and advised her to rest if she was tired. However, Nora, after a slight hesitation, assured him that she was fine. The next day, Okura noted that he had detected the same magical response as from the wolves the day before. Okura commanded Estelle to use her magic to fry the enemies. Noral called out to A, asking him to wait. Okura, noticing the situation, asked if something had happened. She said that she wanted to deal with the enemies herself and asked to be allowed to do so. Then she commanded everyone to move and rode away on her horse, leaving the others in confusion. The heroine tried to attack the enemies while riding a horse. Estelle emotionally called Noral stupid. Noral admitted her guilt and apologized for the incident. Okura, visibly irritated, asked Norn what she had done. She, embarrassed and with her head down, muttered that she would be more careful next time. 6 days have passed since the beginning of their journey. During this time, the squad has encountered various monsters more than once. But thanks to the actions of Yam Norley and Estelle, none of them were able to get close to the crew. At some point, Okura frowned and noticed that Noral's behavior had become strange, and he cautiously asked his companion if she noticed anything unusual. Shizua, slightly confused, I asked him again, not quite understanding what he was getting at. Shizua replied that she thought everything was as usual, and asked why he was asking. The guy noted that he didn't understand why she was trying so hard, since she usually didn't go all out on regular monsters. Okura noticed that Norn was acting aggressively as usual. Shizua, he answered what it seemed to him. Shizuka asked her if he could take part in the next fight. The other reminded her that he heal her, and therefore she should not interfere. The hero, noticing that Estelle had sat on him, embarrassedly asked why she had done this. The other members teased her, but one of them asked her to stop and spare Shizua. She was embarrassed, but said she liked the idea. At this time, someone noticed that they were being followed again. Shizua notices that someone is watching them more and more often. Suddenly, another girl starts approaching the group. The heroes are surprised by her appearance and clearly did not expect her to come straight to them. Anri timidly approached Estelle and asked her anxiously if she had some free time. Surprised, she asked again if she was being addressed and asked what had happened. The girl was visibly embarrassed, and as soon as she began to speak, she became confused. The girl apologized for doubting the other's abilities earlier. The other calmly replied that nothing terrible had happened. It happens, nothing can be done. Estelle invited the other to join them for a sit-down, which she happily agreed to, a little surprised that she had been invited. Anri was delighted to admit that it was the first time she had seen such amazing magic, and thanked her for the impression. Then she asked why she, with such outstanding abilities, decided to become an adventurer. The others also noted that this was quite unusual. Anri noted that adventurers were not usually the type of people their age to become. Another said that she had a friend who wanted to be a mage and was still in school. When asked why she chose the adventurer path, she admitted that there was no specific reason, it just seemed right. When Anri was asked if it was for Okura that she became an adventurer, she was a little embarrassed, but admitted that yes, it was. Estelle happily added that her brother was special and very shy, which she thought was also a good thing about him. Okura was alarmed in response, asking her not to say anything ambiguous. The next day, while passing through the mountains, the heroes noticed something strange on the way. One of the knights decided to discuss it with the commander to decide how to proceed. The heroes discover a strange tree blocking their path. Noral notes that this may be the phenomenon the guild director warned about. In front of them is an anomaly caused by an unusual event. One of the characters noticed that the road was completely blocked. Another said that they would have to turn back to go around the obstacle. The man said that there was nothing to be done, let them figure it out themselves. The other agreed and suggested relying on them. Then the guy suggested that it might be wise. She added that she had heard about his resistance to magic. The guy announced that since they couldn't just walk past the tree, he and Noral would deal with it himself. He said that Estelle and Shizua would protect the crew then. One of the characters asked if his stats had been checked yet. He noticed that there was no reaction to the tree and suggested that it had not shown up on the map, perhaps because it was pretending to be a normal tree. He added that in that case it was a tree. Noral warned them to be careful, as the tree might be C rank. Both sat in silence, looking into the distance at a huge tree with a massive trunk. The guy noticed that the object was not moving at all. The girl in the helmet asked what they should do now. Then he clarified that he wanted to observe first, holding a device with a screen in his hands. The guy said that he was going to do a light attack with his centabra first. Then he looked at the girl confidently and asked her to relax, promising to show the results of her training. The boy commanded his September to attack. He suddenly extended his hand forward, activating the slime. The girl in the helmet, standing behind, watched the action with enthusiasm. The slime penetrated the tree trunk but had no effect. He sat down on the ground, his shoulders slumped, and muttered that all his training had been in vain. The girl sternly ordered him to stop being depressed. The girl screamed as the tree began to move. The guy said that the tree was a creature of the rank. He suggested that if we acted in a coordinated manner, it would not be difficult to deal with it. The girl sharply objected, saying that there was no point in him straining himself. She declared that she would take it upon herself then, and resolutely stepped forward with her sword drawn. The girl with the sword jumped from above, heading straight for the tree. The enemy's roots twisted furiously, trying to reach her in midair. She continued her rapid fall, keeping her eyes on the target. Noral screamed in surprise as roots suddenly wrapped around her arms and legs, interrupting her attack. She tried to break free but was caught in midair, barely having time to realize what was happening. The guy ran up to the tree, shouting indignantly what he was doing. The girl, squeezed by the roots, said with difficulty that she would not be defeated so easily. One of the tree's roots lashed out at the girl, who was wrapped in other roots. She didn't have time to react and flew back with a loud sound of impact, her body sharply arched from the blow. The girl screamed at the top of her voice, demanding to be released. She resisted furiously, writhing in the grip, but the roots continued to squeeze her body tightly. She screamed loudly as the roots began to tighten around her body. Sweat ran down her face. She breathed heavily and tried desperately to break free. The young man thought that the multitude of branches allowed him to cut down several without causing much harm. He was sure that there must be another way out of the situation. The boy shouted in rage that he would turn the tree into a table and rush to attack with a spear in his hand. Okura shouted in rage that he would make a table out of the tree and rushed to attack with a spear in his hand. The girl screamed in surprise when the guy suddenly covered her with himself. He hugged her and called her a fool, exclaiming this with relief and reproach at the same time. After that, he loudly commanded his attack to explode. The earth shook from the force of the explosion. The girl with 2 ponytails, overcome with anxiety, rushed forward and loudly called out to her brother. The heroine with the sword cuts through the huge tree, blocking her path with incredible force. Leaping into the air, she delivers a powerful blow, and the tree flies apart. This demonstrates her skill and determination to remove the obstacle. Okura sits on the ground, tired but unharmed. A girl in armor runs up to him looking worried and asks if he's okay. Okura replies that he's fine for now. He thanks Shizua, and Norn admits that it's her fault and apologizes. Estelle scolds Norn for her behavior, but Okura tells her not to get angry since Norn is already worried. Norn remains silent, unsure of what to say. She decides that this time she can't let it go unpunished. Estelle is angry that she made her brother take risks and feels she should have gone instead. Okura and the others try to calm her down, suggesting that they discuss it after they get down from the mountains, as it is still dangerous here. Okura was indeed worried, but he himself admitted that he was not confident in his actions. The girl agrees with him, regrets that she was not more attentive, and decides to personally talk to Norn. She asks to leave it to her. Okura asked Nor why she had rushed into battle alone and had been acting strangely since the beginning of the journey. Norn, lowering her head, admitted that she did not want to be useless. Okura told Noral that if she didn't want to say anything, he would explain the situation himself. He added that otherwise Estelle's anger would not subside, and reminded her that Noral didn't want that either. Noral burst into tears and admitted that she considered herself unworthy of being in Okura Dono's squad. Okura hands Norn a towel and asks her to tell him why she feels unworthy. He says he is in no hurry and is willing to listen to her. Norn recalls how they went to the Goblin Labyrinth with the whole group. The girl admitted that she wanted to be useful this time. She recalled how in the ruins of Agnola she could not protect anyone at all. She then said that she was not with the others, and they got into an unpleasant situation. Noral said she had let them down again, putting them in harm's way, and instead of being useful, she had only gotten in the way. The boy asked if that was why she had gone forward alone to prove her usefulness. She quietly agreed that it was. The guy, looking at her, confirmed that she really was a fool. The girl exclaimed in surprise, "Why is she such a fool?" The young man tried to calm her down, saying that no one considered her a burden and that the members of the squad should help each other. He had confidently said before that even he was now strong enough to protect her. She clenched her fists and reminded him that she had been summoned to guard Okura Dono. The girl screamed that she was not the one who needed to be protected and hit the guy hard. Okura wonders why Norn is so stubborn and unwilling to share her feelings. He worries about the lack of progress. At that moment, his phone vibrates and he notices that he has a new feature called Memory Book, which shocks him. The guy looking at the phone remembered that he had received the Book of Memory item when he was spinning the gacha recently. He was surprised that he could do it and immediately pressed the button. The girl, noticing his reaction, asked what happened. The guy pressed a button on his phone and the device started to glow. The next second, a bright flash of light erupted between him and the girl. Both watched with surprise and tension, not understanding what was happening. The young man woke up on the ground in a mountainous landscape and looked around in surprise. He was in full armor and looked confused. The next second, he heard someone shout loudly, calling him the leader. Okura came to his senses, looked around, and asked in confusion where he was. He sat up and realized that he was in the forest at the foot of Mount Graham. Someone approached him and asked if he was okay. He replied in confusion that he was fine, although he seemed surprised by what was happening. The guy was surprised to see the girl standing in front of him and thought that this character shouldn't be here. Then he looked at his clothes and was surprised that he was wearing such a strange outfit. Coming closer, he asked the girl what his name was. The girl turned to the boy, clarifying his name as Ebenishveen, and added that he was their leader. The boy repeated the name in amazement, recognizing it as his game nickname, which he used in the girls' corps in his world. He was shocked to realize that he was inside a game scenario. The girl continued, explaining that she was the assistant to the leader of Enyal and that the assistant leader from MKD was also here. The boy realized that the Noral scenario from the world of the girls' corps was now underway. The girl reminded him that they came to hunt monsters, and asked in surprise how much longer he was going to count crows. Then, with a forced smile, he asked to be reminded what kind of monsters they were hunting. The girl, a little irritated, said that she had already discussed this with him and could not repeat everything every time. The characters discuss a new task of hunting a boar, or rather, a herd of oleums, as a request has come from a village whose fields have been ravaged. One of the characters is surprised that the others have forgotten about it. They decide to return to the others to continue the mission. New characters appear, Priestess Meia and Spearwoman Rankia. Meia reminds them that they are not on a walk, and Rankia is happy that she can go with the little leader. The protagonist notices that these two are real fighters from the female corps, and concludes that after flashbacks they give teammates. The heroes are investigating tracks in the forest, looking for a herd of wild boars that have ravaged the village. Okura reflects on what is happening and feels that everything is not going according to plan. At this time, the girl notices something important and calls the others, pointing to the track. They notice that there are no more boars nearby. One of them is alone, probably separated from the herd. While there is still a chance, the team decides to deal with it, and two of them rush in pursuit. One of the girls delivers a powerful blow with a spear, piercing his side. after which the boar falls to the ground with a crash. The heroes discuss the defeated Oleum and notice another one. They decide to check out the situation. Suddenly, Okura noticed a familiar silhouette. The protagonist is suddenly pointed a sword by Noral. He is shocked and scared, does not understand what is happening. The protagonist rushes forward, begging the knight to stop, shouting that he is not an enemy. The helmeted knight recognizes Okura and exclaims in confusion why he is dressed like that. Okura confirms with relief that it is indeed Noral, and then explains that Okura is nearby, but he abruptly shuts her mouth. Okura whispers to the knight and explains that he is now the leader of this group, and his name is Ebony. Schwein, so she needs to listen. He promises to explain everything later. The knight, realizing her mistake, says that she confused him with another person and publicly apologizes for her behavior. One of the knights wonders if this is really the same squad. The man in armor confirms that they are the First Order of the Kingdom of Elytra, and identifies himself as Elite, the second in command. The girls in the squad are shocked that these are the real Knights of Elytra. The characters are surprised by the appearance of the Knights of Elytra in such a remote place. The protagonist remembers that he has encountered them before and becomes wary, thinking that they have come for them again. However, a knight named Elite explains that their goal is to destroy the Oleums. The protagonist replies that they are also here for this task, which causes mutual surprise. The knights explain that they have received many requests from various settlements affected by the Oleums. One of them notes that they have already dealt with 10 today. Then the knight suggests joining forces in the fight against the Oleums, which surprises the main character. The Knight of Elytra smiled and said that he would be glad to see the abilities of the group of heroes in action. After his proposal to unite for a joint mission against the Oleums, no one objected. The group agreed and set out with the knights, and their mission together began. Noral easily dealt with all the Oleums by herself, astonishing everyone around her with her strength. She even cheerfully noted that the carcasses could be eaten, while the other participants were stunned by her power. Elytra knights noticed that Nor's skills had increased again, and admitted that they themselves could not help in this situation. Nora responded modestly, saying that she was embarrassed by such words. One of the girls said that Nora was terribly strong, to which the other added that, on the other hand, she was a reliable partner. The heroes discussed how one of the girls, despite being pursued, was clearly holding back. Okura acknowledged this as true, and noted that he remembered something about that meeting. They were drawn into a new chapter of the main story of the Girls' Corps. Due to a mistake by the nobles, their troop was accused, and now they had to fight the Knights of Elytra. The best solution was to simply survive until the end of the timer, rather than defeat the enemy. Noral was so insanely strong that it became a real challenge for players. Initially, it was a difficult obstacle, but later it was used as a great place to train new characters. Later, it became a popular place for veterans. The party decides to make a stop to rest a bit. Noral shouts enthusiastically that it's time to eat. At the same time, she announces that she's going to pick some flowers. One of the knights warns her not to go too far. The characters recall how they ended up in this world. The girl apologizes for using the item without warning, but the guy reassures her that a lot of time has passed and everything is fine now. The protagonist admits that he cannot remember what needs to be done to complete the quest. The girl is outraged by his indifference to her story, and he assures her that he used to remember everything, but for some reason the memories have disappeared. Okura says he has a bad feeling that something bad is about to happen. The girl agrees that they should be on guard. The knight informs the elite of an impending threat. A flock of Oleums has been spotted in the forest. The commander immediately orders preparations for battle. Noral and the others are also put on alert. The characters panic as Don Oleum, a gigantic and apparently very dangerous beast, approaches them, leading the pack. His appearance causes shock and alarm in everyone. The heroes notice that this is not an ordinary Oleum, but an elite representative of the Oleums. Noral and Yora decide to fight him personally, while the others must deal with the rest of the pack. An intense battle begins. Noral engages the elite Oleum in combat. She attacks from above with her sword, showing confidence and strength. The creature resists fiercely, but Noral does not retreat. The battle reaches its climax. Okura notices one of the Oleums heading straight for Noral. Without wasting any time, she leaps forward, intercepts the beast, and delivers a powerful blow back to it with her pike. As a result of a powerful blow, she is thrown into the river. Everything happens quickly. Her helmet and sword fly to the sides. Okura, seeing as Noral fell into the river after the fight with Donolium, he resolutely rushes after her. He cannot believe what happened and, without thinking, jumps into the water to save her. Okura dives into the river to save Noral, who drowned after the fight. He swims with all his might to the bottom to get to her. The protagonist cursed in his mind and threw himself into the river with determination to save Yoru. He felt that there was almost no time left and was determined to get to her. He breathing heavily after being rescued. He looked at Noral and tried to wake her up. He called her name, shook her shoulder, and asked her to wake up, hoping that she was okay. The hero panicked and thought that Noral, maybe she swallowed some water. He was scared. He didn't know what to do, because the potion wouldn't help here, and he didn't have any Gacha items with him. The young man wondered in horror if he really had to do this, hinting at artificial respiration, to save Noral. Okura finally decided to provide first aid to Noral. He began to give her artificial respiration, despite his excitement and embarrassment. Noral suddenly woke up at the most tense moment, just when the protagonist was giving her artificial respiration. Their faces were very close, which caused surprise and awkwardness in both. At this point, Noral suddenly woke up and realized what was happening, screaming and threw the protagonist so hard that he flew into the sky. She is confused and tries to understand what happened. Noral explained that she had been pushed into the water by Oleum and asked if Okura-san had really saved her. He replied in the affirmative, expressing his joy that she was okay. After Noral sneezed, they decided to find a place to dry off and change their clothes. The hero noted that it was already night and decided to continue searching for the others only the next day. While he was drying his clothes, he thought about how hard it was to get by without a smartphone and regretted that he did not have a Maps app. The girl smiled weakly and admitted that she felt like she had been saved again. She added that it was her job as a knight to protect the others, and sadly noted that she felt pathetic. He approached Noral and asked her what it meant to be a knight and why it was so important for her to protect others. He wondered what was behind her desire to follow this path. Noral said that her dream since childhood was to become a knight and protect other people. The girl remembered how once, out of nowhere, a terribly ferocious demon appeared. She thought that she should protect at least this little one. However, she was completely helpless then. But at the very last moment, a knight appeared and protected them all. She thought that they were saved then thanks to this knight. Noral admitted that from that moment on she dreamed of becoming a knight to protect her loved ones. To this, her interlocutor suggested that it meant that they were important to her, since she wanted to protect them. The girl was a little embarrassed, but confirmed that this was true. The main character said that not only he, but everyone else too, Estelle, Shizua, and Luna, also shared her desire to protect others. He added that they considered her a dear friend and wanted to protect her in return. The girl, with a surprised and touching expression, repeated that they felt the same as she did. Okura said that despite what others say, he considers Noral a comrade. He added that he was only able to get this far thanks to those who were by his side. The protagonist said that he wanted her to be his comrade, and asked excitedly if she understood it. Noral thanked him, saying that she was very grateful. The hero was embarrassed, and she, slightly blushing, looked at him tenderly. The guy said he wouldn't give her to anyone because she was his first UR character. The girl was indignant, asking if her rarity was the only thing that mattered to him. After that, she ran away, covering her face and demanding that he not look at her. The next day, the girl asked him worriedly if he had seen her sword. The guy replied that he hadn't noticed it and suggested that she might have dropped it when she was pushed. The girl admitted that it was a problem. Then he offered her to use another sword, explaining that he had a spare one with him. She asked in surprise if it was possible, and he confirmed. The boy said that he would feel more at ease in trusting the sword to Noral and handed over the battles to her. The girl enthusiastically declared that she would definitely protect Okura Dono. Meanwhile, the other group expressed concern that something had happened to the leader. The group discussed how they had missed Donolium and were a little worried. One of the group members expressed hope that they would meet the others before Donolium did. They decided that they should find their comrades first and would deal with exterminating the Oleums later. Okura noticed that Noral had caught something deftly and was surprised. He said that he had finished the preparations and they could eat. The girl replied that she was very hungry. After eating, they were going to leave immediately. Then Noral turned to Okura Dono to say something important. They encountered a huge beast. Okura said that breakfast will be postponed until later. First, they need to deal with this creature. Okura noticed that the same Dudon they had fought the day before was standing in front of them. He said that they would have to deal with him together. Then he asked Okura Dono, can he handle the rest of the monsters? She confidently replied that she could. Noral resolutely declared that Dudonaolium should be given to her and was the first to attack. Noral struck the beast, but it roared furiously and remained on its feet. At that moment, several more monsters appeared, and the heroes noticed that they began to move straight towards Noral. Okura realized that she was in danger and rushed to help. Okura shouted that he would not let the enemy escape and rushed into battle. Noral did not lag behind. She fought bravely with the monster, dealing him a powerful blow with her sword. The hero understands that the wild animals released could threaten the village. He says that they cannot simply be allowed to escape, as this could lead to trouble. Noral agrees with him. If they are not stopped now, the village will suffer. Noral said that since the pack had lost its leader, the remaining Oliums would likely flee deep into the forest. Okura agreed, adding that in that case, everything would be fine. However, a moment later, they heard a rustling in the bushes. When the main characters heard the approach, they exclaimed in surprise. The comrades who came up joyfully called them. The girl from the group said that she thanked God that everything was okay with the leader. Okura, in turn, admitted that he was glad to see everyone safe and sound. One of the girls said she was very surprised when the junior leader jumped into the river. Another added that she thought Mrs. Knight was okay too. The boy apologized for causing them concern. The girl with curly hair said they were lucky not to get hurt. The other one, clinging to him, called him a junior leader and asked suspiciously if he had spent the night with that knight. One of the girls asked how it all went and what they did there. The others began to suspect something was wrong, asking if there was something between the knight and the boy. He sheepishly denied, saying that nothing of the sort had happened. Niall. She blushed a little and added that she didn't think anything like that had happened, and even if it had, it didn't concern her. Noral approached the leader Schwein and said she wanted to talk. She admitted that she would start straight from the start and asked to be allowed to join their squad. When asked why she was speaking so harshly, the girl explained that she wanted to apologize for her harassment and repay the debt. Noral said she wasn't planning on officially joining the group, but was willing to help out as a temporary member. She added that she wanted to complete her character's story in this way. The leader confirmed that he also wanted to ask permission for Noral to participate, adding that it would be good practice for her. The protagonist responded that he understood him, and said that he was counting on Noral. One of the girls asked the leader if the joining had been confirmed. The main character, a little surprised, agreed and said that the joining had definitely happened. The protagonist remembered that there was something similar in KED and noticed that the summoning stone confirmed the joining. He noted that according to the description, it can be used to communicate and summon people nearby. He handed the summoning stone to Noral and said that it would be confirmation of her joining their party. He asked her to accept it. Noral said that she would gladly accept the summoning stone and took it in her hands. As she did so, the stone glowed, confirming her joining the party, surprising everyone present. She said that she offered her sword, but not as a knight, but as an ordinary Noral man. Fanya, they are back. The heroes looked at each other silently, not knowing what to say. He said that it seemed like they had gotten out. The girl thanked God, breathing a sigh of relief. However, he also thought that it seemed like her offer of a sword was not in the CD, which made him a little wary. The girl said that he mentioned it as a memory story and that it was quite a strange experience. Noral said she had never seen anything like it and asked when he had gotten his hands on it. The protagonist confessed to Noral that he couldn't resist after the escort mission began and did a few spins. He apologized for this and asked to keep everything a secret. Noral said she couldn't allow secrets between her comrades. He rushed to her. The girls noticed that Okura and Noral seemed to be having a good conversation. One of them added that this was indeed the case. Meanwhile, a request was made to keep someone's secret. Noral apologized, saying that she was very sorry. She admitted that she had caused Okura Dono to be in danger, and that she had caused a lot of trouble for Estelle and Shizua XE. The girl was clearly upset and felt guilty about what had happened. Estelle, trying to calm her down, said that they were really worried about her. Estelle admitted that she had gone too far that time and apologized. Noral immediately said it was her fault. Shizua admitted that she was worried about her, but now everything is fine. Shizuka, smiling, She said that Noral hadn't caused any problems at all. Noral, barely holding back her tears, gratefully said the names of Estelle and Shizua. The girls, without hesitation, hugged her tightly. After everything had been settled, Okura suggested that they set out. 9 days had passed since their departure from Shottingar. The girls were in good spirits again, and the atmosphere in the group became light. On the way, one of the companions noticed that their destination was already in sight. Okura confirmed this with surprise and joy, looking ahead. The heroes finally reached the city of the magical Kalis. The group successfully reached the city of magic Kalis. One of the heroes noted with relief that they had finally arrived. In response to gratitude for the escort, the local guides modestly replied that they were simply fulfilling their task. When they arrived in Kalis, they were asked if they were going to return to Shotting immediately. The hero replied that they had business in that city, so they would stay longer. At that moment, the girl joyfully threw herself into Estelle's arms. Eneri admitted that this trip was especially fun for her, all thanks to Estelle. She thanked her and said that she wanted to talk more and see how Estelle uses magic. She said that she hoped to see Estelle again in Shutting. Estelle replied with a smile that she would definitely come. She admitted that she had also enjoyed talking to Eneri. Eneri happily rushed to Estelle, hugged her, and confessed her love. Estelle barely restrained her reaction. The hug was too strong and painful. When it was time to leave, her father called Eneri, and she said goodbye to Estelle and obediently followed him. In parting, the girl warmly wished Estelle all the best, and Estelle simply said goodbye in response. The heroes who remained in Kalis stood on the wide street, watching their departing friends. The heroes see Eneri off. One notices that she has left and is glad that they have become friends. Estelle says her name with a smile and says that they will definitely meet again. They arrive in a new city and are happy about it. One of the girls says that the trip was fun, another that she is interested in the local magic. Everyone is enthusiastic about exploring the city, but the main character reminds them that they need to hand in the results of the task first. The group arrives at the Adventure Guild of Keyless City. The guild staff immediately recognizes Okura and says that the capital has already heard of him. The reception girl kindly offers to escort them to the management, as was previously planned upon their arrival. Okura's group is quickly escorted to the guild leader, much to their surprise. One of the members even remarks that he did not expect such a reception. The secretary informs them that Okura, Sama, has brought them. They are met at the door by a serious woman who recognizes them as the travelers that the old guild leader had mentioned. Okura introduces himself awkwardly but firmly to the guild leader, stating that he has been asked to investigate. He straightens up and tries to look confident. The companion notices that he is as awkward as ever. The guild leader looks at them silently before turning and leaving the tense atmosphere. The guild leader expressed doubt that these were the same travelers she had heard about, and was surprised that Okura was their leader, adding that he looked completely unconvincing. Eleanor, the head of the guild branch in Kalis, stated that despite their pitiful appearance, at the request of the guild leader, they were assigned to take part in the investigation of the anomaly. When the anomaly came up, the heroes asked if they were referring to the recently appeared Labyrinth. Eleanor replied that, unfortunately, the guild currently had no information other than the appearance of this anomaly. Estelle, quite calmly but with a grin, says that this sounds kind of pathetic, which shocks the others. Estelle expressed her opinion too bluntly, which greatly shocked the others. Okura tried to smooth over her words, and the guild leader mentally noted her impudence. The guild leader was surprised that she was not the leader, to which Estelle calmly remarked that she did not consider herself self-confident enough. Okura, in turn, panicked. The guild leader remarks, with a slight grin, that their team is indeed quite interesting. Watching Okura's confused and panicked reaction, Eleanor acknowledged that it was now clear why they had been recommended for promotion, promoted them herself, and warned that she would keep an eye on them. Okura complained of fatigue and admitted that he was having difficulty negotiating. The girls noted his weakness, but one of them encouraged him, saying that the leader needed more confidence. They discussed how Okura had not changed despite their growth. The girls admitted that his lack of confidence was charming, since overconfidence would be unpleasant to them. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard. The heroes suddenly witnessed a giant golem rushing down the street with a girl in its arms, calling on everyone to make way. This caused panic and bewilderment among passers-by and the group itself. The golem stopped abruptly and the girl fell off of it. One of the heroes intervened, stopping the situation. Everyone was worried if she was hurt. The girl said that she was not hurt. The group confirmed her condition, and Okura, meanwhile, held the golem with one hand, surprising everyone. Estelle admitted that her magic was unstable, but decided to try it on the golem. After casting the spell, it suddenly stopped, which greatly surprised everyone. The girl with glasses was surprised by the golem's sudden stop and became curious about the heroes' identities. Okura was worried that they were standing out too much in public. Okura and his comrades decided not to attract any more attention, leaving the golem where it was and hurrying away. Okura sensed that something unpleasant might happen, and suggested that they hurry. The characters decided to hurry up to buy a souvenir for Luna. At this time, an unfamiliar girl noticed their team and looked at them in surprise. The heroes find themselves in a forest called Alde, where they meet funny mushroom-like creatures called matangos. One of the characters notes that they probably drop mushrooms. They began hunting for mushroom monsters, enthusiastically deciding that they would have fried mushrooms for dinner. Okura was relieved to see Nora full of energy again as she happily cooked food at Brun's house. Noral ceremoniously served a dish of mushrooms and wished everyone a bon appetit. The others looked at the food warily. One of the characters noted that the mushrooms looked delicious, but doubted whether they were edible at all. Noral noted that the mushrooms were crispy and delicious. Luna added that the texture was strange. Shizua offered Luna to try her mushrooms. At this time, Luna said that these mushrooms were from killed monsters. The heroine explained that the color and shape of the mushrooms depended on who defeated the monster. Luna immediately refused to eat them, and Shizuka, upset, tried to persuade her. The protagonist noticed that his mushrooms were not among those prepared. The protagonist was surprised why Estelle only ate his mushrooms. Estelle said she felt awkward when people looked at her like that and asked them not to stare. Okura became embarrassed and apologized, assuring her that he had not meant to embarrass her. Several days have passed since the investigation began in Kalis, but as the hero said, there has been no progress. The hero noted that if panic does not begin, traces of the anomaly should appear first, and then the labyrinth. However, according to him, there have been no hints of a quest yet. He says they have no choice but to investigate further. Noral asks if he is going back to his room. He says yes, adding that he wants to practice a bit. The young man thought that if he had controlled the Centaur better, Noral would not have gotten into this situation. He came to the conclusion that he needed to train as much as possible. Okura thought it would be nice to have a snack, so he used the snack function. He pressed the button and got a brandy biscuit. After biting into it, he noted to himself that it was delicious. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and, slightly surprised, he told them to come in. Noral apologized and, entering the room, remarked that she did not often visit him. He, a little surprised, asked if she needed anything. In response, she admitted that she wanted to talk to him for a while. She spoke softly, recalling how she had been saved on a previous mission, and asked if they remembered that incident. He responded, surprised, that he hadn't known she thought about it. He then admitted that he would have felt bad if he hadn't been able to save her back then, because she had always helped him out. She, looking down slightly, said that she was happy with his growth and how he was getting stronger, but added that she was still sad to realize that now they no longer needed her support. He said that if she wanted to help him, she could collect some magic stones. In response, she screamed that she was not talking about that. Okura offered her a treat since she had come. Handing over the box, he said it was a brandy biscuit from a pastry shop. The girl was surprised to ask what it was, and happily declared that she really wanted to try it. After trying it, she delightedly noted the unusual but incredibly delicious taste. While he watched her reaction, he noticed that she was numb and asked if she had eaten too much. She said she felt like she was floating. He asked her worriedly if she was okay and added that he thought she had had enough. The girl exclaimed why they were taking away her treat and tried to give it back. The guy told her to wait and asked her not to push. As a result of the clumsy movement, they both lost their balance and fell together on the floor. After they fell, the girl, lying on the guy, relaxedly said that she liked it. He, confused, wondered if she was drunk. The guy confusedly asked the girl to wait and get off him, and she only snorted in response with a displeased look. Noral. She asked in surprise why he looked so unhappy, to which he, embarrassed, replied that he had no complaints, but that Okura-dono always treated him too cruelly. The girl said that even she wants to be treated tenderly. She said she would take off her mask if he really wanted to, because she knew he couldn't see her face. The guy got embarrassed and tried to stop her, saying he hadn't said anything like that. Noral took off her mask and asked with a slight smile if it was any better, wondering how she looked in Okura-san's eyes. The girl, clinging to him, asked if he loved her, and then, hearing his confused answer, asked if he loved her then. When he did not give a clear answer, she, almost crying, said that he probably hated her. The young man, in despair and confusion, cried out that he loved her. Then, hesitating a little, he added that he loved her as a friend. The girl approached him in response with a serious expression on her face. The young man saw with surprise as the girl pressed herself against him and whispered that she loved him too. A moment later, he noticed how calmly she was breathing, pressed against him, and he realized that she had fallen asleep. Okura. He thought she must be comfortable and noticed how she quietly snuggled up to him. He thanked her for her concern and admitted that he had become a real support for him. Smiling in her sleep, she quietly whispered his name. A week has passed since the investigation began in Kalis. The characters once again encounter living bamboo shoots. One of them happily declares that they will have bamboo for dinner again, while the other is surprised that they have not become tired of it yet. The heroes discuss the lack of progress in the investigation, and that they have still not made any progress in finding the cause of the Trent anomaly. The woman noticed that despite their daily work, they were making no progress. The guy apologized, but the woman immediately clarified that she had not called him for this reason. The woman said that they had received a personal assignment, and added that it was from Ristia. The girl suggested that it could have been Edelbel-san, but the same woman replied that it was not. The characters learned that the Magical Academy of Ristia, located in the center of Kalis, wanted to meet them. One of them was surprised, and the other admitted that she knew nothing about it. They approached the building of the Ristian Academy, and were impressed by its appearance, comparing it to a castle. The heroes stood at the gates of the academy and admired its grandeur, noting that it was no wonder, since it was the best in the country. One of them noticed that Estelle looked strange, but she replied that everything was fine. They informed the guards at the academy gate that they had come on a mission from Christina-san. One of the guards was very surprised and hurried after her. At that moment, a girl happily ran up to them, exclaiming that she had finally found them. Christia, laughing happily, told them that she was the one who had once been saved. She introduced herself as a teacher at the academy and suggested that they call her simply Chris. Christia said that she had been waiting for their meeting since that day. She admitted that she had taken up the search seriously, had taken it upon herself to keep an eye on them, although the guild could not tell anything about them. Only one thing was clear: they were travelers. The teacher explained that she had heard rumors of travelers who had collected large quantities of matango mushrooms and bamboo shoots in the city. She smiled and said that she had asked people and finally found them. The girl with the ponytails asked why she had been looking for them. One of the girls asked if they needed help, since they had been invited to the academy. The teacher replied that their arrival had nothing to do with the assignment, which surprised Okura. Noral asked in surprise if they really had no reason to come to the academy at all. At that moment, Chris stopped and sharply objected that there was a reason. The teacher enthusiastically stated that her real reason is a desire to communicate with them. This statement caused confusion among the others. The hero asked about the task. Chris responded animatedly that, of course, she would tell them about it. When the explosion happened, the teacher calmly said that there was nothing to worry about. The others panicked and asked what was going on because something had suddenly exploded. Chris exclaimed in a panic that she was in the middle of an experiment when something went wrong. She asked to wait for her a little. Noral expressed concern about whether the teacher would be okay. The boy noted that it was now clear to him why the guard had reacted so strangely earlier. Someone in the room suggested simply waiting, and another asked what they should do now. When the girl addressed him by name, Okura was surprised. He did not know who she was and was puzzled as to how she knew him. She turned to her new acquaintance. She asked if it was Estelle in front of her. She confirmed that it was indeed her, and asked why they were looking for her. The girl replied that she had heard about her from her friend, and simply wanted to know what kind of person Estelle was. She looked at Estelle and noticed that she was indeed short. Estelle calmly noted that her interlocutor was not particularly taller either. To this, she indignantly exclaimed that she was taller. The girl admitted that she had heard from her friend about the impressive magical abilities of her interlocutor, but it seemed that she had placed such high hopes in vain. Chris approached the group, thanking them for waiting and saying that she was able to clean up. She recognized the girl and asked if she needed anything. However, suddenly apologizing, Myler-san quickly turned around and ran away. After Myler left, the company was a bit at a loss. Noral, in turn, admitted that girl scared her a little. Ochura asked Estelle if she was okay. She smiled a little and replied that everything was fine and that they shouldn't worry. The teacher, returning to the essence of the task, said that she wanted the children to accompany and guard the students. She specified that about 30 students would go to the outdoor classes. The heroes were surprised by the number of people. It was their first experience of this kind, and they admitted that they were not too confident in their abilities. To this, the teacher cheerfully replied that everything would be fine. The teacher said that she knew about the high level of strength of travelers and had seen Estelle's abilities with her own eyes. She also recalled how Estelle stopped a rampaging giant. Estelle responded calmly to this, asking if she had really shown her magic before, since, in her opinion, that did not count as using magic. She exclaimed indignantly that such a thing could not but be considered magic. After all, ordinary wizards are not even able to notice a magical failure without a mentor. According to her, Estelle not only stopped the giant, but also instantly corrected the magical path, which is an extremely rare and impressive achievement. The teacher enthusiastically tried to convey to Estelle how impressive her magic was, exclaiming if they understood how cool it was. To which Estelle, a little embarrassed, calmly replied that she did, and politely asked her to move away. Chris admitted that she got too carried away and, stepping away, apologized. She also assured that since Estelle was on the team, there was nothing to worry about. She enthusiastically declared that she was counting on them, while the others responded with silent confusion. The teacher began the briefing, and the mission to accompany a group of 30 students officially began. One of the escorts noted that there seemed to be too many students. The students of the academy set off on a new quest to accompany 30 students of Wisteria. One of the teachers is surprised that a team of B-rank travelers is helping, but agrees and expresses hope for success. The heroes readily accept the task. Christia-san is a teacher from the academy. She bursts onto the stage, loudly apologizing for being late, much to the surprise of those present. One of the characters explains that she is a client they will be working with. It sounded like it was that same mailer. Estelle said that she should probably say hello. The guy tried to stop her and advised her not to make the situation worse. 3 days had passed since leaving Kalis time. To everyone's surprise, the journey was calm. The group moved forward in an organized manner, stopping for rest stops. The students behaved calmly, and the escorts observed the situation, not noticing any particular problems. The group arrived at Euphoria Garden. One of the characters was surprised that such a beautiful and peaceful place actually existed. Another noted with admiration that the fruits looked very tasty. The teacher told the students to start collecting materials for their research, but warned them not to stray far from the main area. Shizua noticed the fruits and turned her attention to them with surprise. The warriors, standing nearby, offered to pick some with interest. The girl warned that not all fruits are safe, although some have already been used in experiments and may be edible. Out of curiosity, he picked one and squeezed it lightly in his hand. At that moment, the fruit suddenly exploded, spraying juice into his face. The helmeted companion screamed in shock, realizing that the fruit was unstable, and the guy himself was left standing, stunned and covered in drops. Myler explained that these fruits were called bomb fruits. She warned not to touch them unless you cut the stems or they would explode. Estelle noted that this was the first time she had seen such fruits and found them quite interesting. The girl with the basket of fruit bombs expressed surprise that not all magicians knew about their properties, and noted that Annery had once again made a mistake in calling one of the girls a great sorceress. Estelle was slightly embarrassed and clarified that she had indeed been Annery's friend before. The girl with a kind smile suggested to the other not to frown and to become friends. She, clearly embarrassed, did not immediately find an answer, and then loudly exclaimed that she refused. She ran away with a basket of fruit bombs, causing surprise among those around. Okura asked in surprise whether she really was Annery's friend. Okura suggested that the girl's sternness might be related to what Annery had said to her. Her companion silently agreed, watching her walk away. The outdoor training was a success, and after the battle no more monsters appeared. In conclusion, the last day of practice was announced, and someone approached Noral with a request. The warrior enthusiastically volunteered to help and quickly began cutting the fruits. The other students watched her actions, but one of the fruits she collected unexpectedly fell, causing admiration from everyone present. Shizua thanked them for the fruit and decided to take one as a souvenir, assuring them that they would definitely like the taste. All the participants of the gathering looked happy, and the atmosphere was friendly. The guy noticed that everyone had developed good relations, observing the lively conversation around them. The guy suddenly asked if the girl wanted to join the academy too, noticing her interested look at the students. The girl was surprised by such a question, but he explained that he thought about the possibility of making friends of his own age. The students passing by were discussing how everyone around them were ordinary magicians. The girl immediately refused the offer to study at the academy, explaining that she could not stand students from such institutions. The guy asked the reason again in surprise, and she admitted that she had once already been enrolled in a magic academy. He asked whether this had happened before her call, and she answered in the affirmative. Estelle revealed that the students at the academy had been cruelly torturing her, using magic to mock her. She couldn't take it anymore, and left before completing her studies. The guy apologized for reminding the girl of unpleasant memories. She admitted that it was indeed a difficult time, but asked him to do something for her later as an apology. Then she noticed that some students had gone too far, and headed there with him. Meanwhile, the three students went deeper into the forest, despite their friends' objections. One of them assured the others that they would only go away for a short time, although he knew that they could get into trouble if the teacher saw them. One of the students joyfully shouted that he had found a tree with fruit and called the others to come. The boys enthusiastically rushed to collect the harvest without waiting for the others. The girls, a little behind, followed them with discontent, noting that boys are always so much trouble. The students stopped in front of the huge tree in surprise, amazed by its size. One of the boys noticed an unusual fruit hanging on a branch. The girl with dark hair recognized it and offered to take the find back. Meanwhile, the others approached the place, noticing that the group must be somewhere nearby. The boy noticed where the students were gathered and approached the tree. The girl, with a serious look, warned him that there was a high concentration of magic particles in this place, so he had to act carefully. One of the boys suggested using magic to get the fruit, and at that moment, the tree began to glow. The girl tried to stop them, worried about the consequences of using spells. One of the boys used a wind spell to knock a fruit off a tree. The magic arrow missed its target, and the boys began pointing out the mistake to each other. The girl with dark hair felt something strange, but seeing no change, she decided it might be her imagination. A sudden roar shook the surroundings, attracting the attention of everyone present. The students turned around in alarm, not understanding what had happened. A powerful burst of energy began to emanate from under the tree, accompanied by a cracking and destruction. A massive root burst from the ground, grabbing the girl and lifting her into the air. The others watched in horror, unable to immediately understand what had attacked. Everyone present looked stunned by the sudden threat coming from the tree itself. The team came across a giant tree with dangerous vines growing out of it. The guy quickly got his bearings and asked the sorceress to take care of the plants. The girl responded to his instructions and immediately went into battle. Meanwhile, he hurried to the residents and warned them to stay away from the tree. The sorceress fired a powerful spell towards the vines, causing an explosion. However, the attack did not cause decisive damage, and the tree remained standing. Okura was surprised by the creature's resilience, but noticed that its movement had stopped. Taking advantage of the moment, he rushed forward, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity. The boy rushed towards the tree, trying to break through its defenses, but slipped and found himself in danger. At this time, the vines caught several residents, and one of the girls ended up wrapped around them. He rushed to help, cutting the vine and pulling her out of the grip. The girl reacted with fear, but he quickly made sure that she was okay. The other children watched with concern and urged him to hurry. Estelle unleashed another powerful attack, causing a bright explosion towards the tree. The flash illuminated the area, and flashes of magic were reflected on the treetops. Against the backdrop of what was happening, one of the characters anxiously wondered why such a monster was here. The girl next to him expressed dissatisfaction and reminded him that she had warned him in advance about the need to return. A huge creature named Trent, with high level and magical defense, appeared from the forest. Estelle noted that her spell had failed because it had used magic, which the creature was extremely resistant to. He began to ponder how they could deal with this enemy. She suggested first securing the children and taking them to the others. Hearing this, he asked again with disbelief, was she really serious? More and more dots began to appear on the radar, indicating the approach of monsters. The guy was surprised to notice that there were already about 50 creatures in the area. The girl assumed that they could have been attracted by a large tree. Having assessed the situation, she admitted that they would not be able to cope with such a number of enemies. One of the kids remarked that walking out of the forest was a bad idea, and the boy thought about his next step. Shizua noticed the flashes and wondered what was happening in the distance. A nearby knight also heard a strange sound and began to suspect that something had happened. Receiving a signal on the radio, they realized that the situation was serious. Noral reported that many monsters had appeared, and the situation was becoming dangerous. In response, she asked Okura and Shizuku to immediately ensure the protection of the teachers and students. The hero contacted them via radio, and reported that he and the sorceress had deviated slightly from the route, and had accidentally headed towards the monster. One of the companions exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. At this time, a group of children were crowding around the flying device in excitement, causing concern among the others. He asked them to be careful, while one of the boys teased him with a smile for looking scared. Myra. She admitted in surprise that she had never heard of the magical item they used. The guy pointed to the forest ahead and noted that this was where all these creatures were hiding. He added that the monsters were heading towards the garden. The girl agreed, amazed by the scale of what was happening. The craft sped up, and he warned the others to hold on tight. The group landed safely, and one of the girls immediately asked about Noral's condition. He reported that they were all right, and the situation was under control. Meanwhile, the teachers approached them, worried about what was happening. The boy worriedly told them that a giant creature and many treants were moving towards them. The woman noted that they should not reach this place. Mara confidently declared that it was Grandis in front of them, recognizing the creature by its characteristic golden fruits. The teacher asked in surprise if this was really true, and in response received confirmation from another girl, who referred to images from books. Chris was delighted with the news and enthusiastically admitted that she had always dreamed of seeing this creature. However, the teacher immediately reminded them that they should think first and foremost about the safety of the students. The boy noted that there was no time to escape, and they intended to detain the enemies. He asked the adults to take care of the students, and one of the women readily agreed to take it upon herself. Shizua admitted that protecting the students and fighting at the same time would not be easy. Okura thought about the number of Trents and suggested using someone else's help, showing the image on his device. The guy placed the device on the ground and it began to charge. Everyone watched attentively. After activation, a figure of a girl in a cap appeared from the device, sitting in a relaxed pose. The others looked at her in surprise, realizing that it was she who was now supposed to play a key role. The boy tried to wake up the summoned girl named Luna, but she was fast asleep. Despite his cries of urgency, she did not respond. He desperately reminded her that 5 days had passed, although it sounded like it was only a few minutes. The girls who were watching this noted with a smile that Luna did not even wake up from the mud, and this behavior is completely consistent with her character. Luna, barely awake, yawned and sat up with difficulty, gradually coming to her senses. She reported that she was aware of the situation and was ready to do everything possible since she was called. Okura gave the order that Luna and Noral should attack the approaching treants, while the rest would focus on defense. The boy asked doubtfully if this was okay, but the girl just looked back calmly. Luna asked with a serious expression if she could fight in front of people. The boy immediately perked up and said that he had a plan. The girl with 2 ponytails picked up the Gacha cube, and behind her, the students and teachers gathered, watching the preparations carefully. Estelle activated the magical artifact, and its light began to spread around the area. The student who was watching what was happening tried to understand with interest what exactly they were going to do. At that moment, the warlike girl with a joyful expression loudly called the others to her, pointing in the direction. The moon appeared from the magic circle armed with a spear. She immediately assumed a fighting stance, causing shock among those watching. One of the teachers noticed the shape of her ears and suspected that she was a demon. The others began to whisper in fear, surprised by the unexpected summoning of such a creature. After the demonic-looking girl appeared, one of the participants calmly called her a demon familiar. The teacher commented in surprise that he now understood what B-rank mages were capable of. The others watched the events in silence, and some of the children watched the situation with concern, noticing strange sounds coming from nearby. The group noticed the approach of the treants, and one of the students screamed in panic that the monsters were already nearby. The boy immediately ordered Chris to evacuate the students to safety. She confirmed that she understood and began to act. The rest of the fighters moved forward and confirmed that they were acting according to a predetermined plan. The group engaged in combat with the treants. The boy threw discs with precision, cutting the vines, and the knight struck with her sword. The demon girl leaped forward with ease, attacking the enemy from above. On the other hand, the sorceress prepared for a spell, spreading her arms. In the background, the students watched the events with alarm and admiration. The girl with the magic wand floated in the air and with a scream released a powerful spell towards the opponents. Her blow was accompanied by a bright flash and a powerful explosion at the point of impact. The children watched in awe at the spell the robed girl had just performed. They were surprised that even their teachers couldn't do something like that. One of the students thought about Aneri's words and finally understood why she had mentioned Estelle's magic. The warrior called out to Luna to make sure she was okay. Luna calmly replied that she had already dealt with the monsters in this part of the forest. Hearing this, the knight was relieved to admit that everything had gone exactly as expected from Luna. One of the girls noticed the enemy approaching and confirmed that it was Grandis. The other one immediately reacted, calling Noral to attack, and together they rushed into battle against the huge enemy. Estelle breathed a sigh of relief after the battle, looking at the burnt tree. She admitted that she hated facing treants. The boy noted that at least there were no enemies here anymore, although their victory had not come easy. The guy said that the group Noral began the fight with Grandis. He entrusted the others with the defense and went to the front himself. He sternly ordered the healer to focus on healing for the safety of the students. A terrifying beast-like enemy appears, whose status is far superior to anything they have encountered before. The boy realized that the enemy in front of him was dangerous, and even if Noral and Luna were fighting, he couldn't relax. He rushed towards the battlefield, while the monster, similar to a giant beast, swung its paw, fighting the knight. The armored warrior dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, but the huge monster tried to grab him. Luna managed to grab her comrade by the hair and drag him away, avoiding the blow. The guy watched in shock, realizing how well coordinated these two were. Noral and Luna stood calmly in front of their defeated opponent, radiating confidence. The boy watched them and admitted that their strength far exceeded expectations. He realized that his help in the fight was unnecessary, since they managed without his intervention. The girls who came up were surprised to note his lateness. Okura realized that his help in the battle was unnecessary, since they managed without his intervention. The vines suddenly spun and then darted to the side at great speed. The guy managed to shout the girl's name, warning her of danger. The next second, she was thrown into the air and flew away with force. Losing control of the situation, Shizua rushed forward in horror, loudly shouting her companion's name. Her face showed shock and alarm when she noticed what had happened to Luna. The girls were thrown violently to the side and crashed into the ground, raising clouds of dust and debris. Okura rushed towards them, asking worriedly if they were all right. The girl with the long hair weakly raised herself up, admitting that she had momentarily lost her concentration. Luna, obviously confused, found herself in an awkward position, clinging to Shizua's chest. Shizua, smiling with a drop of sweat on her face, worriedly asked if everything was okay. Realizing the situation, Luna quickly pulled away and blushed, shouting indignantly. Luna, slightly embarrassed, told Shizua that she had saved her and added that it was not worth the trouble. She explained that, having seen Luna in the air, before she had time to think, her body itself rushed to help. Luna asked her companion to stay where she was, but she turned away with a displeased look and resolutely soared into the sky, spreading her wings. She promised to take revenge for what he did to her friend. The huge tree-like monster took a hit, but still continued to move. The girl with horns landed safely, and her comrades greeted her with relief, glad that she was okay. One of them noted that the enemy was weakened. All the heroes gathered together and decided to act together to defeat the enemy. Okura, breathing heavily, noticed that something strange was happening to the monster. He wondered why they hadn't been able to defeat it yet, since the attacks seemed like they should have worked. The creature remained standing despite the blows, and suddenly caused a powerful earthquake, splitting the ground around itself. The young man tried to dodge as the ground began to crack under his feet. Huge slabs of rock began to rise up, destroying the surface. One of the group members shouted to the others, indicating where to run to avoid the collapse. People began to move to safety in a panic. Estelle breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the situation was dangerous. She asked the people to move away, realizing that she had no other choice. The guy, noticing her determination, asked if everything was okay with the others. One of the heroes called out to Estelle in surprise and asked why she was there. She calmly asked them to protect the students, pointing to a group nearby. Then, with a confident smile, she declared that she was going to wipe the tree monster off the face of the earth. Then, with a confident smile, she declared that she was going to wipe this monster tree off the face of the earth. The hero doubted whether it was possible to destroy the tree even with magic, but the girl confidently stated that everything was fine. She had already activated her skill. He asked again in surprise, and she explained that, thanks to the skill she had used, she could calmly use magic. Opening the magic book, she noted with restraint that she would be extremely unhappy if the situation had developed differently. After a short pause, accompanied by tense glances, one of the heroes commanded everyone to retreat. The group immediately rushed away, realizing the impending danger. Glowing projectiles appeared in the sky, flying towards the monster. Magic charges fell on the target at great speed, accompanied by a loud roar. The sorceress, with a serious expression, activated a powerful attack, directing it towards the monster. The sky lit up with flashes, and streams of energy fell on the target with a roar. At the moment of releasing the spell, she shouted a command, expressing her determination to finish the fight. Explosions covered the entire area around the creature. Despite a series of powerful explosions, the monster remained standing, emitting an angry roar. The group watched the scene with growing tension. The sorceress declared with cold confidence that it was useless, and explained that she had a huge reserve of mana, thanks to a special item from the Moondrop Gacha. Estelle continued her attack with determination, waving her arms and sending a stream of magical energy towards the enemy. Explosions thundered around her, and the beams of light continued. She loudly declared that she would not stop until she reduced the monster to ashes. Her face expressed concentration and complete confidence in her abilities. After the devastating attack, only a charred stump remained in place of the monster. People watched in complete shock. One of the teachers screamed, realizing that the Garden of Euphoria had been destroyed. The sorceress staggered and began to lose consciousness. The warrior with glasses ran up and managed to catch her before she fell. The heroes gathered among the destruction, checking on each other. The warrior with glasses held the sorceress in his arms, while the others stood nearby. At this time, someone watched them from the shadows, noting to himself that these people still had potential for growth.